their advantages. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Christos Goodrow, Vice President of Engineering at Google and Head of Search and Discovery at YouTube, also known as YouTube algorithm. YouTube has approximately 1.9 billion users, and every day people watch over 1 billion hours of YouTube video. It is the second most popular search engine behind Google itself. For many people, it's not only a source of entertainment, but also how we learn new ideas, from math and physics videos, podcasts, debates, opinions, ideas from out-of-the-box thinkers and activists on some of the most intense, challenging, and impactful topics in the world today. YouTube and other content platforms receive criticism from both viewers and creators, as they should, because the engineering task before them is hard, and they don't always succeed, and the impact of their work is truly world-changing. To me, YouTube has been an incredible wellspring of knowledge. I've watched hundreds, if not thousands of lectures that changed the way I see many fundamentals ideas in math, science, engineering, and philosophy. But it does put a mirror to ourselves. It keeps the responsibility of the steps we take in each of our online educational journeys into the hands of each of us. The YouTube algorithm has an important role in that journey, helping us find new, exciting ideas to learn about. That's a difficult and exciting problem for an artificial intelligence system. As I've said in lectures and other forums, recommendation systems will be one of the most impactful areas of AI in the 21st century, and YouTube is one of the biggest recommendation systems in the world. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give us 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, never any ads in the middle that can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just a second. Cash App also has a new investing feature. You can buy fractions of a stock, say $1 worth, no matter what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square and member SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations called FIRST, best known for their FIRST robotics and Lego competitions. They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating at Charity Navigator, which means that donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. But Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, which again is an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys to dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Christos Goodrow. YouTube is the world's second most popular search engine, behind Google, of course. We watch more than 1 billion hours of YouTube videos a day, more than Netflix and Facebook video combined. YouTube creators upload over 500,000 hours of video every day. The average lifespan of a human being, just for comparison, is about 700,000 hours. So what's uploaded every single day is just enough for a human to watch their lifetime. So let me ask an absurd philosophical question. If from birth, when I was born, and there are many people born today with the internet, I watched YouTube videos nonstop. Do you think their trajectories through YouTube video space that can maximize my average happiness or maybe education or my growth as a human being?
I think there are some great trajectories through YouTube videos, but I wouldn't recommend that anyone spend all of their waking hours or all of their hours watching YouTube. I mean, I think about the fact that YouTube has been really great for my kids, for instance. My oldest daughter, she's been watching YouTube for several years. She watches Tyler Oakley and the Vlog Brothers.
Did she watch
And I know
Rabbi?
that that's had a very profound and positive impact on her character. My younger daughter, she's a ballerina. Her teachers tell her that YouTube is a huge advantage for her because she can practice a routine and watch like professional dancers do that same routine and stop it and back it up and rewind and all that stuff, right? So it's been really good for them. And then even my son, as a sophomore in college, he got through his linear algebra class because of a channel called Thumb Through One Brown, which helps you understand linear algebra, but in a way that would be very hard for anyone to do on a whiteboard or a chalkboard. And so I think that those experiences, from my point of view, were very good, and so I can imagine really good trajectories through YouTube. Yes.
Have you looked at, do you think of broadly about that trajectory over a period? Because YouTube is going up now, so over a period of years, you just kind of gave a few anecdotal examples, but I used to watch certain shows on YouTube. I don't anymore. I've moved on to other shows. And ultimately, you want people to, from YouTube's perspective, to stay on YouTube, to grow as human beings on YouTube. So you have to think not just what makes them engage today or this month, but also for years and years.
Absolutely, that's right. I mean, if YouTube is going to continue to enrich people's lives, then then it has to grow with them, and people's interests change over time. And so, I think we've been working on this problem. I'll just say it broadly, how to introduce diversity and introduce people who are watching one thing to something else they might like. We've been working on that problem all the 8 years I've been here. It's a hard problem because, of course, it's trivial to introduce diversity that doesn't help. Right?
I had a random video.
I could just randomly select a video from the billions that we have. It's likely not to even be in your language. So the likelihood that you would watch it and develop a new interest is very, very low. And so what we want to do when we're trying to increase diversity is find something that is not too similar to the things that you watch, but also something that you might be likely to watch. And that balance, finding that spot, is quite challenging.
So the diversity of content, diversity of ideas, it's a really difficult. It's a thing like that's almost impossible to define, right? Like what's different. So how do you think about that? So 2 examples is I'm a huge fan of people Brown say, and then one diversity. I wasn't even aware of a channel called Veritasium, which is a great science, physics, whatever channel. So one version of diversity is showing me Derek Veritasium's channel, which I was really excited to discover. I actually have not watched a lot of his videos.
Okay, so you're a person who's watching some math channels, and you might be interested in some other science or math channels. So, like you mentioned, the first kind of diversity is just show you some things from other channels that are related, but not just, not all the 3 blue 1 brown channel, throw in a couple others. So that's maybe the first kind of diversity that we started with many, many years ago. Taking a bigger leap is about, the mechanisms we use for that is we basically cluster videos and channels together, mostly videos. We do almost everything at the video level. So we'll make some kind of a cluster, we do some embedding process, and then measure, what is the likelihood that users who watch one cluster might also watch a cluster that's very distinct. So we may come to find that people who watch science videos also like jazz. This is possible, right? And so because of that relationship that we've identified um, through the through the embeddings and the measurement of the people who watch both, we might recommend a jazz video once in a while.
So there's this clustering embedding space with jazz videos, science videos, and you kind of try to look at aggregate statistics where if a lot of people that jump from science cluster to the jazz cluster tend to remain as engaged, become more engaged, then that means those two they should hop back and forth and they'll be happy.
Right. There's a higher likelihood that a person who's watching science would like jazz than the person watching science would like backyard railroads or something else, right? And so we can try to measure these likelihoods and use that to make the best recommendation we can.
So, okay, so we'll talk about the machine learning and that, but I have to linger on things that either you or anyone have the answer to. There's gray areas of truth, which is, for example, now I can't believe I'm going there, but politics. It happens so that certain people believe certain things and they're very certain about them. Let's move outside the red versus blue politics in today's world, but there's different ideologies. For example, in college, I read quite a lot of Ayn Rand. I studied, and that's a particular philosophical ideology I found it interesting to explore. Okay, so that was that kind of space. I've kind of moved on from that cluster intellectually, but it nevertheless is an interesting cluster. I was born in the Soviet Union. Socialism, communism is a certain kind of political ideology that's really interesting to explore. Again, objectively, it's just there's a set of beliefs about how the economy should work and so on. And so it's hard to know what's true and not in terms of people within those communities are often advocating that this is how we achieve utopia in this world, and they're pretty certain about it. So how do you try to manage politics in this chaotic, divisive world? A positive kind of ideas in terms of filtering what people should watch next, and in terms of also not letting some things be on YouTube. It's exceptionally difficult responsibility.
Right. Well, the responsibility to get this right is our top priority, and the first comes down to making sure that we have good, clear rules of the road, right? Like, just because we have freedom of speech doesn't mean that we can literally say anything, right? We as a society have accepted certain restrictions on our freedom of speech. There are things like libel laws and things like that. And so, where we can draw a clear line, we do, and we continue to evolve that line over time. However, as you pointed out, wherever you draw the line, there's going to be a border line. And in that borderline area, we are going to maybe not remove videos, but we will try to reduce the recommendations of them or the proliferation of them by demoting them. And then alternatively, in those situations, try to raise what we would call authoritative or credible sources of information. So we're not trying to, I mean, you mentioned Ayn Rand and communism. Those are two like valid points of view that people are going to debate and discuss, and of course, people who believe in one or the other of those things are going to try to persuade other people of their point of view. And so we're not trying to settle that or choose a side or anything like that. What we're trying to do is make sure that the people who are expressing those point of view and offering those positions are authoritative and credible.
Well, let me ask a question about people I don't like personally. You heard me. I don't care if you comment on this. Sometimes they're brilliantly funny. We just troll. So people who kind of mock. I mean, the internet is full. Reddit of mock style content where people just kind of make fun of, point out that the emperor has no clothes. And there's brilliant comedy in that, but sometimes it can get cruel or mean. So on that, on the mean point, I'm sorry to linger on these things that have no good answers, but actually, I totally hear you that this is really important. You're trying to solve it, but how do you reduce the meanness of people on YouTube?
I understand that anyone who uploads YouTube videos has to become resilient to a certain amount of meanness. I've heard that from many creators, and we are trying in various ways, comment ranking, allowing certain features to block people to reduce or make that meanness or that trolling behavior less effective on YouTube. And so, I mean, it's very important, but it's something that we're going to keep having to work on. And you know, as we improve it, like maybe we'll get to a point where people don't have to suffer this sort of meanness when they upload YouTube videos. I hope we do, but you know, but it just does seem to be something you have to be able to deal with as a YouTube creator now.
Do you have a hope that you mentioned two things that I agree with? It is like a machine learning approach of ranking comments based on whatever, based on how much they contribute to the healthy conversation. Let's put it that way. And the other is almost an interface question of how does the creator or filter, a blog or how do humans themselves, the users of YouTube, manage their own conversation? Do you have hope that these two tools will create a better society without limiting freedom of speech too much? Without sort of, I don't even like saying that. Like, what do you mean limiting? Curating speech.
And I think that overall is our whole project here at YouTube, right? Like, we fundamentally believe, and I personally believe very much, that YouTube can be great. It's been great for my kids. I think it can be great for society. But it's absolutely critical that we get this responsibility part right. And that's why it's our top priority. Susan Logisky, who's the CEO of YouTube, she says something that I personally find very inspiring, is that we want to do our jobs today in a manner so that people 20 to 30 years from now, you look back and say, you know, they really figured this out. They really found a way to strike the right balance between the openness, value that the openness has, and also making sure that we are meeting our responsibilities to users and society.
So the burden on YouTube actually is quite incredible. And one thing that people don't give enough credit to the seriousness and the magnitude of the problem, I think. So I personally hope that you do solve it, because a lot is riding in your success with it. So besides us putting money to the company, you're also creating the content on the internet and the conversation on the internet. That's a powerful thing. So one thing that people wonder about is how much of it can be solved with pure machine learning. So looking at the data, studying the data, and creating algorithms that curate the comments, curate the content, and how much of it needs human intervention. Meaning, people here at YouTube in a room sitting and thinking about what is the nature of truth, what are the ideals that we should be promoting, that kind of thing. So algorithm versus human. What's your sense?
I mean, my own experience has demonstrated that you need both of those things. Algorithms, I mean, you're familiar with machine learning algorithms, and the thing they need most is data. And the data is generated by humans. And so, for instance, when we're building a system to try to figure out which are the videos that are misinformation or borderline policy violations, well, the first thing we need to do is get human beings to make decisions about which of those videos are in which category. And then we use that data and basically, take that information that's determined determined and governed by humans and extrapolated or apply it to the entire set of billions of YouTube videos. And we couldn't get to all the videos on YouTube well without the humans. We couldn't use the humans to get to all the videos on YouTube. So there's no world in which you have only one or the other of these things. And just as you said, a lot of it comes down to people at YouTube spending a lot of time trying to figure out what are the right policies, what are the outcomes based on those policies, are they the kinds of things we want to see, and then once we kind of get an agreement or build some consensus around what the policies are, well, then we've got to find a way to implement those policies across all of YouTube, and that's where both human beings, called evaluators, reviewers, come into play to help us with that, and then once we get a lot of training data from them, then we apply machine learning techniques to take it even further.
Do you have a sense that these human beings have a bias in some kind of direction? I mean, that's an interesting question. We do, in autonomous vehicles and computer vision in general, a lot of annotation. And we rarely ask, what bias do the annotators have? You know, even in the sense that they're better at annotating certain things than others. For example, people are much better at annotating segmentation, at segmenting cars in the scene versus segmenting bushes or trees. There's specific mechanical reasons for that, but also because it's semantic gray area, and just for a lot of reasons, people are just terrible at annotating trees. Okay, so in the same kind of sense, do you think of, in terms of people reviewing videos or annotating content of videos, is there some kind of bias that you're aware of or seek out in that input?
Well, we take steps to try to overcome these kinds of biases, or biases that we think would be problematic. So, for instance, like, we ask people to have a bias towards scientific consensus. That's something that we instruct them to do. We ask them to have a bias towards demonstration of expertise or credibility or authoritativeness. But there are other biases that we want to make sure to try to remove. And there's many techniques for doing this. One of them is you send the same thing to be reviewed to many people. And so that's one technique. Another is that you make sure that the people that are doing these sorts of tasks are from different backgrounds and different areas of the United States or the world. But then, even with all of that, it's possible for certain kinds of what we would call unfair biases to creep into machine learning systems, primarily, as you said, because maybe the training data itself comes out in a biased way. And so we also have worked very hard on improving the machine learning systems to remove and reduce unfair biases when it goes against or is involved some protected class, for instance.
Thank you for exploring with me some of the more challenging things. I'm sure there's a few more that we'll jump back to, but let me jump into the fun part, which is maybe the basics of the quote-unquote YouTube algorithm. What does the YouTube algorithm look at to make recommendation for what to watch next, just from a machine learning perspective? Or when you search for a particular term, how does it know what to show you next? Because it seems to, at least for me, do an incredible job.
Well, that's kind of you to say. It didn't used to do a good job, but it's gotten better over the years. Even I think that it's improved quite a bit. Those are two different situations. When you search for something, YouTube uses the best technology we can get from Google to make sure that the YouTube search system finds what someone's looking for. And of course, the very first things that one thinks about is, okay, well, does the word occur in the title, for instance? there are much more sophisticated videos where we're mostly trying to do some syntactic match or maybe a semantic match based on words that we can add to the document itself. For instance, maybe is this video watched a lot after this query, right? That's something that we can observe, and then as a result, make sure that document we can retrieve for that query. Now, when you talk about what kind of videos would be recommended to watch next, that's something, again, we've been working on for many years. And probably the first real attempt to do that well was to use collaborative filtering. So
can you describe what collaborative filtering is?
Sure, it's just basically what we do is we observe which videos get watched close together by the same person. And if you observe that, and if you can imagine creating a graph where the videos that get watched close together by the most people are sort of very close to one another in this graph, and videos that don't frequently get watched close together by the same person or the same people far apart, then you end up with this graph that we call the related graph that basically represents videos that are very similar or related in some way. And what's amazing about that is that it puts all the videos that are in the same language, for instance. And we didn't even have to think about language. It just does it. Yeah, right? And it puts all the videos that are about sports together. It puts most of the music videos together. And it puts all of these sorts of videos together just because that's sort of the way the people who are using YouTube behave.
And that already cleans up a lot of the problem. It takes care of the lowest hanging fruit. It happens to be a huge one of just managing these millions of videos.
That's right. I remember a few years ago I was talking to someone who was trying to propose that we do a research project concerning people who are bilingual. And this person was making this proposal based on the idea that YouTube could not possibly be good at recommending videos well to people who are bilingual. And so she was telling me about this, and I said, well, can you give me an example of what problem you think we have on YouTube with the recommendations? She said, well, I'm a researcher in the U.S. and when I'm looking for academic topics, I want to see them in English. And so she searched for one, found a video, and then looked at the watch next suggestions, and they were all in English. And so she said, "Oh, I see. YouTube must think that I speak only English." And so she said, "Now, I'm actually originally from Turkey, and sometimes when I'm cooking, let's say I want to make some baklava, I really like to watch videos that are in Turkish." And so she searched for a video about making baklava and then selected it. It was in Turkish, and the watch next recommendations were in Turkish. And she just couldn't believe how this was possible. and how is it that you know that I speak both these two languages and put all the videos together? And it's just as a sort of an outcome of this related graph that's created through collaborative filtering.
So for me, one of my huge interests is just human psychology, right? And such a powerful platform on which to utilize human psychology to discover what individual people want to watch next. It's also just fascinating to me. I've Google search has the ability to look at your own history, and I've done that before. Just what I've searched 3 years, many years, and it's a fascinating picture of who I am actually. And I don't think anyone's ever summarized that. I personally love that, a summary of who I am as a person on the internet. To me, because I think it reveals. I think it puts a mirror to me or to others. That's actually quite revealing and interesting. With just maybe the number of it's a joke, but not really. It's the number of cat videos I've watched. All of it, stuff that's absurd. that kind of stuff. It's really interesting, and of course, it's really good for the machine learning aspect to show to figure out what to show next. But it's interesting. Have you, just as a tangent, played around with the idea of giving a map to people, sort of, as opposed to just using this information to show us next, showing them here are the clusters you've loved over the years.
Well, we do provide the history of all the. So you can definitely search through that and look through it and search through it to see what it is that you're watching on YouTube. And we have actually, in various times, experimented with this sort of cluster idea, finding ways to demonstrate or show people what topics they've been interested in or what clusters they've watched from. Interesting you put this up because in some sense, the way the recommendation system of YouTube sees a user is exactly as the history of all the videos they've watched on YouTube. And so you can think of yourself or any user on YouTube as kind of like a DNA strand of all your videos, right? That sort of represents you. You can also think of it as maybe a vector in the space of all the videos on YouTube. And so, now once you think of it as a vector in the space of all the videos on YouTube, then you can start to say, okay, well, which videos, which other vectors are close to me and to my vector, and that's one of the ways that we generate some diverse recommendations. Because you're like, okay, well, these people seem to be close with respect to the videos they watch on YouTube. Here's the topic for a video that one of them has watched and enjoyed, but the other one hasn't. That could be an opportunity to make a good recommendation.
I gotta tell you, I mean, I know that I'm gonna ask for things that are impossible, but I would love to cluster them human beings. Like, I would love to know who has similar trajectories to me. Because you probably would want to hang out. Right? There's a social aspect there. Like, actually finding some of the most fascinating people I find on YouTube who have like no followers, and I start following them, and they create incredible content. And on that topic, I just love to have. There's some videos that blow my mind in terms of quality and depth, and just in every regard are amazing videos, and they have like 57 views. Okay, how do you get videos of quality to be seen by many eyes? So the measure of quality, is it just something? Yeah, how do you know that something is good?
Well, I mean, I think it depends initially on what sort of video we're talking about. So in the realm of, let's say, you mentioned politics and news. In that realm, quality news or quality journalism relies on having a journalism department, right? Like you have to have actual journalists and fact checkers and people like that. And so in that situation, and in others, maybe science or medicine, quality has a lot to do with the authoritativeness and credibility and expertise of people who make the video. Now, if you think about the other end of the spectrum, what is the highest quality prank video? Or what is the highest quality Minecraft video, right? That might be the one that people enjoy watching the most and watch to the end. That might be the one that when we ask people the next day after they watched it, were they satisfied? And so we, especially in the realm of entertainment, have been trying to get at better and better measures of quality or satisfaction or enrichment since I came to YouTube. And we started with, well, the first approximation is the one that gets viewed. But we both know that things can get a lot of views and not really be that high quality, especially if people are clicking on something and immediately realizing it's not that great and abandoning it. And that's why we moved the views to thinking about the amount of time people spend watching it, with the premise that, like, in some sense, the time that someone spends watching a video is related to the value that they get from that video. It may not be perfectly related, but it has something to say about how much value they get. But even that's not good, right? Because I myself have spent time clicking through channels on television late at night and ended up watching Under Siege 2 for some reason I don't know. And if you were to ask me the next day, are you glad that you watched that show on TV last night? I'd say, yeah, I wish I would have gone to bed or read a book or almost anything else, really. And so that's why some people got the idea a few years ago to try to survey users afterwards. So we get feedback data from those surveys and then use that in the machine learning system to try to not just predict what you're going to click on right now, what you might watch for a while, but what when we ask you tomorrow, you'll give 4 or 5 stars to.
So just to summarize, what are the signals from a machine learning perspective that you can provide? So you mentioned just clicking on the video views, the time watched, maybe the relative time watched, the clicking like and dislike on the video, maybe commenting on the video, and all of those things. And then the one I wasn't actually quite aware of, even though I might have in it, is a survey afterwards, which is a brilliant idea. Is there other signals? I mean, that's already a really rich space of signals to learn from. Is there something else?
Well, you mentioned commenting, also sharing the video. You think it's worthy to be shared with someone else you know?
Within YouTube or outside YouTube as well?
Either. Let's see, you mentioned like, dislike.
The like and dislike, how important is that?
It's very important. Right? We want, it's predictive of satisfaction. But it's not perfectly predictive. Subscribe. If you subscribe to the channel of the person who made the video, and that also is a piece of information that signals satisfaction. Although over the years we've learned that people have a wide range of attitudes about what it means to subscribe. We would ask some users who didn't subscribe very much why, but they watched a lot from a few channels. We'd say, well, why didn't you subscribe? And he would say, well, I can't. And, we tried to let them understand, like, actually, it doesn't cost anything. It's free. It just helps us know that you are very interested in this creative. But then we've asked other people who subscribe to many things and don't really watch any of the videos from those channels, and we say, well, why did you subscribe to this if you weren't really interested in any more videos from that channel? And they might tell us, well, I thought the person did a great job, and I just want to kind of give them a high five.
Yeah.
Right? And so,
yeah, that's where I said I actually subscribe to channels where this person is amazing. I like this person, but then I like this person. I really want to support them. That's how I click subscribe.
Right.
Even though I never actually want to click on that video when they're releasing it, I just love what they're doing, and it's maybe outside of my interest area and so on. Which is probably the wrong way to use the subscribe button. But I just want to say congrats. It's a great work.
Well,
so you have to deal with all the space of people that see the subscribe button is totally different.
That's right. And so, we can't just close our eyes and say, sorry, you're using it wrong. We're not going to pay attention to what you've done. We need to embrace all the ways in which all the different people in the world use the subscribe button or the like and the dislike button.
So in terms of signals of machine learning, using for the search and for the recommendation, you mentioned titles and like metadata, like text data that people provide, description and title and maybe keywords. Maybe you could speak to the value of those things in search, and also this incredible, fascinating area of the content itself, so the video content itself, trying to understand what's happening in the video. So YouTube released a data set that in the machine learning computer vision world, this is just an exciting space. How much is that currently? How much are you playing with that currently? How much is your hope for the future of being able to analyze the content of the video? So,
well, we have been working on that also since I came.
Analyzing the content.
Analyzing the content. And what I can tell you is that our ability to do it well is still somewhat. We can tell if it's a music video. We can tell if it's a sports video. We can probably tell you that people are playing soccer. Um, we probably can't tell whether it's Manchester United or my daughter's soccer team. So these things are kind of difficult, and using them, we can use them in some ways. So for instance, we use that kind of information to understand and inform these clusters that I talked about. And also maybe to add some words like soccer, for instance, to the video if it doesn't occur in the title or the description, which is remarkable that often it doesn't. One of the things that I ask creators to do is please help us out with the title and description. For instance, we were a few years ago having a live stream of some competition for World of Warcraft on YouTube. And it was a very important competition, but if you typed World of Warcraft in search, you wouldn't find it.
World of Warcraft wasn't in the title?
World of Warcraft wasn't in the title. It was match 478, A team versus B team, and World of Warcraft wasn't in the title. It's like, come on.
Being literal on the internet is actually very uncool, which is the problem.
Oh, is that right?
Well, I mean, in some sense, well, some of the greatest videos, I mean, there's a humor to just being indirect, being witty, and so on, and actually being, machine learning algorithms want you to be, literal. Right? You just want to say what's in the thing, be very, very, very simple, and in some sense, that gets away from wit and humor. So you have to play with both, right? So, but you're saying that for now, sort of the content of the title, the content of the description, the actual text, is one of the best ways to for the algorithm to find your video and put them in the right cluster.
That's right, and I would go further and say that if you want human beings, to select your video in search, then it helps to have, let's say, World of Warcraft, because why would a person, if they're looking at a bunch, they type World of Warcraft and they have a bunch of videos, all of them say World of Warcraft, except the one that you uploaded. Well, even the person is going to think, maybe this is somehow search made a mistake. This isn't really about World of Warcraft. So it's important not just for the machine learning system, but also for the people who might be looking for this sort of thing. They get a clue that it's what they're looking for by seeing that same thing prominently in the title of the video.
Okay, let me push back on that. So I think from the algorithm perspective, yes, but if they typed in World of Warcraft and saw a video that with the title of simply winning, and the thumbnail has like a sad orc or something, I don't know, right? Like, I think that's much. It gets your curiosity up, and then if they could trust that the algorithm was smart enough to figure out somehow that this is indeed a World of Warcraft video, that would have created the most beautiful experience. I think in terms of just the wit and the humor and the curiosity that movies actually have. But you're saying, I mean, realistically speaking, it's really hard for the algorithm to figure out that the content of that video will be a World of Warcraft video.
And you have to accept that some people are going to skip it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, and so you're right. The people who don't skip it and select it are going to be delighted. But other people might say, yeah.
Making stuff discoverable, I think is really working on hoping. So yeah, so from your perspective, put stuff in the title.
And remember, the collaborative filtering part of the system starts by the same user watching videos together, right? So the way that they're probably going to do that is by searching.
That's a fascinating aspect. It's like ant colonies. That's how they find stuff. So, I mean, what degree for collaborative filtering in general is one curious ant, one curious user essential? So just a person who is more willing to click on random videos and sort of explore these cluster spaces. In your sense, how many people are just like watching the same thing over and over and over and over? And how many are just like the explorers that just kind of like click on stuff and then help the other ant and the ants colony discover the cool stuff? You have a sense for that at all?
I really don't think I have a sense for
Okay.
the relative sizes of those groups. But I would say that people come to YouTube with some certain amount of intent, and as long as they, to the extent to which they try to satisfy that intent, that certainly helps our systems, right? Because our systems rely on kind of a faithful amount of behavior, right? And there are people who try to trick us, right? There are people and machines that try to associate videos together that really don't belong together, but they're trying to get that association made because it's profitable for them. And so we have to always be resilient to that sort of attempted gaming system.
So, speaking to that, there's a lot of people that, in a positive way, perhaps, I don't know, I don't like it, but like to want to try to game the system. You get more attention. Everybody, creators, in a positive sense, want to get attention, right? So how do you work in this space? And people create more sort of clickbaity titles and thumbnails. Sort of Veritastic Derek has made a video that basically describes that it seems what works is to create a high quality video, really good video, what people would want to watch and wants to click on it, but have clickbait titles and thumbnails to get them to click on it in the first place. And he's saying, I'm embracing this fact, I'm just going to keep doing it. I hope you forgive me for doing it. And you will enjoy my videos once you click on them. So in what sense do you see this kind of clickbait style attempt to manipulate, to get people in the door, to manipulate the algorithm or play with the algorithm, game the algorithm?
I think that you can look at it as an attempt to game the algorithm, but even if you were to take the algorithm out of it, and just say, okay, well, all these videos haven't been lined up, which the algorithm didn't make any decision about which one to put at the top or the bottom, but they're all lined up there. Which one are the people going to choose? And I'll tell you the same thing that I told Derek is, I have a bookshelf, and they have two kinds of books on it, science books. I have my math books from when I was a student, and they all look identical except for the titles on the covers. They're all yellow, they're all from Springer, and every single one of them, the cover is totally the same. Right?
Yeah.
On the other hand, I have other more pop science type books, and they all have very interesting covers, right? And they have provocative titles and things like that. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're clickbait because they are indeed good books, and I don't think that they cross any line. But that's just a decision you have to make, right? Like the people who write classical recursion theory by Bureau and Freddy, it was fine with the yellow title and nothing more. Whereas I think other people who wrote a more popular type book understand that they need to have a compelling cover and a title, and I don't think there's anything really wrong with it. We do take steps to make sure that there is a line that we don't cross. And if you go too far, maybe your thumbnail is especially racy, or it's all caps with too many exclamation points. We observe that users are kind of sometimes offended by that, and so for the users who are offended by that, we will depress those videos.
And which reminds me, there's also another signal when you say, I don't know if it's recently added, but I really enjoy it. Just saying, something like I don't want to see it anymore, or something like, like this is like there's certain videos that just cut me the wrong way. Just jump out at me. It's like I don't want this, and it feels really good to clean that out. To be like, that's not for me. I don't know. I think that might have been recently added, but that's also a really strong signal.
Yes, absolutely. We don't want to make a recommendation that people are happy.
And that particular one makes me feel good as a user in general, and as a machine learning person, because I feel like I'm helping the algorithm. In my interaction with YouTube, don't always feel like I'm helping the algorithm. Like I'm not reminded of that fact. Like for example, Tesla and autopilot, and Elon Musk create a feeling for their customers and people that own Teslas that they're helping the algorithm of Tesla people.
Right.
Like they're all like are really proud they're helping us learn. I think you can always remind people that you're helping the algorithm get smarter. And for me, I love that idea. Like we're all collaboratively, like Wikipedia gives that sense. They're all together creating a beautiful thing. YouTube doesn't always remind me of that. It's this conversation is reminding me of that.
But that's a good tip. We should keep that fact in mind when we design these features. I'm not sure I really thought about it that way, but that's a very interesting perspective.
It's an interesting question of personalization that I feel like when I click like on a video, I'm just improving my experience. It would be great. It would make me personally, people are different, but make me feel great if I was helping also the YouTube algorithm broadly say something. You know what I'm saying? Like there's that. I don't know if that's human nature, but you want the products you love. Like I certainly love YouTube. Like you want to help it get smarter and smarter and smarter because there's some kind of coupling between our lives together being better. If YouTube is better, then my life will be better. I'm not sure what that is, and I'm not sure how many people share that feeling. It could be just a machine learning feeling. But at that point, how much personalization is there in terms of next video recommendations? So is it kind of all really boiling down to the clustering, like you find the nearest clusters to me and so on, and that kind of thing, or is it how much is personalized to me, the individual, completely?
It's very, very personal. So your experience will be quite a bit different from anybody else's who's watching that same video, at least when you're logged in. And the reason is that we found that users often want two different kinds of things when you're watching a video. They want to keep watching more on that topic or more in that genre. And other times they just are done and they're ready to move on to something else. And so the question is, well, what is the something else? And one of the first things one can imagine is well, maybe something else is the latest video from some channel to it. And that's going to be very different for you than it is for me, right? And even if it's not something that you subscribe to, it's something that you watch a lot. Again, that would be very different on a person-by-person basis. And so even the watch next, as well as the homepage, of course, is quite personal.
So we mentioned some of the signals of success look like. What does success look like in terms of the algorithm creating a great long-term experience for a user? Or put another way, if you look at the videos I've watched this month, how do you know the algorithm succeeded for me?
I think, first of all, if you come back and watch more YouTube, that's one indication that you found some value.
Just the number of hours is a powerful indicator.
I mean, not the hours themselves, but the fact that you return on another day. So that's probably the most simple indicator. People don't come back to things that they don't find value in. Right? There's a lot of other things that they could do. But like I said, I mean, ideally we would like everybody to feel that YouTube enriches their lives and that every video they watch is the best one they've ever since they've started watching YouTube. And so that's why we survey them and ask them, like, is this 1 to 5 stars? And so our version of success is every time someone takes that survey, they say it's 5 stars. And if we ask them, is this the best video you've ever seen on YouTube? They say yes, every single time. So it's hard to imagine that we would actually achieve that, and asymptotically we would get there. But that would be what we think success is.
It's funny, I've recently said somewhere, I don't know, maybe tweeted, but that Ray Dalio has this video on the economic machine. I forget what it's called, but it's a 30-minute video. And I said it's the greatest video I've ever watched on YouTube. It's like, I watched the whole thing, my mind was blown. It's very crisp, clean description of how at least the American economic system works. Beautiful video. And I wanted to click on something to say this is the best thing. This is the best thing ever. Please let me. I can't believe I discovered it. I mean, the views and the likes reflect its quality, but I was almost upset that I haven't found it earlier and wanted to find other things like it. I don't think I've ever felt that this is the best video I've watched, and that was that. And to me, the ultimate utopia, the best experience is where every single video, where I don't see any of the videos I regret, and every single video I watch is one that actually helps me grow, helps me for life, be happy, and so on. Well, so that's a heck of it's one of the most beautiful and ambitious machine learning tests. So when you look at a society, especially visual user, do you think of how YouTube is changing society when you have these millions of watching videos, learning, changing, having debates? Do you have a sense of what the big impact on society is? Because I think it's huge. But do you have a sense of what direction we're taking this world?
Well, I mean, I think openness has had an impact on society already.
What do you mean by openness?
Well, the fact that unlike other mediums, there's not someone sitting at YouTube who decides before you can upload your video whether it's worth having you upload it, or worth anybody seeing it, right? And so, there are some creators who say, I wouldn't have this opportunity to reach an audience. Tyler Oakley often said that he wouldn't have had this opportunity to reach this audience if it weren't for YouTube. And so I think that's one way in which YouTube has changed society. I know that there are people that I work with from outside the United States, especially from places where literacy is low, and they think that YouTube can help in those places because you don't need to be able to read and write in order to learn something important for your life. Maybe how to do some job or how to fix something. And so that's another way in which I think YouTube is possibly changing society. So I worked in YouTube for 9 years, and it's fun because I meet people, and you tell them where you work. You say you work on YouTube, and they immediately say, "I love YouTube."
Yeah.
Right, which is great, makes me feel great. But then, of course, when I ask them, well, what is it that you love about YouTube? Not one time ever has anybody said that the search works outstanding or that the recommendations are great. What they always say when I ask them, what do you love about YouTube, is they immediately start talking about some channel or some creator or some topic or some community that they found on YouTube and that they just love.
Yeah.
And so that has made me realize that YouTube is really about the video and connecting the people with the videos. And then everything else kind of gets out of the way.
So beyond the video, it's interesting because you kind of mentioned creator. What about the connection with just the individual creators as opposed to just individual video? So like I gave the example of Ray Dahlia video, that the video itself is incredible. But there's some people who are just creators that I love that they're one of the cool things about people who call themselves YouTubers or whatever is they have a journey. They usually almost all of them are they suck horribly in the beginning. And they kind of grow, and then there's that genuineness in their growth. So, YouTube clearly wants to help creators connect with their audience in this kind of way. So how do you think about that process of helping creators grow, helping them connect with their audience, develop not just individual videos, but the entirety of a creator's life?
Well, I mean, we're trying to help creators find the biggest audience that they can find. And the reason why you brought up creator versus video, the reason why engagement of the channel is so important is because if we have a hope of people coming back to YouTube, well, they have to have in their minds some sense of what they're going to find when they come back to YouTube. If YouTube were just the next viral video, and I have no concept of what the next viral video could be. One time it's a cat playing piano, and the next day it's some children interrupting a reporter, and the next day it's some other thing happening. Then it's hard for me to when I'm not watching YouTube say, "Gosh, I really would like to see something from someone or about something," right? And so that's why I think this connection between fans and creators is so important for both, because it's a way of sort of fostering a relationship that can play out into the future.
They talk about kind of a dark and interesting question in general. Again, a topic that you or nobody has an answer to. But social media has a sense of, it gives us highs and gives us lows. In the sense that so creators often speak about having sort of burnout and having psychological ups and downs and challenges mentally in terms of continuing the creation process. There's a momentum. There's a huge excited audience that makes everybody feel that these creators feel great. And I think it's more than just financial. I think it's literally just they love that sense of community. It's part of the reason I upload to YouTube. I don't care about money, never will. What I care about is the community. Because some people feel like this momentum, and even when there's times in their life when you don't feel, for some reason don't feel like creating. So how do you think about burnout, this mental exhaustion that some YouTube creators go through? Is that something we have an answer for? Is it something? How do we even think about that?
Well, the first thing is we want to make sure that the YouTube systems are not contributing to this sense, right? And so we've done a fair amount of research to demonstrate that you can absolutely take a break. You are a creator and you've been uploading a lot. We have just as many examples of people who took a break and came back more popular than they were before, as we have examples of going the other way.
Yeah, can we pause on that for a second? So the feeling that people have, I think, is if I take a break, the party would leave, right? So if you could just linger on that. So in your sense that taking a break is okay.
Yes, taking a break is absolutely okay. And the reason I say that is because we can observe many examples of creators coming back very strong and even stronger after they have taken some sort of break. And so I just want to dispel the myth that this somehow necessarily means that your channel is going to go down or lose views. That is not the case. We know for sure that this is not a necessary outcome. And so we want to encourage people to make sure that they take care of themselves. That is job one, right? And you have to look after yourself and your mental health. And I think that it probably, in some of these cases, contributes to better videos once they cut back, right? Because a lot of people, I know myself, if I'm burned out on something, then I'm probably not doing my best work, even though I can keep working until I pass out. And so I think that taking a break may even improve the creative ideas that someone has.
Okay, I think that's a really important thing to dispel. I think it applies to all of social media. Like literally, I've taken a break for a day every once in a while. sorry if that sounds like a short time. But even email, just taking a break from email, I'll only check the email once a day. Especially when you're going through logical personal life and so on, or really not sleeping much because of work deadlines, it can refresh you in a way that's profound. And so the same applies.
It was there when you came back.
It's there, and it looks different actually when you come back. You sort of brighter eyes, some coffee, everything. The world looks better. So it's important to take a break when you need it. So you mentioned kind of the YouTube algorithm isn't, E equals MC squared. It's not a single equation. It's potentially sort of more than a million lines of code. Sort of, is it more akin to what successful autonomous vehicles today are, which is they're just basically patches on top of patches of heuristics and human experts really tuning the algorithm and have some machine learning modules? Or is it becoming more and more a giant machine learning system with humans just doing a little bit of tweaking here and there? What's your sense? First of all, do you even have a sense of what is the YouTube algorithm at this point? And however much you do have a sense, what is it?
Well, we don't usually think about it as the algorithm because it's a bunch of systems that work on different services. The other thing that I think people don't understand is that what you might refer to as the YouTube algorithm from outside of YouTube is actually a bunch of code and machine learning systems and heuristics, but that's married with the behavior of all the people who come to YouTube every day.
So the people part of the code, essentially.
Exactly, right? Like if there were no people who came to YouTube tomorrow, then the algorithm wouldn't work anymore, right? So that's a critical part of the algorithm. And so when people talk about, well, the algorithm does this, the algorithm does that, it's sometimes hard to understand. Well, it could be that the viewers are doing that, and the algorithm is mostly just keeping track of what the viewers do and then reacting to those things in sort of more fine-grained situations. And I think that this is the way that the recommendation system and the search system and probably many machine learning systems evolve is you start trying to solve a problem. And the first way to solve a problem is often with a simple heuristic, right? And you want to say, what are the videos we're going to recommend? Well, how about the most popular ones? Right? And that's where you start. And over time, you collect some data and define your situation so that you're making less heuristic, so you are a system that can actually learn what to do in different situations based on some observations of those situations in the past. And you keep chipping away at these heuristics over time. So I think that just like with diversity, I think the first diversity measure we took was, okay, not more than 3 videos in a row from the same channel, right? It's a pretty simple heuristic to encourage diversity. It worked, right? You used to see 4, 5, 6 videos in a row from the same channel. And over time, we try to chip away at that and make it more fine-grained and basically have it remove the heuristics in favor of something that can react to individuals and individual situations.
So how do you mentioned, we know that something works. How do you get a sense when decisions say like A/B testing that this idea was a good one, this was not so good? How do you measure that, and across which time scale, across how many users, that kind of thing?
Well, you mentioned that A/B experiments, and so just about every single change we make to YouTube, we do it only after we've run a A/B experiment. And so in those experiments, which run from 1 week to months, we measure literally hundreds of different variables and measure changes with confidence intervals in all of them. Because we really are trying to get a sense, but ultimately, does this improve the experience for viewers? That's the question we're trying to answer. And an experiment is one way, because we can see certain things go up and down. So for instance, if we notice in the experiment, people are dismissing videos less frequently, or they're saying that they're more satisfied and giving more videos 5 stars after they watch them. And those will be indications of that the experiment is successful. It's improving the situation for viewers. But we can also look at other things. Like we might do user studies when we invite some people in and ask them, like, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? Have you feel about this, and other various kinds of user research. But ultimately, before we launch something, we're going to want to run an experiment so we get a sense for what the impact is going to be, not just to the viewers, but also to the different channels.
And an absurd question. Nobody knows what. Actually, it's interesting. Maybe there's an answer. But if I want to make a viral video, how do I do it?
I don't know how you make a viral video. I know that we have in the past tried to figure out if we could detect when a video was going to be viral. And those were, when you take the first and second derivatives of the view count, and maybe use that to do some prediction. But I can't say we ever got very good at that. Oftentimes we look at where the traffic was coming from. If a lot of the viewership is coming from something like Twitter, then maybe it has a higher chance of being viral than maybe when it's coming from search or something. But that was just trying to detect a video that might be viral. How to make one? Like, I have no idea. I mean, so you get your kids to interrupt you while you're on the news.
Absolutely. But after the fact, on one visual video, so ahead of time predicting is a really hard task. But after the video went viral in analysis, can you sometimes understand why it went viral from the perspective of YouTube? First, was it even interesting for YouTube that a particular video is viral, or does that not matter for the individual, but for the experience of people?
Well, I think people expect that if a video is going viral and it's something they would be interested in, I think they would expect YouTube to recommend it.
Right. So if someone's going viral, it's good to just let people ride the wave with violence.
Well, I mean, we want to meet people's expectations in that way.
So, like I mentioned, I hung out with Derek Mueller a while ago, a couple of months back. He's actually the person who suggested I talk to you on this podcast.
All right, well, thank you, Derek.
At that time, he just recently posted an awesome science video titled, "Why Are 96 Million Black Balls on This Reservoir?" And in a matter of, I don't know how long, but like a few days, he got 30 million views. And he's still growing. Is this something you can analyze and understand why it happened, this video, or any one particular video like it?
I mean, we can surely see where it was recommended, who watched it, those sorts of things.
So it's actually, sorry to interrupt, it is the video which helped me discover Derek. I didn't know who he is before. So I remember, usually I just have all of these technical, boring MIT Stanford talks in my recommendation because that's all I watch. And then all of a sudden there's this Black Balls in Reservoir video with like an excited nerd and with like just, why is this being recommended to me? So I clicked on it and watched the whole thing. It was awesome. And then a lot of people had that experience of, why was I recommended this? But they all, of course, watched it and enjoyed it, which is, what's your sense of this just wave of recommendation, right, that comes with this viral video that ultimately people can enjoy after they click on it?
Well, I think it's the system, basically doing what anybody who's recommending something will do, which is show it to some people. If they like it, say, okay, well, I'll find some more people who are a little bit like them. Okay, I'm going to try with them. Oh, they like it too. Let me expand this one some more, find some more people. Oh, it turns out they like it too. So I just keep going until you get some feedback that says, that, oh, now you've gone too far. These people don't like it. And so I think that's basically what happened. Now, you asked me about how to make a video go viral, make a viral video. I don't think that if you or I decided to make a video about 96 million balls, that it would also go viral. Derek made the canonical video about those black balls in the lake. And so,
he did actually.
Right. And so I don't know whether or not just following along is the secret.
Yeah, but it's fascinating. I mean, just like you said, the algorithm sort of expanding that circle and figuring out that more and more people did enjoy it, and that sort of phase shift of just a huge number of people enjoying it. The algorithm quickly, automatically I assume, figuring that out. That's a, I don't know, the dynamics of psychology, that is a beautiful thing. Right? But what do you think about the idea of clipping? Like, too many people annoyed me into doing it, which is they were requesting it. They said it's very beneficial to add clips in like the coolest points and actually have explicit videos. Like I'm re-uploading a video, like a short clip, which is what the podcast is doing. Yeah. Do you see it's supposed to like I also add timestamps for the topics? You know, you want the clip. Do you see YouTube somehow helping creators with that process or helping connect clips to the original videos? Or is that just on a long list of amazing things to work towards?
Yeah, I mean, it's not something that I think we've done yet, but I can tell you that I think clipping is great, and I think it's actually great for you as a creator. Here's the reason. If you think about, I mean, let's say the NBA is uploading videos of its games. People might search for Warriors versus Rockets, or they might search for Steph Curry. And so a highlight from the game in which Steph Curry makes an amazing shot is an opportunity for someone to find a portion of that video. And so I think that you never know how people are going to search for something that you've created. And so you want to, I would say, you want to make clips and add titles and things like that so that they can find it as easily as possible.
Do you have a dream of a future, perhaps a distant future, when the YouTube algorithm figures that out? Sort of automatically detects the parts of the video that are really interesting, exciting, potentially exciting for people. You sort of clip them out in this incredibly rich space. So if you talk even just this conversation, we probably covered 30, 40 little topics. And there's a huge space of users that would find, 30% of those topics are interesting. And that space is very different. It's something that's beyond my ability to clip out, right? But the algorithm might be able to figure all that out, expand into clips. Do you think about this kind of thing? Do you have a hope, a dream that one day the algorithm will be able to do that kind of deep content analysis?
Well, we've actually had projects that attempt to, but it really does depend on understanding the video well, and our understanding of the video right now is quite crude. And so I think it would be especially hard to do it with a conversation like this. One might be able to do it with, let's say, a soccer match more easily, right? You could probably find out where the goal was scored. And then, of course, you need to figure out who it was that scored the goal, and that might require a human to do some annotation. But I think that trying to identify coherent topics in a transcript like the one that our conversation is not something that we're going to be very good at right away.
And I was speaking more to the general problem, actually, of being able to do both the soccer match and our conversation without explicit sort of almost. My hope was that there exists an algorithm that's able to find exciting things in video.
So Google now on Google search will help you find the segment of the video that you're interested in. So if you search for something like how to change the filter in my dishwasher, then there's a long video about your dishwasher, and this is the part where the person shows you how to change the filter, then it will highlight that area and provide a link directly to it.
And do you know if from your recollection, do you know if the thumbnail reflects, like, what's the difference between showing the full video and the shorter clip? Do you know how it's presented in the search results?
I don't remember how it's presented. The other thing I would say is that right now it's based on creator annotations.
It's not the thing we're talking about.
But folks are working on the more automatic version. It's interesting, people might not imagine this, but a lot of our systems start by using almost entirely the audience behavior. And then as they get better, the refinement comes from using content.
And I know there's privacy concerns, but I wish YouTube explored the space, which is sort of putting a camera on if they allowed it, right? Study their, like I did a lot of emotion recognition work and so on, to study actual sort of richer signal. One of the cool things when you upload 360 like VR video to YouTube, and I've done this a few times, so I've uploaded myself, horrible idea. Some people enjoyed it, but whatever. The video of me giving a lecture in 360, it's cool because YouTube allows you to then watch where did people look at. There's a heat map of where the center of the VR experience was, and it's interesting because that reveals to you like what people looked at. It's very,
not always what you were expecting.
It's not. In the case of the lecture, it's pretty boring. It is what you're expecting, but we did a few funny videos where there's a bunch of people doing things, and everybody tracks those people. At the beginning, they all look at the main person, and they start spreading around and looking at other people. It's fascinating. So that's a really strong signal of what people found exciting in the video. I don't know how you get that from people just watching, except they tuned out at this point. Like, it's hard to measure this moment was super exciting for people. I don't know how you get that signal. Maybe comment. Is there a way to get that signal where this is when their eyes opened up and they're like, like for me with the Ray Dalio video, right? Like, at first I was like, oh, okay, it's another one of these, like, dumb it down videos. And then you, like, start watching and think, okay, this is really crisp, clean, deep explanation of how the economy works. That's where I, like, set up and started watching. But at that moment, is there a way to detect that moment?
The only way I can think of is by asking people to just wait.
You mentioned that we're quite far away in terms of doing video analysis, deep video analysis. Of course, Google, YouTube, we're quite far away from solving the autonomous driving problem. So it's,
I don't know. I think we're closer to that.
Well, you never know. The Wright brothers thought they're not going to fly for 50 years, 3 years before they flew. So, what are the biggest challenges, would you say? Is it the broad challenge of understanding video and natural language understanding? The challenge before the entire machine learning community of just being able to understand data. Is there something specific to video that's even more challenging than understanding natural language understanding? What's your sense of what the biggest challenge
video is? Just so much information, and so precision becomes a real problem. It's like you're trying to classify something, and you've got a million classes, and the distinctions among them, at least from a machine learning perspective, are often pretty small, right? Like, you need to see this person's number in order to know which player it is, and there's a lot of players. Or you need to see, the logo on their chest in order to know like which team they play for. And so, and that's just figuring out who's who, right? And then you go further and say, okay, well, was that a goal? Was it not a goal? Like, is that an interesting moment, as you said, or is that not an interesting moment? These things can be pretty hard.
So, okay, so Jan LeCun, I'm not sure if you're familiar sort of with his current thinking and work. So he believes that what he's referring to as self-supervised learning will be the solution to achieving this kind of greater level of intelligence. In fact, the thing he's focusing on is watching video and predicting the next frame. So predicting the future of video, right? So for now, we're very far from that, but his thought is because it's unsupervised, or as he refers to as self-supervised. If you watch enough video, essentially, if you watch YouTube, you'll be able to learn about the nature of reality, physics, common sense reasoning required by just teaching a system to predict the next frame. So he's confident this is the way to go. To you, from the perspective of just working with this video, how do you think an algorithm that just watches all of YouTube, stays up all day and night watching YouTube, would be able to understand enough of the physics of the world, about the way this world works, be able to do common sense reasoning?
Well, I mean, we have systems that already watch all of it, but they're just looking for very specific things, right? They're supervised learning systems that are trying to identify something or classify something. And I don't know if predicting the next frame is really different because I'm not an expert on compression algorithms, but I understand that that's kind of what video compression algorithms do, is they basically try to predict the next frame and then fix up the places where they got it wrong, and that leads to higher compression, and you can actually put all the bits for the next frame there. So I don't know if I believe that just being able to predict the next frame is going to be enough, because there's so many frames, and even a tiny bit of error on a per frame basis can lead to wildly different things.
So the thing is, the idea of compression is one way to do compression is to describe the text what's the data video. That's the ultimate algorithm of compression. So the idea is traditionally when you think of video or image compression, you're trying to maintain the same visual quality while reducing the size. But if you think of deep learning from a bigger perspective of what compression is you try to summarize the video. And the idea there is if you have a big enough neural network, just by watching trying to predict the next frame, you'll be able to form a compression, understanding what's going on in the scene. If there's two people talking, you can just reduce that entire video into the fact that two people are talking, and then the content of what they're saying, and so on. That's kind of the open end of the dream. So I just wanted to sort of express like this interesting, compelling notion, but it is nevertheless true that video, our world, is a lot more complicated.
I mean, in terms of search and discovery, we have been working on trying to summarize videos in text or some kind of label for 8 years at least. And
so if you were said the problem is 100% solved, and 8 years ago was 0% solved, where are we on that timeline? Would you say?
Summarize a video well, maybe less than a quarter of the way.
So, on that topic, what does YouTube look like 10, 20, 30 years from now?
And I think that YouTube is evolving to take the place of TV. I grew up as a kid in the 70s, and I watched a tremendous amount of television. And I feel sorry for my poor mom because people told her at the time that it was going to rot my brain and that she could kill her television. Um, but anyway, I mean, I think that YouTube is, at least for my family, a better version of television, right? It's one that is on demand. It's more tailored to the things that my kids want to watch, and also they can find things that they would never have found on television. And so I think that, at least from just observing my own family, that's where we're headed. Is that people watch YouTube kind of in the same way that I watched television when I was younger.
So, from a search and discovery perspective, what are you excited about in the 5, 10, 20, 30 years? Like, what kind of things? And it's already really good. I think it's achieved a lot of course, we don't know what's possible. So it's the task of search, of typing in the text or discovering new videos by the next recommendation. I personally am really happy with these videos. I rarely watch a video that's not awesome. What else is possible? What are you excited about?
Well, I think introducing people to more of what's available on YouTube is not only very important to YouTube and to creators, but I think it will help enrich people's lives, because there's a lot that I'm still finding out is available on YouTube that I didn't even know. I've been working YouTube 8 years, and it wasn't until last year that I learned that I could watch USC football games from the 1970s. Like, I didn't even know that was possible last year. I've been working here quite some time. So, what was broken about that? But it took me 7 years to learn that this stuff was already on YouTube even when I got it. So I think there's a key there. And then, as I said before, we want to make sure that YouTube finds a way to ensure that it's acting responsibly with respect to society and enriching people's lives. So we want to take all of the great things it does and make sure that we are eliminating the negative consequences that might happen. And then, lastly, if we could get to a point where all the videos people watch are the best ones they've ever watched, that would be outstanding too.
Do you see, in many senses, becoming a window into the world for people? It's, especially with live video, you get to watch events. I mean, it's the way you experience a lot of the world that's out there. It's better than TV in many, many ways. So, do you see it becoming more than just video? Do you see creators creating visual experiences in virtual worlds? But if I'm talking crazy now, but sort of virtual reality and that space. So is that, at least for now, totally outside?
I mean, I think Google is thinking about virtual reality. I don't think about virtual reality too much. I know that we want to make sure that YouTube is there when virtual reality becomes something, or if virtual reality becomes something that a lot of people are interested in. But I haven't seen it really take off yet.
Well, the future is wide open. Christos, I've been really looking forward to this conversation. It's been a huge honor. Thank you for answering some of the more difficult questions I've asked. I'm really excited about what YouTube has in store for us. It's one of the greatest products I've ever used and continues. So thank you so much for talking.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for asking me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it. Use code Let's Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds, thousands of young minds to become future leaders and innovators. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. Now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Marcel Proust. The real voyage of discovery consists not in seeking new landscapes, but in having new eyes. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. Following is a conversation with David Chalmers. He's a philosopher, cognitive scientist, specializing in the areas of philosophy of mind, philosophy of language, and consciousness. He's perhaps best known for formulating the hard problem of consciousness, which can be stated as, why does the feeling which accompanies awareness of sensory information exist at all? Consciousness is almost entirely a mystery. Many people who worry about AI safety and ethics believe that in some form consciousness can and should be engineered into AI systems in the future. So while there's much mystery, disagreement, and discoveries yet to be made about consciousness, these conversations, while fundamentally philosophical in nature, may nevertheless be very important for engineers of modern AI systems to engage in. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle to break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends and invest in the stock market as little as $1. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. Since Cash App does fractional share trading, let me mention that the order execution algorithm that works behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is an algorithmic marvel. So big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction in the stock market, making trading more accessible to investors and diversification much easier. If you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, one of my favorite organizations that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. Now, here's my conversation with David Chalmers. Do you think we're living in a simulation?
I don't rule it out. There's probably going to be a lot of simulations in the history of the cosmos. If the simulation is designed well enough, it'll be indistinguishable from a non-simulated reality. And although we could keep searching for evidence that we're not in a simulation, any of that evidence in principle could be simulated. So I think it's a possibility.
But do you think the thought experiment is interesting or useful to calibrate how we think about the nature of reality?
Yeah, I definitely think it's interesting and useful. In fact, I'm actually writing a book about this right now, all about the simulation idea, using it to shed light on a whole bunch of philosophical questions. So the big one is, how do we know anything about the external world? Descartes said, maybe you're being fooled by an evil demon. You're stimulating your brain into thinking all this stuff is real, when in fact it's all made up. Well, the modern version of that is, how do you know you're not in a simulation? And the thought is, if you're in a simulation, none of this is real. That's teaching you something about knowledge. How do you know about the external world? I think there's also really interesting questions about the nature of reality. Right here, if we are in a simulation, is all this real? Is it really a table chair? Is it really a microphone? Do we really have a body? The standard view would be, no, we don't. None of this would be real. My view is actually that's wrong, and even if we are in a simulation, all of this is real. That's why I call this reality 2.0. New version of reality, different version of reality.
What's the difference between quote real world and the world that we see? We interact with the world by perceiving it. They only really exist through the window of our perception system and our mind. So what's the difference between something that's quote unquote real, that just perhaps without us being there, and the world as you perceive it?
The world as we perceive it is very simplified of what's going on underneath. You already know that from thinking about science. You don't see too many, obviously, quantum mechanical effects in what we perceive. We still know quantum mechanics is going on under all things. I like to think the world we perceive is very
quite a simplified picture or color, shape, existing in space, and so on. And we know that's what the philosopher Wolf would tell us called the manifest image, the world as it seems to us. We already know underneath all that is a very different scientific image with atoms, quantum wave functions, or superstrings, or whatever the latest thing is, and that's the ultimate scientific reality. So I think of the simulation idea as basically another hypothesis about what the ultimate, say, quasi-scientific or metaphysical reality is going on underneath the world of the manifest image. The world of the manifest image is this very simple thing that we interact with. It's neutral on the underlying stuff of reality. Science can help tell us about that. Maybe philosophy can help tell us about that too. And if we eventually take the red pill and find out we're in a simulation, my view is that's just another view about what reality is made of. You know, the philosopher Immanuel Kant said, what is the nature of the thing in itself? I've got a glass here and it's got all these appears to me a certain way, some shape, liquid, it's clear. And he said, what is the nature of the thing in itself? Well, let's get the simulation idea. It's a hypothesis about the nature of the thing in itself. It turns out if we're in a simulation, the itself, nature of this glass, okay, it's actually a bunch of data structures running on a computer in the next universe up.
Yeah, that's what people tend to do when they think about simulation. They think about our modern computers and somehow trivially, crudely just scaled up in some sense. But do you think the simulation, I mean, in order to actually simulate something as complicated as our universe that's made up of molecules and atoms and particles and quarks and strings, all of that will require something just infinitely many orders of magnitude more of scale and complexity. Do you think we're even able to even like conceptualize what it would take to simulate our universe? Or does it just slip into this idea that you basically have to build a universe, something so big to simulate it? Does it get this into this fuzzy area that's not useful at all?
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious. I mean, our universe is obviously incredibly complicated, and for us within our universe to build a simulation of a universe as complicated as ours is going to have obvious problems here. The universe is finite. There's just no way that's going to work. Maybe there's some good way to make it work. If the universe is infinite. Maybe an infinite universe could somehow simulate a copy of itself, but that's going to be hard. Nonetheless, just if we are in a simulation, there's no particular reason why we have to think the simulating universe has to be anything like ours.
You said before that it might be, so you could think of it in turtles all the way down. You could think of the simulating universe different than ours, but we ourselves could also create another simulating universe. So you said that there could be these kind of levels of universes, and you've also mentioned this hilarious idea, maybe tongue in cheek, maybe not, that there may be simulations arbitrarily stacked levels, and that we may be in level 42.
Oh yeah,
Along those stacks, referencing Hitchhiker's Guide to the Universe. If we're indeed in a simulation within a simulation at level 42, what do you think level 0 looks like?
I would expect that level 0 is truly enormous. I mean, not just that. If it's finite, it's extraordinarily large, but like capacity, much more likely it's infinite. Maybe it's got some very high theoretic cardinality that enables it to support just any number of simulations. So high degree of infinity at level 0, slightly smaller degree of infinity at level 1. So by the time we get down to us at level 42, maybe plenty of room for lots of simulations of finite capacity. If the top universe is only a small finite capacity, then obviously that's going to put very, very serious limits on how many simulations are going to be able to get running. So I think we can certainly confidently say that if we're at level 42, the top level is pretty damn big.
So it gets more and more constrained as we get down the levels, more and more simplified and constrained and limited resources.
Yeah, we still have plenty of capacity here. What was it? Feynman said he said there's plenty of room at the bottom. We're still a number of levels above the degree where there's room for fundamental computing, physical computing capacity, quantum computing capacity at the bottom levels. We got plenty of room to play with and make. We probably have plenty of room for simulations of pretty sophisticated universes, perhaps none as complicated as our universe, unless our universe is infinite, but still, at the very least, a pretty serious finite universes, but maybe universes somewhat simpler than ours, unless, of course, we're prepared to take sort of shortcuts in the simulation, which might then increase the capacity significantly.
Do you think the human mind, us people, in terms of the complexity of simulation, is at the height of what the simulation might be? Like if you look at incredible entities that could be created in this universe of ours, do you have an intuition about how incredible human beings are on that scale?
I think we're pretty impressive, but we're not that impressive.
Are we above average?
I think human beings are at a certain point in the scale of intelligence made many things possible. You get through evolution and through single-cell organisms, through fish, mammals, primates. Something happens once you get to human beings. We just reach that level where we get to develop language, we get to develop certain kinds of culture, we get to develop certain kinds of collective thinking that has enabled all this amazing stuff to happen, science and literature and engineering and culture and so on. So we get just at the beginning of that, on the evolutionary threshold. It's kind of like we just got there, who knows, a few thousand or tens of thousands of years ago. So we're probably just at the very beginning of what's possible there. So I'm inclined to think among the scale of intelligent beings, we're somewhere very near the bottom. I would expect that, for example, if we're in a simulation and the simulators who created us have the capacity to be far more sophisticated. For level 42, who knows what the ones at level 0 are like.
It's also possible that this is the epitome of what is possible to achieve. So we as human beings see ourselves maybe as flawed, see all the constraints, all the limitations. But maybe that's the magic of the beautiful thing. Maybe those limitations are the essential elements for an interesting, sort of that edge of chaos, that interesting existence. That if you make us much more intelligent, if you make us much more powerful in any kind of dimension of performance, maybe you lose something fundamental that makes life worth living. So you kind of have this optimistic view that we're this little baby that and there's so much growth potential. But this could also be it. The most amazing thing is us.
Maybe what you're saying is consistent with what I'm saying, that we still have levels of intelligence far beyond us. Maybe those levels of intelligence, on your view, would be kind of boring, and we kind of get so good at everything, and life suddenly becomes unidimensional. So we're just inhabiting this one spot with like maximal romanticism.
Yeah.
You get the humans, and it's like, and in years to come, our super intelligent descendants are going to look back at us and say, those were the days when they just hit the point of inflection and life was interesting. I am an optimist, so I'd like to think that, if there is super intelligence somewhere in the future, they'll figure out how to make life super interesting and super romantic.
Well, you know what they're going to do. So what they're going to do is they realize how boring life is when you're super intelligent, so they create a new level of simulation and sort of live through the things they've created by watching them out in their flawed ways. Maybe that's you create a new level of a simulation every time you get really bored with how smart and
this would be kind of sad though. Because the peak of their existence would be like watching simulator entertainment. It's like saying the peak of our existence now is Netflix.
No,
it's all right.
A flip side of that could be the peak of our existence for many people, having children and watching them grow. Very meaningful.
Okay, so create a simulation is like creating a film.
Creating well, any kind of creation is kind of a powerful act. Do you think it's easier to simulate the mind or the universe? So I've heard several people, including the classroom, think about ideas of that maybe you don't need to simulate the universe, you can just simulate the human mind. Or in general, just the distinction between simulating the entirety of it, the entirety of the physical world, or just simulating the mind. Which one do you see as more challenging?
Well, I think in some sense the answer is obvious. It has to be simpler to simulate the mind and to simulate the universe, because the mind is part of the universe. But in order to fully simulate the universe, you're going to have to simulate the mind. Unless we're talking about partial simulation.
And I guess the question is, which comes first? Does the mind come before the universe, or does the universe come before the mind? So the mind could just be an emergent phenomenon in this universe. So simulation is an interesting thing. That, it's not like creating a simulation perhaps requires you to program every single thing that happens in it. It's just defining a set of initial conditions and rules based on which it behaves. Simulating the mind requires you to have a little bit more, and a little bit of a crazy about it. It requires you to understand the fundamentals of cognition, perhaps of consciousness, of perception, of everything like that. That's me. That's not created through some kind of emergence from basic physics laws, but more requires you to actually understand the fundamentals of the mind.
How about if we said to simulate the brain rather than the mind? The brain is just a big physical system. The universe is a giant physical system. To simulate the universe, at the very least, you're going to have to simulate the brain as well as the other physical systems within it. And it's not obvious that the problems are any worse for the brain than for its particularly complex physical system. But if we can simulate arbitrary physical systems, we can simulate brain. There is this further question: when you simulate a brain, will that on all the features of the mind? Like, will you get consciousness? Will you get thinking? Will you get free will? And so on. And that's something philosophers have argued over for years. My own view is if you simulate the brain well enough, that will also simulate the mind. But there's plenty of people who would say no, you really get like a zombie system, a simulation of a brain without any true consciousness.
But for you to put together a brain, consciousness comes from the horizon.
Yeah, I don't think it's obvious.
That's your intuition.
My view is roughly that what is responsible for consciousness? It's in the patterns of information processing and so on, rather than say the biology that it's made of. There's certainly plenty of people out there who think consciousness has to be, say, biological. So if you merely replicate the patterns of information processing in a non-biological substrate, you'll miss what's crucial for consciousness. I just don't think there's any particular reason to think that biology is special here. You can imagine substituting the biology for non-biological systems, say silicon circuits, that play the same role. Behavior will continue to be the same. And I think just thinking about what is the true, when I think about connections, isomorphisms between consciousness and the brain, the deepest connections to me seem to connect consciousness to patterns of information processing, not to specific biology. So I at least adopted as my working hypothesis that basically it's the content and the information that matters for consciousness. At the same time, we don't understand consciousness, so all this could be wrong.
So the computation, the flow, the processing, manipulation of information. The process is where the consciousness, the software is where the consciousness comes from, not the hardware.
Roughly the software, the patterns of information processing, at least in the hardware, which we view as software. It may not be something you can just program, load, and erase, and so on, in the way we can with ordinary software, but it's something at the level of information processing rather than at the level of implementation.
So on that, what do you think of the experience itself, just the experience of the world in a virtual world? virtual reality? Is it possible that we can create sort of offsprings of our consciousness by existing in a virtual world long enough? So, yeah, can we be conscious in the same kind of deep way that we are in this real world by hanging out in a virtual world?
Yeah, well, the kind of virtual worlds we have now are, they're interesting but limited in certain ways. In particular, they rely on us having a brain and so on, which is outside the virtual world. Next, feel strap on my VR headset, or just hang out in a virtual world on a screen, but my brain and then my physical environment might be simulated if I'm in a virtual world. But right now, there's no attempt to simulate my brain. I might think there might be some non-player characters in these virtual worlds that have simulated cognitive systems of certain kinds that dictate their behavior. But mostly they're pretty simple right now. I mean, some people are trying to combine sort of a bit of AI and then non-player characters to make them smarter. But for now, inside virtual worlds, the actual thinking is interestingly distinct from the physics of those virtual worlds. In a way, actually, I like this is kind of reminiscent of the way that Descartes thought our physical world was. There's physics, and there's the mind, and they're separate. Now we think the mind is somehow connected to physics pretty deeply. But in these virtual worlds, the physics of a virtual world, and then there's this brain which is totally outside the virtual world that controls it and interacts it. But anyone exercises agency in a video game, that's actually somebody outside the virtual world moving a controller, controlling the interaction of things inside the virtual world. So right now, in virtual world, the mind is somehow outside the world. And you can imagine in the future, once we serious AI, artificial general intelligence, and so on, then we could come to a virtual world which have enough sufficient you could actually simulate a brain or have a genuine AGI to then presumably be able to act in equally sophisticated ways, maybe even more sophisticated ways inside the virtual world, how it might in the physical world. The question is going to come along. That'll be kind of a VR and virtual world internal intelligence. And then the question is, could they have consciousness, experience, intelligence, free will, all the things that we have? And again, my view is, I don't see why not.
So let me go into it a little bit. I find virtual reality incredibly powerful. Just even the crude virtual reality we have now. Perhaps there's psychological effects that make some people more amenable to virtual worlds than others. But I find myself like today in virtual worlds. Yeah. So
with a headset or on a desktop?
No, with a headset.
Really interesting. I'm totally addicted to using the internet and things on a desktop. But when it comes to VR with a headset, I don't typically use it for more than 10 or 20 minutes. There's something just slightly aversive about it, I find. So I don't, right now, even though I have Oculus Rift and HTC Vive and Samsung this and that,
I want to stay.
For extended period, do you actually find yourself
something about like it's both a combination of just imagination and considering the possibilities of where this goes in the future. It feels like I want to almost prepare my brain for it. Like I want to explore Disneyland when it's first being built. In the early days.
Yeah.
And it feels like I'm walking around almost imagining the possibilities, and something through that process allows my mind to really enter into that world. But you say that the brain is external to that virtual world. It is, strictly speaking, true. But
if you're in VR and you do brain surgery on an avatar, and you're going to open up that skull, what are you going to find? Sorry, nothing there.
nothing.
The brain is elsewhere.
You don't think it's possible to kind of separate them. I don't mean in the hard, like a hard separation, but basically, do you think it's possible with the brain outside of the virtual, when you're wearing a headset, create a new consciousness for prolonged periods of time. Really feel, like really experience, like forget that your brain is outside.
This is going to be the case where the brain is still outside,
Still outside.
but living in the VR. Like, I mean, we already find this, right? With video games that are completely immersive, and you get taken up by living in those worlds, and it becomes your reality for a while.
So they're not completely immersive, they're very immersive.
You don't forget the external world.
Exactly. So that's what I'm asking. It's almost possible to really forget the external world. Really, really emotional stuff.
What to forget completely? Why would we forget? We got pretty good memories. Maybe you can stop paying attention to the external world, but this already happens a lot. I go to work and maybe I'm not paying attention to my home life. I go to a movie and I'm immersed in that. So that degree of immersion, absolutely. But we still have the capacity to remember it. To completely forget the external world, I'm thinking that would probably take some pretty serious drugs or something to make your brain do that.
Possible. So I mean, I guess I'm getting at is consciousness truly a property that's tied to the physical brain, or can you create sort of different offspring copies of consciousness based on the worlds that you enter?
Well, the way we're doing it now with the standard VR is just one brain interacts with the physical world, plays a video game, puts on a video headset, interacts with this virtual world. And I think we typically say there's one consciousness here that nonetheless undergoes different environments, takes on different characters in different environments. This is already something that happens in a non-virtual world. I might interact one way in my home life, work life, social life, and so on. So that will happen in a virtual world very naturally. People sometimes adopt the character of avatars very different from themselves, maybe a different gender, different race, different social background. So that much is certainly possible. I would see that as a single consciousness, as taking on different personas, different literal splitting of consciousness into multiple copies. I think it's going to take something more radical than that. Like maybe you can run different simulations of your brain in different realities and then expose them to different histories and then, split yourself into 10 different simulated copies, then undergo different environments, and then ultimately do become 10 very different consciousnesses. Maybe that could happen, but no, we're not talking about something that's possible in the near term. We're going to have brain simulations for that to happen.
Got it. So before any of that happens, it's fundamentally you see it as a singular consciousness, even though it's experiencing different environments, or sure or not, it's still connected to the same set of memories, same set of experiences, and therefore one sort of joint conscious system.
Yeah, or at least no more multiple than the kind of multiple consciousness that we get from inhabiting different environments in a non-virtual world.
So you said as a child you were a music color synesthete. So where songs had colors for you. So what songs had what colors?
Yeah, this is funny. Didn't pay much attention to this at the time, but I'd listen to a piece of music and I'd get kind of imagery of a kind of color. The weird thing is, mostly they were murky, dark greens and olive browns. And the colors weren't all that interesting. I don't know what the reason is. I mean, my theory is that maybe it's like different chords and tones provided different colors, and they all tended to get mixed together into these somewhat uninteresting browns and greens. Every now and then, there'd be something that had a really pure color. So just a few that I remember. There was a Here, There, and Everywhere by the Beatles, bright red. It has this very distinctive tonality and its chord structure at the beginning. So that's bright red. There's a song by the Alan Parsons Project called Ammonia Avenue. It was kind of a pure blue. Anyway, but no idea how this happened. I didn't pay that much attention until it went away, even when I was about 20. Synesthesia often goes away.
So is it purely just the perception of a particular color, or was there a positive and negative experience with it? Like was blue associated with a positive and negative? Or is it simply the perception of color associated with some characteristic of the color?
For me, I don't remember a lot of association with emotion or with value. Kind of weird and interesting fact. I mean, at the beginning, it was something that happened to everyone. Drawings of colors. Maybe I mentioned it once or twice, and people said, "Oh, that was good." That kind of stuff. But like, it was kind of cool when there was one that had one of these especially pure colors, but only much later, once I became a grad student thinking about the mind, that I read about this phenomenon called synesthesia. I was like, "Hey, that's what I had." And now I occasionally talk about it in my classes. The intro class, it still happens sometimes. A student comes up and says, "Hey, I have that. I never knew about that. I never knew it had a name."
You said that it went away at age 20 or so, and that you have a journal entry from around then saying songs don't have colors anymore. What happened?
What happened? Yeah, it was definitely sad that it was gone. In retrospect, it was like, hey, that's cool. The colors are gone.
Yeah, can you think about that for a little bit? Do you miss those experiences? Because it's a fundamentally different sets of experiences that you no longer have. Or or is it just a nice thing to have had? You don't see them as that fundamentally different than you visiting a new country and experiencing a new environment.
I guess for me, when I had these experiences, they were somewhat marginal. They were like a little bonus kind of experience. I know there are people who have much more serious forms of synesthesia than this, for whom it's absolutely central to their lives. I know people who, when they experience new people, they have colors, maybe they have tastes, and so on. Every time they see writing, it has colors. Some people, whenever they hear music, it's got a certain really rich color pattern, and for some synesthetes, it's absolutely central. And if they lost it, they'd be devastated. And for me, it was a very, very mild form of synesthesia. It's like those interesting experiences. You might get under different altered states of consciousness and so on. And it's kind of cool, but not necessarily the sort of most important experiences in your life.
So let's try to go to the very simplest question. You've answered many times, but perhaps the simplest things can help us reveal, even in time, some new ideas. And what, in your view, is consciousness? What is qualia? What is the hard problem of consciousness?
Consciousness, I mean, the word is used many ways, but the kind of consciousness that I'm interested in is basically subjective experience. What it feels like from the inside to be a human being or any other conscious being. I mean, there's something it's like to be me. Right now, I have visual images that I'm experiencing, hearing the voice. I've got maybe some emotional tone. I've got a stream of thoughts running through my head. These are all things that I experience from the first person point of view. I've sometimes called in the mind. It's not a perfect metaphor. It's not like a movie in every way, and it's very rich. But yeah, it's just direct to experience. I call that consciousness. Sometimes philosophers use the word qualia. They do suggest that people tend to use the word qualia for things like the qualities of things like colors, redness, the experience of redness versus the experience of greenness, the experience of one taste or one smell versus another, the experience of the quality of pain. Consciousness is the experience of those qualities.
Well, consciousness is bigger, the entirety of any kind.
My friends, consciousness of thinking is not obviously qualia. It's not like specific qualities like redness or greenness. But still, I'm thinking about my hometown. I'm thinking about what I'm going to do later on. Maybe there's still something running through my head, which is the experience. Maybe it goes beyond those qualities or qualia. Philosophers sometimes use the word phenomenal consciousness for consciousness in this sense. I mean, people also talk about access consciousness, being able to access information in your mind, reflective consciousness, being able to think about yourself. But it looks like the really mysterious one, the one that really gets people going, is phenomenal consciousness. the fact that all this, the fact that this subjective experience and all this feels like something. Oh, and then the hard problem is, how is it that, why is it that there is phenomenal consciousness at all? And how is it that physical processes in the brain could give you subjective experience that looks like, on the face of it, you have all this very complicated physical system in a brain running without it giving subjective experience at all. And yet we do have subjective experience. So the hard problem is just explain that.
Explain how that comes about. We haven't been able to build machines where a red light goes on that says it's not conscious. So how do we actually create that, or how do humans do it, and how do we ourselves do it? But
We do every now and then create machines that can do this. We create babies that are conscious. They got these brains, and that brain does produce consciousness. But even though we can create it, we still don't understand why it happens. Maybe eventually we'll be able to create machines which, as a matter of fact, AI machines, as a matter of fact, are conscious. But that won't necessarily make the hard problem go away any more than it does with babies. Because we still want to know how and why is it that these processes give you consciousness.
you know, you just made me realize for a second, maybe it's a totally dumb realization, but nevertheless, that the useful way to think about the creation of consciousness is looking at a baby. So that there's a certain point at which that baby is not conscious. This sort of, the big baby starts from maybe, I don't know, from a few cells. Right? There's a certain point at which it becomes consciousness, arrives. It's conscious. Of course, we can't know exactly that line. There's the idea that we do create consciousness. Again, I really think mistake. Not until now that I realize we do into consciousness. We get to watch the process happen. We don't know which point it happens, where it is. You know, we do see the first consciousness.
Yeah, I mean, there's a question, of course, is whether babies are conscious when they're born. And it used to be, it seems, at least some people thought they weren't, which is why they didn't take newborn babies when they circumcised them. And so on. Now people think, oh, that's incredibly cruel. Of course, babies feel pain. And now the dominant view is that the babies can feel pain. My partner, Claudia, works on this whole issue of whether there's consciousness in babies and of what kind. And she certainly thinks that newborn babies come into the world with some degree of consciousness. Of course, then you can just extend the question backwards to fetuses. Suddenly you're into politically controversial territory. But the question also arises in the animal kingdom. You know, where does consciousness start or stop? Is there a line in the animal kingdom where the first conscious organisms are? It's interesting. Over time, people are becoming more and more liberal on how describing consciousness. Animals, we used to think maybe only mammals could be conscious. Now most people seem to think, sure, fish are conscious. They can feel pain. And now we're arguing over insects. You'll find people out there who say plants have some degree of consciousness. So who knows where it's going to end. The far end of this chain is the view that every physical system has some degree of consciousness. Philosophers call that panpsychism. I take that view.
I mean, it's a fascinating way to view reality. So if you could talk about, if you can linger on panpsychism for a little bit, what does it mean? It's not just plants are conscious. That consciousness is a fundamental fabric of reality. What does that mean to you? How are we supposed to think about it?
Well, we're used to the idea that some things in the world are fundamental. Right? In physics, like what we take things like space or time, or space-time, mass, charge, as fundamental properties of the universe. You don't reduce them to something simpler. You take those for granted. You've got some laws. Here is how mass, space, and time evolve. Theories like relativity or quantum mechanics or some future theory that will unify them both. But everyone says you've got to take some things as fundamental. And if you can't explain one thing in terms of the previous fundamental things, you have to expand. Maybe something like this happened with Maxwell. The fundamental principles of electromagnetism and charge is fundamental, because it turned out that was the best way to explain it. So I at least take seriously the possibility something like that could happen with consciousness. Take it as a fundamental property like space, time, and mass, instead of trying to explain consciousness wholly in terms of the evolution of space, time, and mass, and so on. Take it as a primitive, and then connect it to everything else by some fundamental laws. There's this basic problem that the physics we have now that's great for solving the easy problems of consciousness, which are all about behavior. They give us complicated structure and dynamics, they tell us how things are going to behave, what kind of observable behavior they'll produce, which is great for the problems of explaining how we walk, how we talk, and so on. Those are the easy problems of consciousness. But the hard problem was this problem about subjective experience. Just doesn't look like that kind of problem about structure, dynamics, how things behave. It's hard to see how existing physics is going to give you a full explanation of that.
Certainly, trying to get a physics view of consciousness, yes, there has to be a connecting point, and it could be at the very axiomatic, at the very beginning level. But first of all, there's a crazy idea that everything has properties of consciousness. At that point, the word consciousness is already beyond the reach of our curves. Far, because it's so far from, at least for me, maybe you can correct me, it's far from the experiences that we have, that I have as a human being. To say that everything is conscious, that means that basically, another way to put that, if that's true, then we understand almost nothing about that fundamental aspect of the world.
How do you feel about saying an ant is conscious? Do you have the same reaction to that, or is that something you can understand?
I can understand ants, I can't understand particle. Plant. So I'm comfortable with living things on Earth being conscious, because there's some kind of agency where they're similar size to me, and they can be born and they can die, and that is understandable intuitively. Of course, you have to anthropomorphize. You put yourself in the place of the plant. But I can understand it. I mean, I'm not like, I don't believe actually that plants are conscious of that plant suffer, but I can understand that kind of belief, that kind of idea.
How do you feel about robots? The kind of robots we have now. I told you, like, a Roomba has some degree of consciousness, or some deep neural network.
I can understand that a Roomba has consciousness. I just had spent all day on a robot. I personally love robots and have a deep connection with robots, so I also probably anthropomorphize them. There's something about the physical object. So there's a difference than a neural network. The neural network running software. To me, the physical object, something about the human experience allows me to really see that physical object as an entity. And if it moves in a way that I didn't program it, where it feels that it's acting based on its own perception, and yes, self-awareness and consciousness, even if it's a robot, then you start to assign it some agency, some consciousness. So, but to say that panpsychism, that consciousness is a fundamental property of reality, is a much bigger statement.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's like turtles all the way. It doesn't end. The whole thing. So like how I know it's full of mystery, but if you can linger on it, how do you think about reality if consciousness is a fundamental part of its fabric?
The way you get there is from thinking, can we explain consciousness given the existing fundamentals? And then if you can't, as right now, like, then you've got to add something. It doesn't follow that you have to add consciousness. Here's another interesting possibility: add something else. Let's call it proto-consciousness for X.
Right.
And then it turns out space, time, mass plus X will somehow collectively give you the possibility for consciousness. So I don't rule out that view. Either I call that proto-psychism, to some other property, proto-consciousness at the bottom level. And if you can't imagine there's actually genuine consciousness at the bottom level, well, I think we should be open to the idea that this other thing, X, maybe we can't imagine that somehow gives you consciousness. But if we are playing along with the idea that there really is genuine consciousness at the bottom level, of course, this is going to be way out speculative, but at least in, say, if it was classical physics, then you'd end up saying, well, every little atom, every little, a bunch of particles in space-time, each of these particles has some kind of consciousness whose structure mirrors maybe their physical properties, like its mass, charge, velocity, and so on. The structure of its consciousness roughly corresponds to that. And the physical interactions between particles. There's this whole worry about physics. I mentioned this before in this issue about the manifest image. We don't really find out about the intrinsic nature of things. Physics tells us about how a particle relates to other particles and interacts. It doesn't tell us about what the particle is in itself, what is constant in itself. So here's a view. The nature in itself of a particle is something mental. A particle is actually a little conscious subject with properties of its consciousness that correspond to its physical properties. The laws of physics are actually ultimately relating these properties of conscious subjects. So this view, the Newtonian world actually would be a vast collection of little conscious subjects at the bottom level, way, way simpler than we are, without free will or rationality or anything like that. That's what the universe would be like. Now, of course, that's a vastly speculative view. No particular reason think it's correct. Furthermore, non-Newtonian physics, say quantum mechanical wave function, suddenly it starts to look different. It's not a vast collection of conscious subjects. Maybe there's ultimately one big wave function for the whole universe. Corresponding to that might be something more like a single conscious mind whose structure corresponds to the structure of the wave function. People sometimes call this cosmopsychism. And now, of course, we're in the realm of extremely speculative philosophy. There's no direct evidence for this, but yeah, if you want a picture of what that universe would be like, think, giant cosmic mind with enough richness of structure among it to replicate all the structure of physics.
I think, therefore, I am at the level of particles and with quantum mechanics at the level of the wave function. It's kind of an exciting, beautiful possibility, of course, way out of reach of physics currently.
It is interesting that some neuroscientists are beginning to take panpsychism seriously. You find consciousness even in very simple systems. So, for example, the integrated information theory of consciousness, a lot of neuroscientists are taking seriously. Actually, so this book by Christoph Koch just came in, the feeling of life itself, like consciousness is widespread but can't be computed. He basically endorses a panpsychist view where you get consciousness with a degree of information processing or integrated information processing in a system, and even very, very simple systems, like a couple of particles, will have some degree of this. So he ends up with some degree of consciousness in all matter. And the claim is that this theory can actually explain a bunch of stuff about the connection between the brain and consciousness. Now, that's very controversial. It's very, very early days in the science of consciousness. It's still interesting that it's not just philosophy that might lead you in this direction, but there are ways of thinking quasi-scientifically that lead you there too.
But maybe different than panpsychism. What do you think? So, Alan Watts has this quote that I'd like to ask you about. The quote is that through our eyes, the universe is perceiving itself. Through our ears, the universe is listening to its harmonies. We are the witnesses to which the universe becomes conscious of its glory, or its magnificence. So that's not panpsychism. Do you think that we are essentially the tools, the senses the universe created to be conscious of stuff.
It's an interesting idea. Of course, if you went for the giant cosmic mind view, then the universe was conscious all along. It didn't need us. We're just little components of the universal consciousness. Likewise, if you believe in panpsychism, then there was some little degree of consciousness at the bottom level all along, and we were just a more complex form of consciousness. So I think maybe the quote you mentioned works better. If you're not a panpsychist, you're not a cosmopsychist, you think consciousness just exists at this intermediate level. And of course, that's the orthodox view.
That you would say is the common view? So is your own view of panpsychism a rarer view?
I think it's generally regarded, certainly, as a speculative view held by a fairly small minority of at least theorists, philosophers. Most philosophers and most scientists who think about consciousness are not panpsychists. There's been a bit of a movement in that direction the last 10 years or so. It used to be quite popular, especially among the younger generation, but it's still very definitely a minority view. Many people think it's totally a bunch of crazy views of technical. But
Philosophical too.
but the author, I think, is still consciousness is something that humans have, and some good number of non-human animals have, and maybe AIs might have one day, but it's restricted. On that view, then there was no consciousness at the start of the universe, and maybe none at the end. But it is this thing which happened at some point in the history of the universe, consciousness developed. And yes, that's a very amazing event on this view, because many people are inclined to think consciousness is what somehow gives meaning to our lives. Without consciousness, there'd be no meaning, no true value, no good versus bad, and so on. So with the advent of consciousness, suddenly the universe went from meaningless to somehow meaningful. Why did this happen? I guess the quote you mentioned was this was somehow destined to happen, because the universe needed to have consciousness within it to have value and have meaning. And maybe you combine that with a theistic view or a teleological view. The universe was inexorably evolving towards consciousness. Actually, my colleague here at NYU, Tom Nagel, wrote a book called Mind and Cosmos a few years ago, where he argued for this teleological view of evolution toward consciousness, saying this that the problems for Darwinism is kind of very, very controversial. Most people didn't agree. I don't myself agree with this teleological view, but it is at least a beautiful speculative view of the cosmos.
What do you think people experience? What do they seek when they believe in God from this kind of perspective?
I'm not an expert on thinking about God and religion. I'm not myself religious at all.
When people sort of pray, communicate with God in whatever form, I'm not speaking to sort of the practices and the rituals of religion. I mean the actual experience that people really have a deep connection with God in some cases. What do you think that experience is? It's so common, at least throughout the history of civilization, that it seems like we seek that.
At the very least, it is an interesting conscious experience that people have when they experience religious awe or prayer and so on. Neuroscientists have tried to examine what bits of the brain are active and so on. But yeah, that's this deeper question of what are people looking for when they're doing this. Like I said, I've got no real expertise on this, but it does seem that one thing people are after is a sense of meaning and value, a sense of connection to something greater than themselves that will give their lives meaning and value. Maybe the thought is if there is a God, and God somehow is a universal consciousness who has invested this universe with meaning, and some connection to God might give your life meaning. I think I can kind of see the attractions of that. But it still makes me wonder, why is it exactly that a universal consciousness, universal God, would be needed to give the world meaning? If universal consciousness can give the world meaning, why can't local consciousness give the world meaning too? So I think my consciousness gives my world
Is the
meaning.
Is the word meaning for your world?
Yeah, I interesting, important. So my consciousness invests this world with meaning. Without any consciousness, maybe it would be a bleak, meaningless universe. But I don't see why I need someone else's consciousness or even God's consciousness to give this universe meaning. Here we are, little creatures with our own subjective experiences. I think we can give the universe meaning ourselves. So, I mean, maybe to some people that feels inadequate. Our own local consciousness is somehow too puny and insignificant to invest any of this with cosmic significance, and maybe God gives you a sense of cosmic significance. But I'm just speculating.
Is there an interesting idea that consciousness is the thing that makes life meaningful? If you could maybe just briefly explore that for a second. So I suspect just from listening to you now, you mean in an almost trivial sense the daily experiences of life have, because of you attach identity to it, they become. I guess I want to ask something I would always wanted to ask a legit or world-renowned philosopher. What is the meaning of life? But I suspect you don't mean consciousness gives any kind of greater meaning to it all, and more to day to day. But is there greater meaning to it all?
I think life has meaning for us. Of course, we are conscious. So without consciousness, no meaning. Consciousness invests our life with meaning. So consciousness is the source, my view, of the meaning of life. I wouldn't say consciousness itself is the meaning of life. I'd say what's meaningful in life is basically what we find, what we experience as meaningful. So if you find meaning and fulfillment and value in, say, intellectual work, like understanding, then that's a very significant part of the meaning of life for you. Find it in social connections or in raising a family, and that's the meaning of life for you. The meaning that comes from what you value as a conscious creature. I think on this view, there's no universal solution. There's no universal answer to the question, what is the meaning of life? The meaning of life is where you find it as a conscious creature, but as consciousness somehow makes value possible, experiencing some things as good or as bad or as meaningful. So it comes from within consciousness.
So you think consciousness is a crucial component, ingredient of assigning value?
I mean, it's kind of a fairly strong intuition that without consciousness, there wouldn't really be value. If we just had a universe of unconscious creatures, would anything be better or worse than anything else? Certainly when it comes to ethical dilemmas, you know about the old trolley problem. Do you kill one person, or do you switch to the other track to kill five? Well, I'm going to variant on this. The zombie trolley problem, where there's one conscious being on one track and five humanoid zombies. Let's make them robots. Yeah, we're not conscious on the other track. You given that choice, you kill the one conscious being or the five unconscious robots. Most people have fairly clear intuition here. Yeah, kill the unconscious beings, but they don't have a meaningful life. They're not really person conscious beings.
Of course,
at all.
We don't have a good intuition about something like an unconscious being. So, in philosophical terms, we refer to as a zombie. Mm-hmm. It's a useful thought experiment, construction in philosophical terms, but we don't yet have them. So that's kind of what we may be able to create with robots. And I don't necessarily know what that even means.
Yeah, so it's merely hypothetical. For now, they're just a thought experiment. They may never be possible. I mean, the extreme case of a zombie is a being which is physically, functionally, behaviorally identical to me, but not conscious. That's a mere, I don't think that could ever be built in this universe. The question is just, does that hypothetically make sense? That's kind of a useful contrast class to raise questions like, why aren't we zombies? How does it come about that we're conscious? and we're not like that. But there are less extreme versions of this, like robots, which are maybe not physically identical to us, maybe not even functionally identical to us. Maybe they've got a different architecture, but they can do a lot of sophisticated things, maybe carry on a conversation, but they're not conscious. But it's not so far out. We've got simple computer systems is tending in that direction now, and presumably this is going to get more and more sophisticated over years to come, where we may have some pretty, at least quite straightforward to conceive of some pretty sophisticated robot systems that can use language and be fairly high functioning without consciousness at all. And I stipulate that. I mean, of course, there's this tricky question of how you would know whether they're conscious. But let's say we somehow solve that. We know that these high functioning robots are conscious. Then the question is, do they have moral status? Does it matter how we treat them?
What does moral status mean?
Does basically that question, can they suffer? Does it matter how we treat them? Are we, for example, if I mistreat this glass, this cup, by shattering it, then that's bad. Why is it bad? It's going to make a mess. It's going to be annoying for me and my partner. And so it's not bad for the cup. No one would say the cup itself has a moral status. Hey, you have hurt the cup, and that's doing it a moral harm. Likewise, plants. Well, again, if they're not conscious, those people think by uprooting a plant, you're not harming it. But if a being is conscious, on the other hand, then you are harming it. So Siri, or I dare not say the name of Alexa. Anyway, so we don't think we're morally harming Alexa by turning her off or disconnecting her and destroying her, whether it's the system or the underlying software system, because we don't really think she's conscious. On the other hand, you move to like the disembodied being in the movie Her, Samantha. She was kind of presented as conscious, and then if you destroyed her, you'd certainly be committing a serious harm. So I think a strong sense is if a being is conscious and can undergo subjective experiences, then it matters morally how we treat them. If a robot is conscious, it matters. But if a robot is not conscious, then they're basically just meat or a machine, and it doesn't matter. So I think at least maybe how we think about this stuff is fundamentally wrong, but a lot of people think about this stuff seriously, including people who think about, say, the moral treatment of animals and so on, come to the view that consciousness is ultimately kind of the line between systems where we have to take them into account in thinking morally about how we act, and systems for which we don't.
And I think I've seen you write or talk about the demonstration of consciousness from a system like that, from a system like Alexa or a conversational agent, that is what you would be looking for is kind of at the very basic level for the system to have an awareness that I'm just a program, and yet why do I experience this? Or not to have that experience, but to communicate that to you. So that's what us humans would sound like. If you all of a sudden woke up one day, like Kafka, right, in the body of a rock or something, in a computer, you all of a sudden realize you don't have a body, and yet you, what you're feeling, you would probably say those kinds of things. So do you think the system essentially becomes conscious by convincing us that it's conscious? Through the words that I just mentioned. So by being confused about the fact that why am I having these experiences? So basically,
I don't think this is what makes you conscious, but I do think being puzzled about consciousness is a very good sign that a system is conscious. If I encountered a robot that actually seemed to be genuinely puzzled by its own mental states and saying, yeah, I have all these weird experiences, I don't see how to explain them. I know I'm just a set of silicon circuits, but I don't see how that would give you my consciousness. I would at least take that as some evidence that there's some consciousness going on there. I don't think a system needs to be puzzled about consciousness. To be conscious, many people aren't puzzled by their consciousness. Animals don't seem to be puzzled at all. I still think they're conscious. So I don't think that's a requirement on consciousness. But I do think if we're looking for signs for consciousness, say in AI systems, one of the things that will help convince me that an AI system is conscious is if it shows signs of introspectively recognizing something like consciousness and finding this philosophically puzzling in the way that we do.
That's such an interesting thought, though, because a lot of people sort of at the shallow level criticize the Turing test in full language, but it's essentially what I heard, like Dan Dennett criticize it in this kind of way, which is it's really puts a lot of emphasis on lying.
Yeah. Being able to imitate human beings. Yeah, there's this stuff.
I was just saying, I was literally from the last 2 minutes, I was hoping if it's okay with you. What's up? Alright, like, what are you, like, within the last minute, I said, I hope everything's okay with us, but it's not good, so go ahead. Right. You do. sounds like you're super sleepy. You're okay. You're okay, Rob. That's a lot. Would you like my opinion? Say, well, it sounds like this man is a danger to you. He just lost his wife and obviously cannot respect global boundaries. He's put his hands on you. He's a complete stranger. So, not member of the family, essentially. If I were you, this is what I would do. I would unblock him from lunch. I would text him and say, please do not contact me for any reason you make me feel. And then I would send it. I would unblock him and reblock him. Tell my grandmother I don't want him around. He makes me feel uncomfortable. He's touched me. Okay, look, you need to. No, I understand. You need evidence. Okay, if you just tell him you have no evidence of it, okay, then if I ever have any kind of, if I have to have any kind of interaction with him, I'm whipping my phone out, recording the whole thing. And then the second thing he says something or whatever, I call the police and I say, look, I've said to this man that I don't want any interaction with him and it makes me feel uncomfortable. Here is the video of him touching me or coming on my property or whatever. I don't want him here. Either you guys make a report of this that is trespassing, or at least you can't look. The key would be this. You need to make sure that you have had it written. Text message is fine. Communicated to him that you don't want contact with him anymore. You could just say that. You don't have to even say that you make the phone. Just tell him I don't want any contact with him anymore. And then whenever he comes around or whatever, you whip that phone out and you record the entire thing like it's a body cam of a police officer. And if he talks to you, if he talks to you, well, he obviously has feelings for you. And look, I don't want to. Hey, what's going on? Spunky. How you looking, Tim? Okay, I mean, that's not what I would do. You need it. You need it in writing. You need it in writing. You don't have it. Just one technique. Do not contact me. That's all you need. Yes. Yeah, then you have no evidence. And then he just thinks that he can come on over and talk with you. You make it clear in one text message. Do not contact me. Do not contact me. Right. And if you put it in writing, you won't have to send it. Because the second that he would not follow that and has contact with you, then you can say, look, I'm going to follow through with something. I told you I'm not going to contact with you. You get a no contact order against him. He's never around it. I know that's a lot of work. I don't want you to have to use that. But right now, you don't have any evidence that you have communicated to him that you don't have contact with him. He came into the house. He frequently put his dead wife's sweater on your shoulders and touched it helps. Get the exact word. Do not contact me anymore. Thank you. Actually, you know what to say. Just do not contact me. I'm very confident. Do not contact me anymore. All right. So, what's his name? Tony. You should say Tony colon. Do not contact me anymore. Period. Once you do that, then I'm going to be on your side because then you've done what you need to do to protect yourself. If I have to, exactly. I don't want that to happen to you anymore. So now if you communicate that to them, then you have what exactly. Seriously. And then you don't have to worry about it anymore. If you don't communicate it though, then he's just gonna come back over with his dead wife's creepy clothes and put his hands on you and you don't want that to happen. Exactly. So get your phone and just text him, unblock him for a second. Say, do not contact me, Tony Cohen. Do not contact me anymore. Period. Send it to him. When it says sent, you take a screenshot of that, email it to yourself, and you're good. Then I'm all in your corner. Not that I'm not, but there's just some things that you have to do. If you don't do that, then you will not have documented this, and then I don't want to hear about it anymore because you won't have done what the prudent action is. No, you know I'm right. It just sends a message that you don't want contact with him anymore. That way he keeps his dead wife's clothes, and he doesn't bother you with all of his drama. Yeah, that isn't any evidence. Okay, you need it, because what's going to happen is he's going to come over with a cake or some other creepy container or whatever. He's going to make an excuse. Okay. No, I'm not. I'm not. No. No, I'm not saying any of that. I'm not saying any of that. I feel very sad for you. I don't want you to be shaken up anymore. I don't want your whole day ruined because you told me. So when I know that you're communicating this to him, then you don't have anything to worry about. Then it's in the past, and you go about living your life in normal conditions. And then I'm all about your plan. Like if you're outside, just ignoring it. I'm totally cool with that. Everything else I agree with, and I agree with what you did. I mean, you got him out of the house. You have to understand, and I'm sure you do, that this guy feels like he's far too comfortable where you live, and you don't want him on your property. I know. I don't even. You were having a totally fine day. You don't want his kid. You don't want to know what he's doing. You don't want exactly. So just communicate. Just need to send one quick message. Tony, do not contact me anymore. Period. Send, screenshot, email it to yourself, and you're done. You don't have to worry about this man. No, I'm not mad. I'm proud of you for doing it. You're you're in a difficult situation. I heard that. You were like totally normal. Okay, if you know what to do, Tony, do not contact me anymore. Period. Send, and then screenshot, email it, and you're done. Which is I just maybe that should be essential message or something. I don't know. I understand that. Okay, so you have a copy of it in your email? Yes, a screenshot. Yes, because if, let's just say your house burned, right, you have access to it, correct? For what, or you lose your phone, my mother would say, here, take a screenshot, email it to yourself as in the text, then you've got it. Name it, the subject of the email, Tony text message. That's it. Then you have a digital archive of it. Then you can go back to living your normal life. You'll watch AI videos, you can play games if you want, whatever you want. You have completely, if I may ask, if he just come into your house, did you let me know? Your grandma let you know? Okay. Totally understandable. Okay. So you texted him, you take the screenshot and email it to yourself? Okay. I will shut up. I will shut up. chaotic. You've got to get to yourself. Excellent. You want to play again? Okay, absolutely. You let me know. I'm here for you. Where you think it's not easy, and now you don't have to worry about it anymore, okay? Good for you. I'm proud of you.
There's this cartoon of the AI system studying for the Turing test. It's got a read this book called Talk Like a Human. It's like, man, why do I have to waste my time learning how to imitate humans? Maybe the AI system is going to be way beyond the hard problem of consciousness. It's going to be like, why do I need to waste my time pretending that I recognize the hard problem of consciousness in order for people to recognize me as conscious?
Yeah, it just feels like, I guess the question is, do you think we can never really create a test for consciousness? Because it feels like we're very human centric. And so the only way we would be convinced that something's conscious is basically the thing demonstrates the illusion of consciousness. That we can never really know whether it's conscious or not. And in fact, that almost feels like it doesn't matter then. But does it still matter to you that something is conscious or it demonstrates consciousness? You still see that fundamental distinction.
To a lot of people, whether a system is conscious or not matters hugely for many things, like how we treat it, can it suffer, and so on. But still, that leaves open the question, how can we ever know? And it's true that it's awfully hard to see how we can know for sure whether a system is conscious. I suspect that sociologically, the thing that's going to convince us the system is conscious is in part things like social interaction, conversation, and so on, where they seem to be conscious. They talk about their conscious states, or just talk about being happy or sad or finding things meaningful or being in pain. People tend to convince us if the system genuinely seems to be conscious, we don't treat it as such. Eventually, it's going to seem like a strange form of racism or speciesism or somehow not to acknowledge them.
I truly believe that, by the way. I believe that there is going to be something akin to the civil rights movement for robots.
Mm-hmm.
I think the moment you have a Roomba say, please don't kick me, that hurts. Just say it.
Yep.
I think that will fundamentally change the fabric of our society.
And you're probably right, although it's going to be very tricky because to say we've got the technology where these conscious beings can just be created and multiplied by the thousand by flicking a switch. So, and the legal status is going to be different, but ultimately the moral status ought to be the same. And yeah, civil rights issue is going to be a huge mess.
So if one day somebody clones you, another very real possibility. In fact, I find the conversation between two copies of David Chalmers quite interesting.
Very thought.
Just
Who is this idiot? It's not making any sense.
So what do you think he would be conscious?
I do think he would be conscious. And I think in some sense, I'm not sure it would be me, there would be two different beings at this point. I think they'd both be conscious and they both have many of the same mental properties. I think they both, in a way, have the same moral status. It'd be wrong to hurt either of them or to kill them, and so on. Still, there's some sense in which probably their legal status would have to be different. If I'm the original and that one's a clone, then creating a clone of me, presumably the clone doesn't, for example, stuff that I own or, I've got to couldn't connect to things that the people I interact with, my family, my partner, and so on. I've got to somehow be connected to them in a way in which the clone isn't. So,
Because you came slightly first.
yeah,
Because the clone would argue that they have really as much connection.
They have all the memories of that connection. And in a way, like, it's kind of unfair to discriminate against them. But say you've got an apartment that only one person can live in, or a partner who only one person.
Well, why should it be you? The original.
It's an interesting philosophical question, but you might say, of course, I actually have this history. If I am the same person as the one that came before, and the clone is not, then I have this history that the clone doesn't. Of course, there's also the question, isn't the clone the same person too? This is a question about personal identity. If I continue and I create a clone over there, I want to say this one is me and this one is someone else. But you could take the view that a clone is equally me. Of course, in a movie like Star Trek, where they have a teletransport, it basically creates clones all the time. They treat the clones as if they're the original person. Of course, they destroy the original body in Star Trek. If there's only one left around, and only very occasionally do things go wrong and you get two copies of Captain Kirk. But somehow our legal system, at the very least, is going to have to sort out some of these issues, and that maybe that's what's moral and what's legally acceptable are going to come apart.
What question would you ask a clone of yourself? Is there something useful you can find out from him about the fundamentals of consciousness, even?
I mean, kind of in principle, I know that if it's a perfect clone, it's going to behave just like me. But I'm not sure I'm going to be able to, I can discover whether it's a perfect clone by seeing whether it else is like me. But otherwise, I know what I'm going to find is a being which is just like me, except that it's just undergone this great shock of discovering that it's a clone. So just say you woke me up tomorrow and said, hey Dave, sorry to tell you this, but you're actually the clone. And you provided me really convincing evidence, showed me the film of my being cloned, and then all right here, being here, and waking up. You proved to me I'm a clone. Yeah, I would find that shocking, and who knows how I would react to it. So maybe by talking to the clone, I'd find something about my own psychology that I can't find out so easily, like how I'd react upon discovering that I'm a clone. I can certainly ask the clone if it's conscious, and what is consciousness is like, and so on. But I guess I kind of know if it's a perfect clone, it's going to behave roughly like me. Of course, at the beginning, there'll be a question about whether a perfect clone is possible. So I may well ask lots of questions to see if it's consciousness, and the way it talks about its consciousness, and the way it reacts to things in general is like me, and if that will occupy us for a long time.
The basic unit testing on the early model. So if it's a perfect clone, say there's going to be something like you. So that takes us to free will. Is there free will? Are we able to make decisions that are not predetermined from the initial conditions of the universe?
Philosophers do this annoying thing of saying it depends what you mean. So in this case, it really depends on what you mean by free will. If you mean something which is not determined in advance, could never have been determined, then I don't know, we have free will. I mean, there's quantum mechanics to say that opens up some room, but I'm not sure we have free will in that sense. I'm also not sure that's the kind of free will that really matters. What matters to us is to be able to do what we want and to create our own futures. We've got this distinction between having our life be under our control and under someone else's control. We've got the sense of actions that we are responsible for versus ones that we're not. I think you can make those distinctions even in a deterministic universe. And this is what people call the compatibilist view, where it's compatible with determinism. Like for many purposes, the kind of free will that matters is something we can have in a deterministic universe. And I can't see any reason in principle why an AI system couldn't have free will of that kind. If you mean super duper free will, the ability to violate the laws of physics and doing things that in principle could not be predicted, I don't know, maybe no one has that kind of free will.
What's the connection between the reality of free will and the experience of the subjective experience in your view? So how does consciousness connect to the experience of to the reality and the experience of free
It's certainly true that when we make decisions and when we choose and so on, we feel like we have an open future. We feel like I could do this, I could go into philosophy, or I could go into math. I could go to a movie tonight, I could go to a restaurant. So we experience these things as if the future is open. And maybe we experience ourselves as exerting a kind of effect on the future that's somehow picking out one path from many paths that were previously open. You might think that actually, if we're in a deterministic universe, there's a sense in which those paths weren't really open all along. Subjectively, they were open. And I think that's what really matters in making a decision. Our experience of making a decision is choosing a path for ourselves. I mean, in general, our introspective models of the mind, I think, are generally very distorted representations of the mind. So it may well be that our experience of ourselves in making a decision, our experience of what's going on, doesn't terribly well mirror what's going on. I mean, maybe there are antecedents of the brain before anything came into consciousness, and so on. Those aren't represented in our introspective model. So, in general, our experience of perception, it's like I experience perceptual image of the external world. It's not a terribly good model of what's actually going on in my visual cortex and so on, which has all these layers and so on. It's just one little snapshot of one bit of that. So, in general, introspective models are very oversimplified, and it wouldn't be surprising if that was true of free will as well. This also, incidentally, can be applied to consciousness itself. There is this very interesting view that consciousness itself is an introspective illusion. In fact, we're not conscious, but the brain just has these introspective models of itself where it oversimplifies everything and represents itself as having these special properties of consciousness. It's a really simple way to kind of keep track of itself and so on. And then on the illusionist view, that's just an illusion. At least I find this view, I find it implausible. I do find it very attractive in some ways, because it's easy to tell some story about how the brain would create introspective models of its own consciousness, of its own free will, as a way of simplifying itself. I mean, it's a similar way when we perceive the external world, we perceive it as having these colors that maybe it doesn't really have. Of course, that's a really useful way of keeping track.
Did you say that you find it not very plausible? Because I find it both plausible and attractive in some sense, because that kind of view is one that has the minimum amount of mystery around it. You can kind of understand that kind of view. Everything else says we don't understand so much of this picture.
No, it is very attractive. I recently wrote an article about this kind of issue called the meta problem of consciousness. The hard problem is, how does the brain give you consciousness? The meta problem is, why are we puzzled by the hard problem of consciousness? Because our being puzzled by it, that's ultimately a bit of behavior. We might be able to explain that bit of behavior as one of the easy problems of consciousness. So maybe there'll be some computational model that explains why we're puzzled by consciousness. The meta problem has come up with that model, and I've been thinking about that a lot lately. There's some interesting stories you can tell about why the right kind of computational system might develop these introspective models of itself that attribute itself these special properties. So that meta problem is a research program for everyone. And then if you've got attraction to some simple views, desert landscapes, and so on, then you can go all the way with what people call illusionism. In fact, consciousness itself is not real. What is real is just these introspective models we have that tell us that we're conscious. So the view is very simple, very attractive, very powerful. The trouble is, of course, it has to say that deep down, consciousness is not real. We're not actually experiencing right now, and it looks like it's just contradicting a fundamental datum of our existence. And this is why most people find this view crazy, just as they find panpsychism crazy in Limbo. People find illusionism crazy in another way. But So yes, it has to deny this fundamental datum of our existence. Now, and the view that makes the view so frankly unbelievable to most people. On the other hand, the view developed right might be able to explain why we find it unbelievable. Because these models are so deeply hardwired into our head.
And they're all integrated. So it's not, you can't escape that, the illusion. And as the crazy possibility, is it possible that the entirety of the universe, our planet, all the people in New York, all the organisms on our planet, including me here today, are not real in that sense? They're all part of an illusion inside of Dave Chalmers' head.
I think all this could be a simulation.
No, but not just a simulation.
Yeah.
Because the simulation kind of is outside of you.
A dream?
What if it's all an illusion? Yes, a dream that you're experiencing. It's all in your mind, right? Like, is that? Can you take illusionism that far?
Well, there's illusionism about the external world and illusionism about consciousness. You can go in different. Illusionism about the external world kind of takes you back to Descartes. And yeah, could all this be produced by any evil demon? Descartes himself also had the dream argument. He said, how do you know you're not dreaming right now? How do you know this is not an amazing dream? And it's at least a possibility. But yeah, this could be some super duper complex dream in the next universe up. I guess though, my attitude is that just as when Descartes thought that if the evil demon was doing it, it's not real. A lot of people these days say if a simulation is doing it, it's not real. As I was saying before, I think even if it's a simulation, that doesn't stop this from being real. It just tells us what the world is made of. Likewise, if it's a dream, it could turn out that all this is like my dream created by my brain and the next universe up. My own view is that wouldn't stop this world from being real. It would turn out this cup, at the most fundamental level, was made of a bit of, say, my consciousness. In the dreaming mind at the next level up. Maybe that would give you a kind of weird kind of panpsychism about reality, but it wouldn't show that the cup isn't real. It would just tell us it's ultimately made of processes in my dreaming mind. So I resist the idea that if the physical world is a dream, then it's an illusion.
Yeah, that's right. By the way, perhaps you have an interesting thought about it. Why is Descartes' demon or genius considered evil? Why couldn't it have been a benevolent one that had the same powers?
Yeah, I mean, Descartes called it the melange genie, the evil genie or evil genius. Malign, I guess, was the word. But it's an interesting question. I mean, a later philosophy, Berkeley, said, no, in fact, all this is done by God. God that actually supplies you all of these perceptions and ideas, and that's how physical reality is sustained. Interestingly, Berkeley's God is doing something that doesn't look so different from what Descartes' evil demon was doing. So Descartes thought it was deception, and Berkeley thought it was not. And I'm actually more sympathetic to Berkeley here. Yeah, this evil demon may be trying to deceive you, but I think, okay, well, the evil demon may just be working under a false philosophical theory. It thinks it's deceiving you, it's wrong. It's like those machines in the Matrix. They thought they were deceiving you that all this stuff is real. I think, no, if we're in a Matrix, it's all still real. Yeah, the philosopher, okay, Busma had a nice story about this about 50 years ago about Descartes' evil demon, where this demon spends all of the time trying to fool people, but fails, because somehow all the demon ends up doing is constructing realities for people. So yeah, I think that maybe it's very natural to take this view that if we're in a simulation or evil demon scenario or something, then none of this is real. But I think it may be ultimately a philosophical mistake, especially if you take on board the view of reality. Well, what matters to reality is really its structure, something like its mathematical structure and so on. Seems to be the view that a lot of people take from contemporary physics. And looks like you can find all that mathematical structure in a simulation, maybe even in a dream. And and so on. As long as that structure is real, I would say that's enough for the physical world to be real. Yeah, the physical world may turn out to be somewhat more intangible than we had thought, have a surprising nature of it. We've already gotten very used to that from modern science.
You've kind of alluded that you don't have to have consciousness for high levels of intelligence, but to create truly general intelligence systems, AGI systems, human level intelligence, perhaps superhuman level intelligence, you've talked about that you feel like that kind of a thing might be very far away, but nevertheless, when we reach that point, do you think consciousness from an engineering perspective is needed, or at least highly beneficial for creating an AGI system?
Yeah, no one knows what consciousness is for functionally, so right now there's no specific thing we can point to and say, you need consciousness for that. So my inclination is to believe that in principle AGI is possible. At the very least, I don't see why someone couldn't simulate a brain, ultimately have a computational system that produces all of our behavior. And if that's possible, control vastly many other computational systems of equal or greater sophistication are possible for all of our cognitive functions and more. My inclination is to think that once you've got all these cognitive functions, perception, attention, reasoning, introspection, language, emotion, and so on, it's very likely you'll have consciousness as well. It's very hard for me to see how you'd have a system that had all those things while bypassing somehow consciousness.
So just naturally, it's integrated quite naturally. There's a lot of overlap about the kind of function that required to achieve each of those things. That's you can't disentangle them even from years to
at least in us, but we don't know what the causal role of consciousness in the physical world, what it does. I mean, just say it turns out consciousness does something very specific in the physical world, like collapsing wave function, as on one common interpretation of quantum mechanics. Then ultimately we might find some place where it actually makes a difference, and we could say, here's where in collapsing wave functions driving the behavior of a system. And maybe it can even turn out that for AGI, it needs something saying that, I mean, if you wanted to connect this to free will, some people think consciousness collapsing wave functions. That would be how the conscious mind exerts effect on the physical world, that exerts free will. And maybe it could turn out that any AGI that didn't utilize that mechanism would be limited in the kinds of functionality that it had. I don't myself find that plausible. I think probably that functionality could be stimulated. I mean, you can imagine once we had a very specific idea about the role of consciousness in the physical world, this would have some impact on the capacity of AGIs. And if it was a role that could not be duplicated elsewhere, then we'd have to find some way to either get consciousness in the system to play that role or to simulate it.
If we can isolate a particular role to consciousness, of course, it's seems like an incredibly difficult thing. Do you have worries about existential threats of conscious, intelligent beings that are not us? So certainly, I'm sure you're worried about us from an existential threat perspective, but outside of us, AI systems.
There's a couple of different kinds of existential threats here. One is an existential threat to consciousness generally. I mean, yes, I care about humans and the survival of humans and so on, but just say it turns out that eventually we're replaced by some artificial beings, humans that are somehow our successors. They still have good lives. They still do interesting and wonderful things with the universe. I don't think that's not so bad. As just our successors, we were one stage in evolution. Something different, maybe better, came next. If, on the other hand, all of consciousness was wiped out, that would be a very serious moral disaster. One way that could happen is by all intelligent life being wiped out. And many people think that, once you get to humans, AI is an amazing sophistication where everyone has got the ability to create weapons that can destroy the whole universe just by pressing a button. Then maybe it's inevitable all intelligent life will die out. That would certainly be a disaster because it's very hard about how to avoid that. But yeah, another interesting kind of disaster is that maybe intelligent life is not wiped out, but all consciousness is wiped out. Just say you thought, unlike what I was saying a moment ago, that there are two different kinds of intelligent systems, some which are conscious and some which are not. And just say it turns out that we create AGI with a high degree of intelligence, meaning high degree of sophistication and its behavior, but with no consciousness at all. That AGI could take over the world, maybe, but then there'd be no consciousness in this world. This would be a world of zombies. Some people have called this the zombie apocalypse. Because it's an apocalypse of consciousness. Consciousness is gone. You've really got super intelligent, non-conscious robots. And I would say that's a moral disaster in the same way. In almost the same way that the world with no intelligent life is a moral disaster. All value and meaning may be gone from that world. So these are both threats to watch out for. Now, my own view is if you get super intelligent, you're almost certainly going to bring consciousness with it. So I hope that's not going to happen, but of course, I don't understand consciousness. No one understands consciousness. This is one reason, at least among many, for thinking very seriously about consciousness and thinking about the kind of future we want to create with in a world with humans and or AI.
How do you feel about the possibility, if consciousness so naturally does come with the AGI system, that we are just a step in the evolution, that we will be just something going on the record and be studied in books by the AGI systems centuries from now?
I think I'd probably be okay with that, especially if somehow humans are continuous with AGI. I think something like this is inevitable. At the very least, humans are going to be transformed, we're going to be augmented by technology. It's already happening in all kinds of ways. We're going to be transformed by technology where our brains are going to be uploaded and computationally enhanced, and eventually that line between what's a human and what's an AI may be kind of hard to draw. How much does it matter, for example, that some future being 1,000 years from now that's somehow descended from us actually still has biology? I think it would be nice if you kind of point to its cognitive system, point to some parts that had some roots in us and trace a continuous line there. That would be nice for me to think that, okay, I'm connected to this thread line through the future of the world. If it turns out, okay, there's a jump there, they found a better way to design cognitive systems. They designed a whole new kind of thing, and the only line is some causal chain of designing and systems that design better systems. Is that so much worse? I don't know. We're still at least part of a causal chain of design. Yes, they're not humans, but still they're excessive. Ultimately, I think probably inevitable that something like that will happen. At least we were part of the process. It'd be nice if they still cared enough about us to, maybe to engage with our arguments. I'm really hoping that the AGIs are going to solve all the problems of philosophy. They'll come back and read all this crappy work of the 20th and 21st century, hard problem of consciousness, and here is why they got it wrong. And so if that happened, then I really feel like I was part of at least the intellectual process over centuries, and that would be kind of cool.
I'm pretty sure they would clone or they would recreate David Chalmers and for the fun of it, sort of bring back other philosophers.
Bring back Descartes,
and just put them in a room and just watch. It's in Netflix, like the future show, where you bring philosophers from different 100% human philosophers from previous generations, put them in a room and see them.
I am totally up for that. Simulators, AGIs of the future. If you're watching this podcast, do that. I would like to be recreated.
Who would be Descartes would be the first. If you could hang out as part of such a TV show with a philosopher that's no longer with us from long ago, who would you choose?
Descartes would have to be right up there. Oh, actually, a couple of months ago, I got to have a conversation with Descartes. An actor who was actually a philosopher came out on stage playing Descartes. I didn't know this was going to happen, and I stopped where I gave a talk. And told me about how my ideas were crap and all right from him, and so I made a long argument. This was great. I would love to see what Descartes would think about AI, for example, and the modern neuroscience and so on. I suspect not too much would surprise him, but yeah, William James, for a psychologist of consciousness, I think James was probably the richest. But well, there are Immanuel Kant. I never really understood what he was up to. If I got to actually talk to him about some of this. Hey, it was Princess Elizabeth who talked with Descartes and who really got at the problems of how Descartes' ideas of the non-physical mind interacting with the physical body couldn't really work. She's been kind of, most philosophers think she's been proved right. So maybe put me in a room with Descartes and Princess Elizabeth and we can all argue it out.
What kind of future? So we talked about with zombies, a concerning future, but what kind of future excites you? What do you think if we look forward, sort of, we're at the very early stages of understanding consciousness, and we're now at the early stages of being able to engineer complex, interesting systems that have degrees of intelligence. Maybe one day we'll have degrees of consciousness, maybe be able to upload, raise, all those possibilities, virtual reality. What is there a particular aspect of this future world that just excites you?
I think there are lots of different aspects. I mean, frankly, I wanted to hurry up and happen. So yeah, we've had some progress lately in AI and VR, but in the grand scheme of things, it's still kind of slow. The changes are not yet transformative, and I'm in my 50s. I've only got so long left. I'd like to see really serious AI in my lifetime and really serious virtual worlds. Because once people I would like to be able to hang out in a virtual reality which is richer than this reality, to really get to inhabit fundamentally different kinds of spaces. Well, I would very much like to be able to upload my mind onto a computer, so maybe I don't have to die. If it's maybe gradually replaced my neurons with silicon chips, and I could do selfishly, that would be wonderful. I suspect I'm not going to quite get there in my lifetime, but once that's possible, then you've got the possibility of transforming your consciousness in remarkable ways, augmenting it, enhancing it.
So let me ask then, if such a system is a possibility within your lifetime, and you were given the opportunity to become immortal in this kind of way, would you choose to be immortal?
Yes, I totally would. I know some people say it'd be awful to be immortal, or want to be so boring or something. I really don't see why. Even if it's just ordinary life that continues, ordinary life is not so bad. But furthermore, I kind of suspect that if the universe is going to go on forever or indefinitely, it's going to continue to be interesting. I don't think your view was that there's one romantic point of interest now and afterwards it's going to be boring, super intelligent space. I guess my vision is more like, no, it's going to continue to be infinitely interesting. Like as you go up the set theoretic hierarchy, you go from the finite cardinals to Aleph 0, and then through there to all the Aleph 1 and Aleph 2, and maybe the continuum, and you keep taking power sets. And in set theory, they've got these results that actually all this is fundamentally unpredictable. It doesn't follow any simple computational patterns. There's new levels of creativity as the set theoretic universe expands and expands. I guess that's my future. That's my vision of the future. That's my optimistic vision of the future of superintelligence. It will keep expanding and keep growing, but still being fundamentally unpredictable at many points. I mean, yes, this creates all kinds of worries, like it'll all be fragile and be destroyed at any point. So we're going to need a solution to that problem. If we get to stipulate that I'm immortal, well, I hope that I'm not just immortal and stuck in a single world forever, but I'm immortal and get to take part in this process, going through infinitely created futures.
Rich, unpredictable, exciting. Well, I think I speak for a lot of people in saying, I hope you do become immortal, and there'll be that Netflix show of the future where you get to argue with Descartes, perhaps for all eternity. So it was an honor. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks. It was a pleasure.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow me on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now let me leave you with some words of David Chalmers. Materialism is a beautiful and compelling view of the world. But to account for consciousness, we have to go beyond the resources it provides. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Jim Keller, legendary microprocessor engineer who has worked at AMD, Apple, Tesla, and now Intel. He's known for his work on AMD K7, K8, K12, and Zen microarchitectures, Apple A4 and A5 processors, and co-authored the specification for the x86-64 instruction set and Apple Transport Interconnect. He's a brilliant first principles engineer, an out-of-the-box thinker, and just an interesting and fun human being to talk to. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. I recently started doing ads at the end of the introduction. I'll do 1 or 2 minutes after introducing the episode, and never any ads in the middle. Break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you. It doesn't hurt for listening. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. I personally use Cash App to send money to friends. You can also use it to buy, sell, and deposit Bitcoin in just a second. Cash App also has a new investing feature.
How have you been feeling?
Buy
How's your
fractions
health?
of the stock, say $1 worth, about what the stock price is. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of SIPC. I'm excited to be working with Cash App to support one of my favorite organizations, called First, best known for their first robotics and Lego competition.
I understand. How's your health? How's Romeo? Absolutely. Romeo is looking for a job. I've been. I miss you too. How's long haul trucking? Yeah, why that? That's what I imagine. How's your truck been? How's your truck been running? Well, that's good. you thinking that it's going to improve, or no, you think it'll get worse?
To be honest, Rabbi, they're saying like there's not going to be that many ships at the port of Long Beach.
Right.
It's not too far from Oregon,
Correct.
and I picked up at a few shippers, and they're saying that they're not getting new inventory from China. So product that all over the West.
I saw the same about Seattle as well.
Yeah, the thing that saves me though, I think you already know, right? I travel like crazy.
Yeah, you do. You don't care.
I don't really follow the rules here.
But you drive it.
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Yeah, I understand that.
and the reason why is because when there's like no free or I think there's no free, the person that's not driving and is just sitting is not going to come.
Right.
You're not going to make any money, sir.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
And the person that cheats gets as I don't view it as bad because all I'm doing is working. I'm not cheating somebody else, right? It's not like I'm robbing somebody.
Right.
You know, it would be different if I'm stealing or doing something negative. But this is just to run my business. So if I don't do it, nobody else is going to keep my business afloat.
Right. Do they ever pay you in cash? Do you ever get paid in cash? Do you ever get paid in cash?
I get direct deposit into
Thank you.
business checking account.
Well, I just wondered, like, when you go to these places, they just direct deposit. I guess.
Well, it's by bill of lading. So they you should like say 10 pallets, right?
Right.
You want to ship 10 pallets. I come and pick it up from you. You're going to give me a bill of lading. On my bill of lading, when I go and deliver, the people receive it, sign it, date it, and maybe write down like all the accounts are correct.
Gotcha.
I take that and that gets sent to what you call like a payment processor.
Gotcha.
You take the invoice because the invoice has a number, it'll have a number of what that invoice pays. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And they'll pay the next day. But at a percentage, you know what I'm saying? Like at like say at like 90% or 95% of the value of the load. So if it pays 3,000, you're gonna probably get like they're gonna take the cut because they're gonna pay you.
Why did they take the cut?
That's just the way it works. I don't know who set it up, but you know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things like that's just the way things are. You know?
Yeah,
like how do I say it? Like that's like having gas fees. Like you know, like
I gotcha.
you know, like it's just not they're not gonna pay you without them taking a percentage. Because they charge because of processing and paperwork and getting the account paid, you know.
I gotcha.
So they basically charge you a few $100 for their job to help you get money in your bank account.
I gotcha. Whatever happened with that, was it a Ralph in Irvine? Albertsons. Whatever happened to Albertsons?
Man, I wrote them, oh fuck, dude, I wrote them a bad review. But they took my review down. I think Google, they must have requested Google to shut off the response. Because I did not see it. I can send you a link to it. I don't know if they're there. You know.
Right. I understand. So, Let,
someone to load them, I can't really. Like if I click on it, I see it, but I don't know if somebody, if I send them a link to another device, I heard like they can't see it, so it's never there.
what happened with delivery?
Yeah, sit out the whole day with
Wow.
I got screwed up. Yeah, they literally,
Yeah.
they banned me. Supposedly they banned me, but they should have the truck involved. But they
You're cutting out, Apollo.
give me a second, sir.
You're done.
I've been cleaning in Arizona,
Oh, very nice.
and I'm passing this one out. Hey, I got a question for you.
Go for it.
Do you know a guy named Asper?
Yeah.
I keep running into trouble with this guy.
Dude, I do too, and I just don't. I don't talk with him anymore.
You don't like him?
No. Do you want to know what happened? He invited me into his server around the time when you did, and he asked me to stream in there, so I did. And he had this. We had a mutual. I don't, there was someone who we both knew who was, I'll just say, did some really mean things, and I told As Munch about it. As Munch, like,
Was it Joey?
it was somebody, and As Munch took a look into the situation, and I told As Munch that I didn't like what happened, and I expected As Munch as my friend to essentially like tell the person that that wasn't cool. And he said that he did, and that was fine. Then I told As Munch that I just didn't want to be in the same server as this person, and so I was leaving, and so I did. So then a few months go by, and As Munch comes in here, and he makes some really weird jokes, like about kids. And I don't think that's cool. Like, I don't think it's cool to talk about raping children. That's not funny to me. I don't know what is funny about that. It's just not. It's I like to protect children. I don't like people talking badly about children. And then this one night he brought in like two other people, and they kept talking about like hurting children. And I just said, dude, don't do that again, or I'm going to kick you out. And then they were just like, F you, F you, F you. So then I just banned them. And another friend that we have who is seemingly a better person told me recently that they wanted to, no, that As Munch wanted to come back, that he wanted to rejoin. And I told him no, that I appreciated the request, but at this time, I'm not going to risk my entire server for him making jokes about children. And um, Discord is really, really strict about that kind of stuff. They always ban people for child endangerment, and I don't want that. I just don't think it's cool either. So I explained to my friend that, hey, tell As Munch that I don't. Um, As Munch did some other things too that made me mad. I told him I had been streaming in this one streamer's Discord, and I asked him, "Hey, do you want to stream it, or do you want to go in there with me?" And he said, "Yeah." And I said, "Okay, whatever you do, don't don't um, don't fuck up. Like don't do anything to get us kicked out. He's like, I won't. And as soon as we went in there, he goes, Amaranth wants to suck Rabbi's dick, and she kicked us both out. And I was like, dude, I told you, don't fuck this up. I've been streaming in there now, and I'm getting to know her, and she's a big streamer, and then all of a sudden you want to go in there and fuck it up. So he just, it's kind of one of those things that should have been fool me once, shame on you. And then he just did it again, and I didn't like that. And then,
Okay, so
go
he
ahead.
did that to me too.
Okay,
So I banned him from it. So I'm just trying to hear what behavioral shit he's doing, right?
yeah.
So go ahead, continue.
No. And I think that's a good move. And so I said to our mutual friend, I said, like, respectfully, I understand that he wants to come back in this server, but he didn't respect it previously. And I'm not saying he's banned forever, but he's just not, he's not mature.
You need to ban that guy.
Well,
In my opinion, he's putting Rabbi in chat, all in chat.
yeah,
So I don't know how I feel about
yeah,
that.
yeah, I just don't,
Forget that.
yeah, and that's weird because I haven't even talked to him in like 6 months, something like that, like at least 4 months.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
he just did that like right.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't understand.
That's what I'm saying. And I noticed you guys keep him over there at the Bitcoin Sonic Evolving Union. You guys kicked him out of there.
Well, so here's the thing: is he got kicked out of there previously, and I fought to get him back in.
But he's why?
Well,
This guy literally goes off the show.
well, he,
Saying that you're sucking penises and shit like that.
yeah, that's disgusting.
I'm
And
not joking.
and a lie. I know the people in Harry Potter Obama, and he said anything about me, and they would kick him out. But previously, he asked me to let him back in. I think he's just mad that I won't let him back into my server, and so he wants to bash me in the background. And that's fine; he's entitled to do that. But that's just not my prerogative. I don't let him get to me, and I think it's really sad that he is so obsessed with sexuality. I mean, it's fine to make a joke here or there, but he's obsessed with sex, and all the jokes that he makes about that. It's fine if you want to do that about adults, but when you start making jokes about children, that's not cool. I don't want anything to do.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah,
I don't have
yeah. I mean, it's just kind of one of those things that I just try to be the bigger person. But I don't know. But those
any.
guys,
Is there anywhere?
those guys were, I should have known when I went into their Discord. It was very sexualized, but there were some cool aspects of it, and I met some interesting people in there. But yeah, just they were it's very toxic, and so I do my best to avoid them. And as I said previously, in fact, I'll even read you what I said to my friend. What he said to me, he's like, "Hey, is there a way you can ask Punch back in?" And I said to him, uh, "I understand. My life and server are happier currently without him. I do not like some of the people with whom he makes an overwhelming trade. My mind may change eventually, but not right now." And then my friend said, "Yeah, no problem, to get it." And that's just kind of how I feel. So I don't let you get to me. You're gonna have haters when you're as public a person as I am, but in that case, he is obsessed. But yeah, it came down to it in the beginning. He, I told him don't screw up with this big streamer, and immediately he got me banned from there. And then somebody did something at his server I really didn't like it. No one liked it. Profit. And instead of kicking that guy out, like I feel probably should have been done, he was just all he did was delete what the person wrote. And then I just told him, and I even wrote like a really nice message to um, his server. I said, I appreciate the opportunity to be here, but this is just not going to take care of everybody. And then he came in here, he brought a bunch of people, and they were just making disgusting jokes about children. And I even like explained a few times, that's not cool.
You know, but he like, I guess you're too nice.
Yeah, I understand. I mean,
Like, the man is literally attacking you, man.
that's fine. I mean, let him do it.
Insulting.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to understand that, like, I'm in so many different servers. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Instagram. I'm live on Twitter. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitch. I get people who talk shit about me all day long. So, like, he's just like, okay, whatever. I mean, I just have, like, I've had to build some strong skin in order to do what I do. So, he can spread as much hate or lies about me as he wants, or make whatever amateur jokes that he wants. I personally don't have to interact with them, so I don't. All right, that's the end of that subject. I appreciate it. How was your Telegram server then? Besides, why'd you close it?
Well, I didn't close it. You have to travel with us.
Well, all you have to do is. Oh yeah, I understand. All you have to do is ban him. Other people can. I push.
Apparently, these movie guys have Discord, right?
Perhaps, yeah. He brought like, yeah, and I did too. And um, I think I could be wrong, but like those guys who were coming here, they didn't do a lot. They like just. I remember this one night they just were just just being really immature, and I had other people in here, and it was like, look, calm down. We don't need to do that. And then they just took it over the top. And I was like, all right, well, dude, I guess you're gonna get banned now. And I know one thing, like if you continue to do this, I'm gonna ban you, and I'm not gonna unban you. 10 minutes later, you're gonna stay banned. And he was like, all right, and we just kept doing it. I'm like, all right, you're done. And then they have the audacity to ask somebody to come back in here. I just thought, you know what?
Yeah, because they're just like, look, they just did the same game. They just did the same play with me. So, I ran them. And a month that he didn't show up, right?
Right?
And then, we caught him, his friend, asked to bring him back in the chat. He came back, and then with a couple of days, he's gonna, so don't bring him back because what he's doing is he's taking his video camera and showing him taking his shit. Like literally live, like the shit in the toilet.
Yeah, nobody needs to see that.
So, yeah, no, because that's what he's doing, right?
Right.
And he did that to me the second time.
He's done it to you twice. That's terrible.
Yeah. So, I didn't realize that's what he did it to you. Or else, like, I would never come back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he took a poop, but I do know that he just. I mean, I just gave him too many chances, and I get what he wants to do. He's very sexually motivated, and when he's bored, he has to talk.
Ain't no pussy, though.
Yeah, exactly.
His girlfriend and his ex-girlfriend, you know, you can't got her pregnant. She wouldn't have no questions. She didn't think he was hanging on to a fucking kid.
I can see that. he told me that he was
So
like,
if you ever talk shit, just come on back. Okay? That's not what the one he's getting. This is go through the board.
yeah, I mean, I don't need to stoop to that level. I'm over it. I'm too big for that. And
I mean, you gotta come back and say, man, I'm sorry. Like,
yeah, I mean,
I want to come in back, make it back for it. Then it kind of puts him in a little place. You know what I mean?
yeah, I get you. Anyway,
You
so
know what I'm saying? They can't really.
yeah, absolutely. I understand. Let's talk about other things. Have you been on Twitter recently? All right. Well, I transitioned from Twitter to Blue Sky. Do you know what Blue Sky is? So Blue Sky, no, no. Elon's allowed to do what he wants. It's his platform. But the thing that changed me from being on Twitter to Blue Sky is, I mean, I'm still on Twitter. I'm live on Twitter right now. I'm live in a Twitter space on video. So it's not like I'm not still using Twitter. But Elon has made it pay for play, basically, to have anybody be able to see your posts. And what do I mean? Like, you have to have a Twitter Blue account for anyone outside your friend group to be able to see your posts. And I don't want to have to pay whatever it is, $8 or $11 or whatever a month. It just keeps going up, just so that people see what I post. Additionally, he keeps banning, or they keep banning people for no reason. And when I say, like, Harry Potter Obama sign, I mean, the cryptocurrency has had two of its main Twitter accounts banned. And when that happens, it nukes the coin. It literally destroys the coin. They get like 50,000 followers, they get a whole bunch of people following them, and then all of a sudden they get suspended, and then they're down. They've got to sell on Reddit. And it really hurts because then when we have events and things, people don't know about it, or we're tweeting about news or whatever. People don't know about it. The coin had a market cap of $370 million, and now it's at like $60 million. And a lot of this has to do with nuking of their account. I also find that now I can't blame them. Like, I create lots of bot accounts. I created over 2,000 bot accounts on their platform, so I get it. They don't want me on there 100%. I understand. But there are people who don't do anything wrong and they get their accounts banned. That, in my opinion, is wrong. And then on top of that, I can create like any other, whatever it is. I don't care. It has nothing to do with me. It's not linked to me as like a different device or whatever. And it will get banned for like 10 years. Like, what I don't even mention who I am. It's just like a completely different account. But I mean to say is their algorithm or their automated bot system is flawed. On top of that, Elon kind of creeps me out in some ways. Like, he basically has been doing this thing where he finds big influencers on Twitter and then impregnates them. And so he impregnated Ashley St. Clair. She's got one of his kids, and a couple other chicks from there. But then the chicks who say no to him, which shout out to them for saying no. Like, that's got Tiffany Fong is one of them who had the courage to say no. They get their accounts demonetized. So he's basically using it.
So if they don't get pregnant,
Yeah,
they don't get pregnant, they get demonetized.
exactly. So if you want to know more about that story, that's Tiffany Funk. And like, literally, I've been on Twitter now for years, and I know who is in these Twitter chats, and it's always the same chicks, and like it's like 50-1 guy to girl ratio. It's like tons of dudes are on there, and there are only a few pretty hot chicks, and the pretty hot chicks who are on there, Elon Musk went to every single one of them, DM'd them, asked them to come in his Twitter headquarters or whatever, gave them a tour, then had them sign all kinds of paperwork saying that they would have his children. And some of the women said no, and then they lost their blue check mark, and they got demonetized. And like some of them were making like hundreds of thousands of dollars a month from just for just like perhaps that much for some of them from the interactions they were having with people because they're big tweeters or whatever, and it went down to like $40,000. So I mean, I think it's weird to run your company like that. Like, it's not sexual harassment, but it's like kind of borders on it. Basically, like, hey, I own this platform, and I pay you through your impressions or whatever. Have sex with me, or it's not even have sex with. They're like artificially inseminated, but have a child with me, or you're not making as much money. I mean, like there are so many platforms that you can on which you could do this. Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, but he kind of just shits where he eats. He kind of weird. He's a weird guy. I'm not saying I don't think he's brilliant, but it's just kind of weird. Well, that's not why I left Twitter. I left Twitter is because my robots just aren't really effective on there anymore. Are very effective on Blue Sky. Really tweeted through like whatever post about me on Blue Sky, and so that's been successful. And I'm just going to continue to do that, and that's what I'm working on right now. Is just making sure these robots are doing what I need them to do, and they seemingly are doing okay. I'm working through some troubleshooting with them. I've been doing this now for like 2 months on Blue Sky, and every day I get a couple of people who talk about me and talk about my bots, and it's just increasing. So I anticipate, you never know. I'll say this, I think that I don't know, but I think I can go viral on here by in 28 days, in 4 weeks. If I just keep pushing this, I think it'll be less than a month. You never know. I've been saying this for 3.5 years, but I've never had random streamers tweet about me as much as I do. It's not even tweeting or whatever posted about me. So that's good. Other news, um, things are good in my personal life. That's pretty good. I've got the Discord keeps growing, and I get more and more people in here who are in here for volunteer. So there was Cascade Seed, like the only person in here for a long time. Now I've got 2 or 3 other people who sit in here every night, and we do this thing where we play a game before bed, and then we have like a sleepover. So that's been very fun. 2 girls, and that's a good thing too, having women in here. I just like the diversity. And there's this guy who I met 2 or 3 years ago on TikTok, and we got disconnected. However, I lost my account or whatever. But he refound me, and so he's been in here on every night or so, at least every day. So that's been cool. Caspian C got a dog, and that's been taking up a lot of his time. So he hasn't been in here too much. But he's still in here. I've got another friend in here. Well, I got this friend from Australia who comes in every night at like midnight or like 1 or 2 in the morning, and he keeps me up. But it's a lot of fun. We play a lot of games together, and I enjoy his company. Um, so that's pretty cool. It just blows up my hours because he's in Australia and I'm in the United States. The time difference is major. So that's been keeping me up. But that's been good. I just finished. Do you know Kill Tony is?
Phil Tony?
Yeah. It's the largest live podcast in the world, and it just went to Netflix. It was on YouTube. It's still on YouTube, but they just went to Netflix. So I just did a marathon of Kill Tony, which was like 710 plus episodes, and it took like 2 or 3 months to do them all. So I just watched those. Now I'm doing a streaming podcast which is on like artificial intelligence, cybernetics. It's on self-driving, like automated vehicles. Um, it's on like there's some international relations and stuff. So I'm on like episode 69 of 400 in this, and then I might watch a couple others. And then the plan is to do all the Joe Rogan, which is like 300 videos. So start going back to episode 9 as I plan it out. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. These bots are working really well. I'll see if anybody said anything about me in the last like hour or two. But when they when they, sure.
How do you make money?
Well,
How do you break income?
yeah. So I had savings from the position that I had as certified project manager professional, and I've worked projects for some cryptocurrencies. And if I ever need to make money, I can train AI, and I have a pretty good amount of money doing that. So I can do that remotely, and it's through a company called.
I'm thinking about moving abroad. That's why
That's okay.
I'm like,
Yeah, so it's called data automation, and basically what you do is you don't need, like, I don't think you need a college degree or anything, or certification, but basically you just train AI models like ChatGPT, and what you can do is um, you take a test, and if you do well on the test, then it's not a hard test. The test is like they give you two different uh, categories from which to choose in regards to like chat. Like how would I put it? Okay, so they give you like two chat GPT responses, and you choose the better of the two and why. And then from there, you take like you can make like anywhere from like $20 to $100 an hour just training AI. So if I ever need to, I can do that, and that's how I make money.
so you do that currently, or you just have that in your back pocket just in case you need it?
Um, well, I have it in my back pocket, and I haven't needed to do it, but I have ability recently. So if I do need to work more, I can do that. I've had some cryptocurrencies that have come in here, and I basically do trade them what I did for you, but they'll pay me anywhere between like $1,000 and $5,000 to do that. And it's pretty easy, like quick turnaround on it. Now they ask me to do some other things too, like make videos and some other things which I've done for them. And then they give me cryptocurrency as well. So that's basically I'm able to support myself. I don't know if you know the Rothschild, Rabbi project out, and a few others. But
Yeah, when
but yeah, I mean, but yeah,
old man never
yeah, yes. So, but there have been some other projects that I've requested my system. So I don't need that to be able to survive. I just need to be able to eat that and food, and I keep everything else as limited as possible. Meaning like I have data from the my Wi-Fi is included in my rent, and like I sold my car, so I don't have to.
still living in the same house.
Yeah, I moved to a different room, but it's been I had like a storage room, so I was able to negotiate a better price, and I like the other room, but I just couldn't afford it anymore, and so the owner of the house said that they would allow me to stay here, but I had to leave some things around the house. But he hasn't asked me to do too much. But like whenever he needs help moving things, he'll knock on my door and I'll come out there. He's 72-year-old man, so sometimes he needs a little extra help. And it's for reduced rent, which is nice. And it's it is what it is. It's cozy. It's paid. The reason why I don't move to another place is because the expense, but also everything's included here, so I don't have like Wi-Fi payment, which would be good for me. I don't have like power bill. Everything's included. So that's the but if I, of course, if I go buy this, but until then, this is what I do. I get along with the neighbors, and we always have different people here, and so we got some people from Ukraine, and Philippines, and it just kind of depends. But a lot of us, we've got like 12 people, some people from around. So it just, I do my best to stay out of the short back. Yeah, that's what I do.
Well, I'm glad that you have a safe spot. Plus, the home that you showed me was pretty close.
Yeah. So for a little bit of time, I moved out, but I was able to do that, and just being able to be there so that I could be there for me. And I budgeted out, and I basically asked them, hey, you got that storage room. Is there any way I can make it out of it? I'll help you with whatever you need out of the house. And he was nice enough to be able to let me do that. So that was really
You
good.
have to get rid of some stuff to fit in there.
Yeah, I mean, he's got it in the storage. There's a storage. So he's allowed me to store some stuff in there. And then there's some stuff in his garage. So, but yeah, I mean, as you know, stuff. So like all my books and stuff in storage, which it's what it is. I took what I had to, but he doesn't charge me the storage fees. And he's been really fun. So I've known him for, I mean, you met him. I've known him for 8 years now.
How'd you meet him?
Yeah, good question. I was looking for a place in my community in Irvine, and I looked on Craigslist, and I was just looking for a place that had Wi-Fi included, and this one did. And so I came, I was living in Long Beach, and I went and I met with him, met with his son who actually owns the house. He's actually the property manager, but his son, so it's kind of like a complicated situation. It's Persia. It's like
Oh,
next to Iraq.
okay.
So his son is living here. His son is like in IT, but he moved to Iran. That's where they're originally from. And no, these are all it's just that's okay. It's another religion. I think we have probably like 6 different religions. So but we're all respectful and everything. Somebody's Zoroastrian, and next door yeah. So the owner of the house actually lives in the garage. He just basically like cut out every spot in the house, like to be able to make the most of it, basically. And I don't know. I mean, there's like questions driving that. There's also we have like two simple questions. He, I call him the hunter, the husband, so the guys, the guy you met. They stay in the garage, and it can get pretty hot, especially as it gets into the summer. So they have like some kind of decoration. No, not building. The guy who his name's Alex. So and then he's got a girlfriend. So she lives in there. I think she's some kind of religion. I don't know. And then we have like a shared kitchen. And then we have like sometimes like 3 or 4 guys who stay in the center. And they like, I mean, I don't ask questions, but like it's not my business. But I think at most we've ever had here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We even had a guy who slept on the floor every night. He was from Iran as well. He was studying. He was a nursing student. Like they literally sell out every part of the house that they can. And I mean, I get it. Like the guy who owns the house is in Iran, so he doesn't have it to him. So basically, wherever there's a spot, they'll rent it out either with like a Airbnb situation or just through word of mouth. Um, so it's always got different people. But the guy was,
He makes a lot of money.
yeah. Well,
So
so
the house is pretty nice.
yeah, it is. They
For the that many people, I've seen worse
absolutely.
smaller families.
Yeah, yeah. No, and we're all respectful. And there's like management on site, so he like they're always sweeping and cleaning and making sure it's nice. And the guy, we had one guy, he slept on the floor on like a hard marble floor. He slept in there for like I would say like 2 years while being a nursing student. And then there's another guy who moved in from Ukraine and is learning English. And that guy's really fortunate to be here because if he was in Ukraine, they would have drafted him. So he got out just in time, and he goes to Irvine Community College. So yeah, I don't know if that's what you want to call it. I don't know if they formally drafted him. But I think he just saw the writing on the wall that there was going to be a war. Yeah, exactly. Um, so yeah, they have people. Like I'm in the storage room. We have people who stay in the sunroom. We have another person in a different storage room. We have another couple people who sleep on the floor. 2 people in the garage, and then all the other people in the bedroom. So they do everything that they can to like make to like sell to rent out every part of the square footage that they can, which is smart. I mean, every month they they probably bring in like $5 grand a month, just more than that. Um, but I mean that's after they pay for everything. We have solar, so their power bill is nothing. They have to pay for Wi-Fi and water, electric power. They actually get a reimbursement for the power because for some reason. They make that really well. So yeah, but in regards to me, I'm able. I mean, I don't have many expenses, but I don't live lavishly by any means. I eat very limited. Yeah, mean, it's probably just natural metabolism. It's so really great. What do I eat? I eat a lot of cheese. I eat a lot of, in terms of vegetables, fruits, and like tomatoes. In terms of cheese, I like provolone cheese and cottage cheese and mozzarella cheese and those. I eat these. Like I had spaghetti last night.
You cook it yourself?
Yeah. So we have a shared kitchen, but I just very small. I do like ramen, and I do like sriracha. I like. Well, I've been eating sandwiches recently that's just very easy. So I'll eat just like turkey sandwich.
Can I ask how much do they charge?
Yeah, so it was 1,200 and it was going up to 1,400. I wasn't going to be able to pay that. Yeah. When I first started, it was 600. When I first started, it was 600. So I made arrangements. Yeah, well, it keeps going up because every time they hear about, like tariffs or anything, it just makes them think, hey, next year let's charge everybody more. So I was able to get a tariffs. Tariff. Yeah. And so all in all, everything is $1,000. But again, when I started, it was 600. But um, that includes everything: water, heat, air conditioning, all that stuff.
Yeah. Pretty good. It's a good little conversation. You're doing great.
There you go, big dog.
I need your help though. I'm thinking about moving to the Caribbean. Like I mentioned, I think I mentioned that.
You've not,
Find
you've not mentioned that at all.
a way to make money
All right, well,
online.
all right. Go to
How
that.
to do that.
Okay, go to data annotation. Annotation.tech. Get paid to train AI on your schedule.
Really?
$20 an hour starting pay.
How many hours do I have to work?
Many as you want.
How do they pay?
PayPal. It goes to your
Pay
PayPal.
your own PayPal?
Yeah, they just direct deposit your PayPal.
And you say your business crypto?
No, you don't.
Can you data? What is it called?
Data annotation.tech.
Data
Annotation.tech.
application. Okay, got it. Your new get paid training out. Apply now. You have to apply.
Yeah.
What's it asking for? I guess how am I going to work?
You work where, yeah, you work wherever you want.
Right. But I mean, there's still going to collect.
Yeah, I mean, you have to verify your identity. But you work as a contractor, so you do your own taxes.
And then what do you, because it just, there's a question that you have to come into.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you choose the best answer. You choose the best answer from like ChatGPT answers. So some of them are better than others.
You there?
Yeah.
I'm gonna apply. Check it out.
All right. Do it.
I'll let you know how.
Excellent. Keep me posted.
That's fascinating. You can still chat though, right? Or you want to go back to
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be working on my thoughts, but it's something you want to talk about.
yeah, it's fascinating talking to you. Hearing so much knowledge.
Okay.
I don't think you realize that you're probably better than you.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Like, I like thinking you're pretty good. I was thinking about starting this fashion. I have a website for my business. I can share that with you.
Sure.
Want to Google it real quick?
Sure.
It's JAB, the Jab,
Okay.
trucking.com.
Beautiful.
Like, when you give people their business, you got to do the inspection. I'm always doing a agricultural inspection. So,
You have a really nice website.
you like it?
Yeah. Is that your truck?
All those trucks I've driven.
Ooh. Is it Jab Trucking
Yeah.
Company?
Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah, Jab Trucking. Interesting.
Yeah, I've had all that experience. So, I'm thinking what I was thinking about doing is basically like consulting advisory levels to truck drivers that want to be owner operators.
Are you a broker?
I mean, I can't, but I'm not.
Dude,
I can't
dude,
do that.
somebody wrote a Reddit entry on this. Somebody wrote a Reddit entry on that.
I'm not a broker yet.
But they wrote, anyone know or use Jab Trucking? I was looking for different car carriers to ship a few cars with SEO. Something similar. They did that with they had a contract I could look at and they sent me this. We took it to the liability insurance. Any advice you can have like an honest company or this contract next week would be great. They said this is kind of somebody else with that name now. Jack something LLC that you want to do again with for them.
But that's different than what is chapter.
I don't know, that's a good example.
Yeah. If you ever like I'm paying like $100 as well.
They love you, bro. Thank you, bro.
I think the website's okay.
It's really nice. It's really nice.
I had my girlfriend meet you.
Are you still with her?
No, not like just on the home road.
I do too.
Not like relationship. I mean, I could choose a logo though. Keep the same logo, but I could choose a color. She had a nice one word, which I didn't like, but I don't know what you think. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's the least issue. It's fine.
Yeah. But it's a clean logo, right?
Absolutely.
That's the job.
Absolutely.
Eagle, almost like American Airlines. You know, basically the American Airlines.
Have you been to 48 states?
Yeah, let me tell you how my week goes. I was in LA last month.
Okay.
I picked up in Carson, California.
Okay.
I picked up in Ontario.
Okay. Familiar with both?
Right.
Absolutely.
I drove across the U.S. and I was in Indianapolis Thursday morning. I delivered my first stop. Second stop, I drove all the way to Chicago, driving I drove both ways at the hotel and picked up in Wisconsin. Right. This was on Friday. Today it's Sunday. Just went through the California Highway inspection here in Eagles.
Wow. So you've been back and
I
forth.
will be in Barstow until basically 3 hours.
Do you have a drop off there?
No, truck stop.
Is it that old? Do you know what I'm talking about when I say there's a? It's like a train truck stop. It's got a McDonald's in it.
You'll have to repeat that because it totally broke up.
Sure. They have a train. They have a train. I think it's more for cars, but it's like a truck stop and an old train in Barstow. There's a McDonald's in it.
There's a train with the McDonald's in it.
It's like an old train. Yeah. That's okay. It's right off the 15.
Yeah, I'm not too familiar.
It's not for. I don't think big trucks like yours. It's for.
Yeah. I'll have to see it if it brings up, because I don't know. It's not none of the big ones.
Right. Right. I said right.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's how my week went. This
Cool.
week, everything is good. don't.
No, no, you don't.
But that's what I'm saying. I just kept it.
That's true.
You have to keep it open in order to make money.
Absolutely.
Besides, for example, you guys have to see your parents,
Yeah.
And, yeah, but I've just been thinking about listening just in case this gets really bad. I just want to do remote work in the Caribbean. So I'm not going to hang out on the beach.
Yeah.
But I just don't, like, I wish I had the foresight either of how to actually make money. The worst comes to worst, Rabbi, I can give you the time if you teach me.
Like you just, liberty tells you,
I can be like your assistant.
it
Teach me
literally,
how to stuff.
it literally,
Because I like my work.
it literally tells you what you need to do.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I get what you're saying from that, but I'm just saying, just like how you learn these thought stuff and all this.
Well, I mean, I went to school for that kind of stuff. Well, not necessarily this, but I have a certification. It's,
There are online classes.
so, yes, sir. Yes, there are. In fact, if you want to, I mean, that's right now. If you want to learn about it, feel free to listen. Here we go.
They educate and inspire hundreds of thousands of students in over 110 countries and have a perfect rating in Charity Navigator, which means that donated money is used to maximum effectiveness. When you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. Cash App will also donate $10 to First. Again, there's an organization that I've personally seen inspire girls and boys dream of engineering a better world. And now, here's my conversation with Jim Keller. What are the differences and similarities between the human brain and a computer with the microprocessor at its core? Let's start with this philosophical question, perhaps.
Well, since people don't actually on brains work, I think that's true.
I think that's true.
So it's hard to compare them. Computers are, there's really two things. There's memory and there's computation. And to date, almost all computer architectures are global memory, right? Which is a thing, right? And then computation, when you pull data and you do relatively simple operations on it and write data down.
So it's decoupled in modern computers, and you think in the human brain everything's a mess that's combined
Well,
together.
what people observe is there's some number of layers of neurons which have local connections, and information is stored in some distributed fashion. And people build things called neural networks in computers where the information is distributed in some kind of fashion. There's a mathematics behind it. I don't know that the understanding of that is super deep. The computations we run on those are straightforward computations. I don't believe anybody has said a neuron does this computation. So today it's hard to compare them.
So let's get into the basics before we zoom back out. How do you build a computer from scratch? What is a microprocessor? What is a microarchitecture? What's an instruction setup architecture? maybe even as far back as what is a transistor?
So the special charm with computers is there's a relatively good understanding of abstraction. So down at the bottom you have atoms, and atoms get put together in materials like silicon or dope silicon and metal, and we build transistors. On top of that, we build logic gates, right? And then functional units like an adder, a subtractor, or instruction parsing unit, and we assemble those into processing elements. Modern computers are built out of probably 10 to 20 locally organic processing elements or coherent processing elements, and then that runs computer programs, right? So there's abstraction layers, and then software, there's instructions that you run, and then there's assembly language, C, C++, Java, JavaScript, there's abstraction layers, essentially from the atom to the data, right? So when you build a computer, first there's a target, like what's it for, like how fast is it have to be, which, today there's a whole bunch of metrics about what that is. And then in an organization of, 1,000 people who build a computer, there's lots of different disciplines that you have to operate on. Does that make sense? And so,
So there's a bunch of levels of abstraction of in an organization like Intel and in your own vision. There's a lot of brilliance that comes in at every one of those layers. Some of it is science, some of it is engineering, some of it is art. What's the most, you could pick favorites, what's the most important, your favorite layer on these layers of abstraction? What is the magic into this hierarchy?
I don't really care. That's the fun thing, I'm somewhat agnostic to that. So I would say for relatively long periods of time, instruction sets are stable. So the x86 instruction set, the ARM instruction set.
What's an instruction set?
So it says, how do you encode the basic operations? Load, store, multiply, add, subtract, conditional range. There aren't that many interesting instructions. If you look at a program that runs, 90% of the execution is on 25 opcodes, 25 instructions. And those are stable, right?
What does it mean stable?
Intel architecture has been around for 25 years.
It works.
It works. And that's because the basics, are defined. Right? Now, the way an old computer ran is you fetched instructions and you executed them in order. Do the load, do the add, do the compare. The way a modern computer works is you fetch large numbers of instructions, say 500, and then you find the dependency graph between instructions. And then you execute in independent units those little micrographs. So a modern computer, like people like to say, computers should be simple and clean. But it turns out the market for simple, complete, clean, slow computers is zero. Right? We don't sell any simple, clean computers. Now here's how you build it can be clean, but the computer people want to buy, let's say a phone, data center, such as a large number of instructions, computes the dependency graph, and then executes it in a way that gets the right answer.
And optimizes that graph somehow.
Yeah, they run deeply out of order, and then there's semantics around how memory ordering works and other things work. So the computer sort of has a bunch of bookkeeping tables that says what order do these operations finish in or appear to finish in. But to go fast, you have to fetch a lot of instructions and find all the parallels. Now there's a second kind of computer, which we call GPUs today. And I call it the difference. There's found parallelism, like if a program with a lot of dependent instructions. You fetch a bunch, and then you go figure out the dependency graph, and you issue instructions out of order. That's because you have one serial character, which in fact can be done out of order.
Did you call it a narrative?
So humans think of serial narrative. So read a book, right? There's sentence after sentence after sentence, and there's paragraphs. Now you could diagram that Imagine you diagrammed it properly, and you said which sentences could be read in any order without changing the meaning, right?
That's a fascinating question to ask of a book. Yeah.
Yeah, you could do that, right? So
Yeah.
some paragraphs could be reordered, some sentences could be reordered. You could say, he is tall and smart and X, right? And it doesn't matter the order of tall and smart. But if you say the tall man is wearing the red shirt, what color is, like you can create dependencies, right? And so GPUs, on the other hand, run simple programs on paper, but you're given a million of them. And the first order, the screen you're looking at doesn't care which order you do it. So I call that given parallel. Simple narrative around the large numbers of things, where you can just say it's parallel because you told me.
So found parallelism, where the narrative is sequential, but you discover like little pockets of parallelism versus
Turns out large.
large. So how hard is it to discover?
How hard is it? That's just transistor count, right? So once you crack the problem, you say, here's how you fetch 10 instructions at a time. Here's how you calculate the dependencies between them. Here's how you describe the dependencies. Here's, these are pieces, right?
So once you describe the dependencies, then it's just a graph. So it's an algorithm that defines what is that. I'm sure just a graph theoretical answer here that's solvable. In general, modern programs that human beings write, how much found parallelism is there in them? What does 10x mean?
So you execute it in order.
Versus
You would get what's called cycles per instruction. And it would be about three cycles per instruction because of the latency of the operation and stuff. And a modern computer executes it like 1.25. So it's about, today, find 10x. And there's two things. One is the found parallelism narrative, right? And the other is the predictability narrative, right? So certain operations, they do a bunch of calculations, and if greater than one, do this, else do that decision is predicted on computers by 90% accuracy. So branches happen a lot. So imagine you have a decision to make every 6 instructions. But you want to fetch 500 instructions, figure out the graph, and execute them in parallel. That means you have, let's say, if you fetch 600 instructions, it's every 6. You have to predict 99 out of 100 branches for that window.
okay, so parallelism, you can't parallelize branches, or you can.
You can.
What does predictive branch mean? Or
So imagine you do a computation with a node. So while n is greater than 1, and you go through that loop a million times. So every time you look at the branch, you say, it's probably still greater than 1.
And you're saying you could do that accurately.
Very modern computer.
My mind is blown. How the heck do you do that? Wait a minute.
Well, you want to know? This is really sad. 20 years ago,
Yeah.
you simply recorded which way the branch went last time and predicted the same thing. Right. Okay.
What's the accuracy of that?
85%. So then somebody said, hey, let's keep a couple of things and have a little counter. So when it predicts one way, you count up and then pins. So say you have a 3-bit counter, so you count up and then you count down. And if it's, you can use the top bit as the sign bit. If you have a signed 2-bit number, so it's greater than 1, you predict take, and then less than 1, you predict not take it, right? Or less than 0, whatever. And that got us to 92. Okay, no, it gets better. This branch depends on how you got there. So if you came down the code one way, you're talking about Bob and Jane, right? And then said, does Bob like Jane? It went one way. But if you're talking about Bob and Jill, does Bob like Jane? You go different, right? So that's called history. So you take the history and count it. That's cool. But that's not how anything works today. They use something that looks a little like a neural network. So modern, you take all the execution flows, and then you do basically deep pattern recognition of how the program is executed. And you do that in multiple different ways. And you have something that chooses what the best result is. There's a little supercomputer inside the computer
That's trying to predict
that calculates which way branches go. So the effective window that it's worth going to graph.
Why was that gonna make you sad? That's amazing.
It's amazing how.
Oh, wow.
Well, here's the funny thing. So to get to 85%, took 1,000 bits. To get to 99%,
Are you ready to lose?
tens of megabytes. So this is one of those. To get the result, you get from a window of say 50 instructions to 500. It took 3 orders of magnitude, 4 orders of magnitude.
No, you didn't.
Now, if you get the prediction of a branch roll, what happens then?
Twice the price.
Plus the price, that's just the performance cost.
But it gets even better. So we're starting to look at stuff that says, so they executed down this path, and then you had 2 ways to go. But far away, there's something that doesn't matter. So you took the wrong path. Then you had to mispredict, and you backed it up, and you remember all the results you already calculated. Some of those are just fine. Like if you read a book and you misunderstand the paragraph, your understanding of the next paragraph sometimes is impaired to that understanding. Sometimes it depends.
And you can kind of anticipate that invariably.
Yeah, well, you can keep track of whether the data changed. And so when you come back to a piece of you calculated, you don't.
Okay, how much of this is art and how much of it is science? Because it sounds pretty complicated. So,
Well, how do you describe the situation? So imagine you come to a point in the road, you have to make a decision. And you have a bunch of knowledge about this way to go. Maybe you have to, you want to go the shortest way, or do you want to go the fastest way, or you want to take the nicest way. So there's some set of data. So imagine you're doing something complicated like code in a computer, and there's hundreds of decision points, all with hundreds of possible ways to go. And the ways you pick interact with something. Right. And then you have to pick the right spot. So that understands that.
you avoided the question. You just described the Robert Frost problem. I
Describe the Robin Frost problem.
the,
What you do is computer design.
What a shot! One of the best shots of global history.
Yeah, I don't know how to describe that because some people are very good at making those intuitive things. It seems like the combination of things. Some people are less good at it, but they're really good at evaluating alternatives. Right? And everybody has a different way to do it. And some people can't make those leaps, but they're really good at analyzing it. So when you see computers are designed by teams of people who have very different skill sets. And a good team has lots of different kinds of people. I suspect you would describe some of them, but not very many.
unfortunately, or fortunately.
Well, computer design is hard. It's 99%.
No way you would do it.
And
The 1% inspiration is really important.
So close.
but you still need to
You got to do a lot of work. And then there are interesting things to do at every level.
at the end of the day, if you run the same program multiple times,
I don't know.
is it always
like,
the same result?
there's a good way to do it.
Is there some room for fuzziness there?
That's a math problem. So if you run a correct C program, the definition is every time you run it, you get the same answer.
Yeah, that's a math statement.
Well, that's a language definition. So
Yes.
for years, when we first did 3D accelerated graph, you could run the same scene multiple times to get different answers. Right? And then some people thought that was okay, and some people thought it was a bad idea. And then when the HPC world used GPUs for calculations, they thought it was a really bad idea. Now, in modern AI stuff, people are looking networks where the precision of the data is low enough that the data is somewhat noisy. And the observation is the input data is unbelievably noisy. So why should the calculation be not noisy? And people experiment with algorithms that they can get faster answers by being noisy. Like as the network starts to converge. If you look at the computation graph, it starts out really wide. It gets narrower. And you can say, is that last little bit that important, or should I start the graph on the next rev before we whittle all the way down to the answer? Right? You can create algorithms that are noisy. Now, if you're developing something and every time you run it, you get a different answer, it's really not. And so most people think, even today, every time you run a program, you get the same answer.
No, I know, but the question is, that's the formal definition of a programming language.
There is a definition of languages that don't get the same answer, but people use those. You always want something because you get a bad answer, and then you're wondering, is it because of something in the algorithm or because of this? So everybody wants to switch that says, no matter what, do it deterministic. And it's really weird because almost everything going into modern calculations is noisy. So why the answers have to be so clear? It's
Right, so where do you stand?
I'm thanking programs. So if somebody says, I want deterministic answer, most people want that.
Can you deliver a deterministic answer? I guess is the question. Like when you, that's
What people don't realize is you get a deterministic answer even though the execution flow is variable. So you run this program 100 times, it never runs ever.
and the answer it derives the same.
But it gets the same answer.
It's just amazing. Okay. Achieved in the eyes of many people, legend status as a chief architect. What design creation are you most proud of? Perhaps because it was challenging, because of its impact, or because of the set of brilliant ideas that that were involved in bringing it to
I
life.
find that description odd. And I have 2 small children, and I promise you, they think it's hilarious.
This question,
So,
I do.
I'm really interested in building computers. Yeah, I've worked with really, really smart people. I'm not unbelievably smart. I'm fascinated by how they go together, both as a thing to do and as an endeavor that people do.
How people and computers go together.
Like how people think and build a computer. I find sometimes that the best computer architects aren't that interested in people, or the best people managers aren't that good at designing computers. So
the whole stack of human beings is fascinating. So the managers and engineers.
yeah, I said I realized after a lot of years of building computers, where you sort of build them out of transistors, logic gates, functional units, computational elements, that you could think of people the same way. So people are functional units. And then you can think of organizational design as a computer architecture problem. And then it's like, oh, that's super cool because the people are all different, just like the computational elements are all different. And they like to do different things. And so I had a lot of fun, like reframing how I think about organization.
Just like with computers, we were saying execution paths. You can have a lot of different paths that end up at the same good destination. But what have you learned about the human abstractions from individual functional human units to the broader organization? What does it take to create something special?
Most people don't think so. Right. So you know the difference between a recipe and understanding. There's probably a philosophical description. Imagine you're gonna make a loaf of bread.
Yeah.
The recipe says get some flour, add some water, add some yeast, mix it up, let it rise, put it in a pan, put it in the oven. It's a recipe. Right. Understanding bread, you can understand biology, supply chains, grain grinders, yeast, physics, thermodynamics. Like, there's so many levels on it. And then when people build and design things, they frequently are executing on a stack of recipes. And the problem with that is the recipes all have limited scope. Like if you have a really good recipe book for making bread, it won't tell you anything about how to make an omelet, right? But if you have a deep understanding of cooking, right, then bread, omelets, sandwich, there's a different, way of viewing everything. And most people, when you get to be an expert at something, you're hoping to achieve deeper understanding, not just a large set of recipes to go execute. And it's interesting to walk groups of people because executing recipes is unbelievably efficient if it's what you want to do. If it's not what you want to do, you're really stuck. And that difference is crucial. And everybody has a balance of, let's say, deeper understanding of recipes. Some people are really good at recognizing when the problem is understanding. That makes sense.
It totally makes sense. There's at every stage of development, deep understanding of the team needed.
Well, this goes back to the art versus science question.
Sure.
If you constantly unpack everything for deeper understanding, everything is done. Right? And if you don't unpack understanding when you need to, you'll do the wrong thing. And then at every juncture, like human beings are these really weird things because everything you tell them has a million possible outputs, right? And then they all interact in a hilarious way. And then having some intuition about what you tell them, what you do, when to intervene, when to not.
Right. So
It's essentially computationally solvable.
yeah, it's an interactive problem, sure. Humans are a mess. But with deep understanding, do you mean also fundamental questions of things like what is a computer, and, or why, like the why questions, why are we building this, like of purpose, or do you mean more like going towards the fundamental limits of physics, so really getting into the core of the science?
Well, in terms of building a computer, think a little simpler. So common practice is you build a computer, and then when somebody says, I want to make it 10% faster, you'll go in and say, all right, I need to make this buffer bigger, and maybe I'll add an add unit. Or, I have this thing that's 3 instructions wide, I'm going to make it 4 instructions wide. And what you see is each piece gets incrementally more complicated, right? And then at some point you hit this limit. Like adding another feature or buffer doesn't seem to make it faster. And then people will say, well, that's because it's the fundamental limits. And then somebody else will look at it and say, well, actually, the way you divide the broad way that different features are interacting is limiting you, and it has to be rethought, rewritten, right? So then you refactor and rewrite it. What people commonly find is the rewrite is not only faster, but half as complicated.
From scratch?
Yes.
So how often in your career, which is have you seen is needed, maybe more generally, to just throw the whole out, the
So
whole thing out?
this is where I'm on one end of it, every 3 to 5 years.
Which end are you on? Like
Rewrite more often.
right, and 3 to 5 years is
So if you want to really make a lot of progress in computer architecture, 5 years.
so. Where does the x86 64 stack come in? Or what? How often do you?
I was the co-author of that back in '98. That's 20 years ago.
Yeah, so that's still around.
The instruction set itself has been extended quite a few times.
Yes.
And instruction sets are less interesting than implementation. There's been, on x86 architecture, Intel's designed a few, AIM's designed a few very different architectures. And I don't want to go into too much into detail about how often, but there's a tendency to rewrite it every 10 years.
So you're saying you're an outlier in that sense, and
Rewrite more often.
more often.
Well, and here's
Isn't it scary
yeah, of course. Well, scary to who?
to everybody involved? Because, like you said, repeating the recipe is efficient. Companies want to make money, or the individual engineers want to succeed. So you want to incrementally improve, increase the buffer from 3 to 4.
This is where you get a diminishing return. you have a project, and you start here, it goes up, and you have diminishing return. And to get to the next level, you have to do a new one. And the initial starting point will be lower than the old optimization point, but it'll get higher. So now you have two kinds of fear: short-term disaster and long-term disaster.
And you're
grown-ups,
just
right? Like, people with a quarter-by-quarter business objective are terrified about changing everything.
Yeah.
And people who are trying to run a business or build a computer for a long-term objective know that the short-term limitations block them from long-term success. So if you look at leaders of companies that have really good long-term success, every time they saw that they had to redo something, they did.
and so somebody has to speak up.
Or you do multiple pivots. You optimize the old one while you build the new one. But the marketing guys are always like, they promise me that the new computer is faster on every single thing. Computer architect says, well, the new computer will be faster on the average. But there's a distribution of results on performance, and you'll have some outliers that are slower. And that's very hard because they have one customer who cares about that.
So speaking of long term, for over 50 years now, Moore's Law has served as, for me and millions of others, as an inspiring beacon of what kind of amazing future brilliant engineers can build. I'm just making your kids laugh all of today.
Great.
So first, in your eyes, what is Moore's Law? To be defined for people who don't know.
Well, the simple statement was, from Gordon Moore, was double the number of transistors every 2 years. And then my operational model is we increase the performance of computers by 2x every 2 or 3 years. And it's wiggled around substantially over time. And also in how we deliver performance has changed.
Right.
But the foundational idea was 2x the transistor every 2 years. The current cadence is something like, they call it a shrink factor, like 0.6 every 2 years, which is not 0.5.
But that's so far as strictly
Yeah, it's a transistor count.
a shrink factor, just getting them smaller, smaller, smaller.
Well, for a constant chip area, if you make the transistor smaller by 0.6, 6 more transistors.
So can you linger a little longer? What's a broader? What do you think should be the broader definition of Moore's Law? When you mentioned how you think of performance, just broadly, what's a good way to think about Moore's Law?
Well, first of all, I've been aware of Moore's Law for 30 years.
In which sense?
Well, I've been designing computers for 40.
You're just watching it before your eyes, kind of.
Well, and somewhere where I became aware of it, I was also informed that Moore's Law was going to die in 10 to 15 years. And I thought that was true at first, but then after 10 years, it was going to die in 10 to 15 years. And then at one point, it was going to die in 5 years. And then it went back up to 10 years. And at some point, I decided not to worry about that particular prognostication for the rest of my life, which is fun. And then I joined Intel, and everybody said Moore's Law is dead. And I thought that's sad because it's a Moore's Law company. And it's not dead. And it's always been the guy. And, humans like these apocryphal kind of statements like, we'll run out of food.
Right, but it's still incredible that it's lived for as long as it has. And yes, there's many people who believe now that Moore's Law is dead.
They can join the last 50 years of people that say
Yeah, there's a long tradition. But why do you think, if you can try to understand it, why do you think it's not dead?
Well, let's just think, people think Moore's Law is one thing, transistors get smaller. But actually under the sheet, there's literally thousands of innovations, and almost all those innovations have their own diminishing return curves. So if you graph it, it looks like a cascade of diminishing return curves. I don't know what to call that, but the result is an exponential, at least it has been. So, and we keep inventing new things. So if you're an expert in one of the things on the diminishing return curve, right, and you can see its plateau, you will probably tell people, well, this is done.
What the
Meanwhile,
fuck,
some other
man?
power people are doing something different. So that's
Dude,
just
that's not
small.
cool at all. I don't
So
like
then
that.
there's
Wait,
the observation of how small could a switching device be? So a modern transistor is something like 1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000 atoms, right? And you get quantum effects down around 2 to 10 atoms. So you can imagine a transistor as small as 10 by 10 by 10. So that's a million times smaller. And then the quantum computational people are working away at how to use quantum effects. So
1,000 by 1,000 by 1,000. That's a really clean way of putting it.
well, a fan, like a modern transistor, if you look at a fan, it's like 120 atoms wide, but we can make that thinner. And then there's a gate wrapped around it, and then there's spacing. There's a whole bunch of geometry. And a competent transistor designer could count both atoms in every single direction. Like there's techniques now to already put down atoms in a single atomic layer. And you can place atoms if you want to. It's just, from a manufacturing process, placing an atom takes 10 minutes and you need to put, 10 to the 23rd atoms together to make a computer. It would take a lot of time. So the methods of both shrinking things and then coming up with effective ways to control what's happening.
Manufacture safely and cheaply.
Yeah. So the innovation stack is pretty broad. There's equipment, there's optics, there's chemistry, there's physics, there's material science, there's metallurgy. There's lots of ideas about when you put different materials together, how they interact, are they stable, is there temperature, like are they repeatable? There's like literally thousands of technologies involved.
But just for the shrinking, you don't think we're quite yet close to the fundamental limits of physics.
I did a talk on Moore's Law, and I asked for a roadmap to pass about 100 after 2 weeks. He said we only got to 50.
100, let's say.
100 extra.
100 extra.
I think that's 50. I said, why don't you give it another 2 weeks? Well, here's the thing about Moore's Law, right? So I believe that the next 10 or 20 years of shrinking is going to happen, right? Now, as a computer designer, you have two stances. You think it's going to shrink, in which case you're thinking about architecture in a way that you or conversely, not be swamped by the complexity of all the transistors you get. Right? You have to have a strategy.
So you're open to the possibility and you're waiting for the possibility of a whole new army of transistors ready to work.
I'm expecting more transistors every 2 or 3 years by a number large enough that how you think about design, how you think about architecture will change. Like imagine you build brick buildings out of bricks. Every year the bricks are out of sales, or every 2 years. Well, if you kept building bricks the same way, so many bricks per person per day, the amount of time to build a building would go up exponentially. Right? But if you said, I know that's coming, so now I'm going to design equipment that builds bricks faster, uses them better, so maybe you're getting something out of the smaller bricks, more strength in the walls, less material, efficiency out of that. So once you have a roadmap with what's going to happen, transistors, we're going to get more of them. Then you define all this collateral around it to take advantage of it, and also to cope with it. Like that's the thing people understand. It's like if I didn't believe in Moore's Law, and then Moore's Law transistors showed up, my design teams were all drowned.
So what's the hardest part of this inflood of new transistors? I mean, even if you just look historically throughout your career, what's the thing? What fundamental changes when you add more transistors in the task of designing an architecture?
Well, there's two constants, right? One is people don't get smarter.
And by the way, there's some science showing that we do get smarter because of nutrition or whatever.
Yeah.
Sorry to bring that up.
One effect.
Yes.
Yeah, for me, but nobody understands it. Nobody knows it's still going on. So that's it.
Or whether it's real or not. But yeah,
I sort of,
anyway, but not
I would
exponentially.
believe for the most part, people aren't getting much smarter.
The evidence doesn't support it. That's right.
And then teams can't grow that much. Right? So human beings, we're really good at teams of 10, up to teams of 100. They can know each other. Beyond that, you have to have organizational boundaries. So those are pretty hard constraints. Right? So then you have to divide and conquer. Like as the designs get bigger, you have to divide it into pieces. The power of abstraction layers is really high. We used to build computers out of transistors. Now we have a team that turns transistors into logic cells, and another team that turns into functional units, and another one that turns into computers. And so we have abstraction layers. And you have to think about when you shift gears on that. We also use faster computers to build faster computers. So some algorithms run twice as fast on your computers. But a lot of algorithms are n-squared. So, a computer with twice as many transistors might take 4 times as long to run. So you have to refactor the software. But simply using faster computers to build bigger computers doesn't work.
So
you have to think about it.
So in terms of computing performance and the exciting possibility that more powerful computers bring, is shrinking the thing we've been talking about one of the biggest exciting possibilities of advancement in performance? Or is there other directions that you're interested in, like in the direction of sort of enforcing given parallelism, or like doing massive parallelism in terms of many CPUs, stacking CPUs on top of each other, that kind of parallelism, or any kind of
Well, think about it in a different way. So, old computers, slow computers, you said A equals B plus C times B. Pretty simple. Right? And then we made faster computers with vector units, and you could do proper equations and matrices. Right? And then modern, like AI computations, or like convolutional neural networks, where you convolve one large data set against another. And so there's sort of this hierarchy of mathematics, from simple equation to linear equations to matrix equations to deeper kind of computation. And the data sets are good and so big that people are thinking of data as a topology problem. Data is organized in some its shape. And then the computation, which sort of wants to be get data from immense shape and do some computation on it. So what computers allow people to do is have algorithms go much further. So that paper you referenced, the Sutton paper, it talked about, like when AI started, it was apply rule sets to something. That's a very simple computation. And then when they did first chess thing, they solved deep searches. So have a huge database of moves and results, deep search, but it's still just a search. Right. Now we take large numbers of images and we use it to train these weight sets that we convolve across. It's a completely different kind of phenomenon. We call that AI. Now they're doing the next generation, and if you look at it, they're going up this mathematical graph, right? And then computations, both computation and data sets support going up that graph.
Yeah, the kind of computation that I would argue that all of it is still a search, right? Just like you said, a topology problem for data sets, you're searching the data sets for valuable data, and also the actual optimization of neural networks is a kind of search for the.
I don't know if you had looked at the inner layers of finding a cat. It's not a search. It's a set of endless projections. So a projection. There's a shadow of this phone.
Yeah.
Right. And then you can have a shadow of that on something, a shadow on that or something. If you look in the layers, you'll see this layer actually describes pointy ears and round-eyedness and fuzziness, and the computation to tease out the attributes is not search.
Right.
Like the inference part might be search, but the training is not search. And then in deep networks, they look at layers and they don't even know what's represented. And yet, if you take the layers out, it doesn't work.
Okay, so
I don't think it's search. But you have to talk to the mathematicians about
it. Well, we could disagree, but the it's just semantics. I think it's not, but it's certainly
I
not.
would say it's absolutely not semantics. But
Okay. All right. Well, if you want to go there, so optimization to me is search. We're trying to optimize the ability of neural networks to detect cat ears, and the difference between chess and the space, the incredibly multi-dimensional, 100,000 dimensional space that neural networks are trying to optimize over, is nothing like the chessboard database. So it's a totally different kind of thing. And in that sense, you could say
yeah.
it loses
No,
the
I
meaning.
can see how you might say if you. The funny thing is, it's the difference between given search space and found search space.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, maybe that's the difference. That's what
Okay. But you're saying, what's your sense in terms of the basic mathematical operations and the architectures, the hardware that enables those operations? Do you see the CPUs of today still being a really core part of executing those mathematical operations?
Yeah. Well, the operations, continue to be add, subtract, load, store, compare, and branch. It's remarkable. So it's interesting that the building blocks of computers are transistors. Under that atom, transistors, logic computers, right? Functional units in computers. The building blocks of mathematics at some level are things like adds and subtracts and multiplies, but the space mathematics could describe is, I think, essentially infinite. But the computers that run the algorithms are still doing the same things. Now, you might say, I need sparse data, or I need 30-bit data, or I need, like a convolution operation that naturally takes 8-bit data, multiplies it, and sums it up a certain way. So that the data types in TensorFlow imply an optimization set. But when you go right down and look at the computers, and Norgate still has to multiply. Like that hasn't changed much. Now the quantum researchers think they're going to change that radically, and then there are people who think about analog computing, look at the brain, and it seems to be more analogish. There may be this way to do that more efficiently. But we have a million X on computation, and I don't know the relationship between computational, let's say, intensity and the ability to hit mathematical abstractions. I don't know if anybody's described that, but just like you saw in AI, you went from rule sets to simple search to complex search to say found search. Like those are orders of magnitude more computation to do. And as we get the next 2 orders of magnitude, your friend Roger Gadori said, like every order of magnitude changes the computation.
Fundamental changes in what the computation is doing.
Oh, the expression of the difference in quantity is the difference in time. The difference between ant and anthill, right? Or neuron and brain. There's indefinable place where the quantity changes the quality, right? And we've seen that happen in mathematics multiple times. My guess is it's going to keep happening.
So your sense is, if you focus head down and shrinking the transistor.
We'd like to head down, we're aware of the software stacks that are running in the computational loads. We're kind of pondering, what do you do with a petabyte of memory that wants to be accessed in a sparse way and have, the kind of calculations AI programmers want. So there's a dialogue interaction, but when you go in the computer chip, you find adders and subtractors and multipliers.
So if you zoom out then, as you mentioned, your son, the idea that most of the development in the last maybe decades in AI research came from just leveraging computation and just simple algorithms waiting for the computation to improve.
Well, some guys have a thing that they call the problem of early optimization. So you write a big software stack, and if you start optimizing, like the first thing you write, the odds of that being performance is low. When you get the whole thing working, can you make it 2x faster by optimizing the right things? Sure. While you're optimizing that, because you've written it in new software stack, which would have been a better choice, maybe. I agree. So,
But the whole time, as you're doing the writing, that's the software we're talking about. The hardware underneath gets faster.
this goes back to the Moore's Law. If Moore's Law is going to continue, then your AI research should expect that to show up, and then you make a slightly different set of choices. Then we've hit the wall, nothing's going to happen, and from here it's just us rewriting algorithms. Like that seems like a failed strategy for the last 30 years.
So can you just linger on it? I think you've answered it, but I'll just ask the same dumb question over and over. So why do you think Moore's Law is not going to die? Which is the most promising, exciting possibility of why it won't die in the next 5-10 years? So is it the continued shrinking of the transistor, or is it another S curve that steps in and it totally...
Well, shrinking the transistor is literally thousands.
Right. So there's
there's a whole bunch of S curves just kind of running their course and being reinvented and new things. You know, the semiconductor fabricators and technologists have all announced what's called nanowires. So they took a fin which had a gate around it and it turned out into little wires. So you have better control of that and it's smaller. And then from there's some obvious steps about how to shrink that. The metallurgy around wire stacks and stuff has very obvious abilities to shrink. And, you know, there's a whole combination of things there.
Your sense is that we're going to get a lot if the simulation from just that shrinking.
Yeah, like a factor of 100 is a lot.
Yeah, I would say it's incredible. And it's totally
It's only 10 or 15 years.
Now you're smart and you might know, but to me it's totally unpredictable what that 100x would bring in terms of the nature of the computation that people would be.
Yeah, are you familiar with Bell's Law? So for a long time it was mainframes, menus, workstation, PC, mobile. Moore's Law drove faster, smaller computers. And then when we were thinking about Moore's Law, Roger Gadori said every 10x generates a new computation. So scalar, vector, matrix, topological computation. Right? And if you go look at the industry trends, there was mainframes and then mini computers and then PCs, and then the internet took off, and then we got mobile devices. Now we're building 5G wireless with 1 millisecond latency. And people are starting to think about the smart world where everything knows you, recognizes you. Like the transformations are going to be like unpredictable.
How does it make you feel that you're one of the key architects of this kind of future? So we're not talking about.
What'd you say? What'd you say? And you got it. But I need you to repeat what you said. That's not I'm happy because you have correlation does not necessarily causation. Are you feeling any better?
about the architects of the high level people who build the Angry Bird apps and
Angry Bird apps. Who knows? Maybe that's the whole point of the universe.
I think that and the potential distracting nature of mobile phones. I'll take a stand. But anyway, in terms of the side effects of smartphones or the potential distraction, which part?
Well, who knows? Where this is all even changing so fast.
Wait, so back to
My parents used to yell at my sisters for a wired phone, dial. Stop talking to your friends all day.
Right.
Now my wife yells at my kids for talking to their friends all day on text. Almost the same to me.
It's almost that goes on the same thing. Okay, but you are one of the key people architecting the hardware of this future. How does that make you feel? Do you feel responsible? Do you feel excited?
So we're in a social context. So there's billions of people on this planet. There are literally millions of people working on technology. I feel lucky to be, doing what I do and getting paid for it, and there's an interest in it. But there's so many things going on in parallel. Like the actions are so unpredictable. If I wasn't here, somebody else is doing it. The vectors of all these different things are happening all the time. There's I'm sure some philosopher or meta philosophers, wondering about how we transform our world.
So you can't deny the fact that these tools, that these tools are changing our world.
That's right.
So do you think it's changing for the better?
So I read this thing recently. It said the two disciplines scores in college, physics and philosophy, right? And they're both sort of trying to answer the question, why is there anything, right? And the philosophers, are on the kind of theological side, and the physicists are obviously on, the material side. And there's 100 billion galaxies with 100 billion stars. It seems, repetitive at best. So there's on our way to 10 billion people. I mean, it's hard to say what it's all for, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, I guess
Things
I am.
do tend to significantly increase this in complexity. Yeah. I'm curious about how computation, like our world, our physical world, inherently generates mathematics. It's kind of obvious, right? So we have x, y, z coordinates. You take a sphere, you make it bigger. You get a surface that falls, grows by r squared. Like it generally generates mathematics, and the mathematicians and the physicists have been having a lot of fun talking to each other for years. And computation has been, let's say, relatively pedestrian. Like computation in terms of mathematics has been doing binary algebra, while those guys have been gallivanting through the nether realms of possibility. Right now, recently the computation lets you do mathematical computations that are sophisticated enough that nobody understands how the answers came out. Right? Machine learning. Yeah. Right. It used to be you get data set, you guess at a function. The function is considered physics if it's predictive of new functions, new data sets. Modern, you can take a large data set with no intuition about what it is and use machine learning to find a pattern that has no function. Right? And then you can arrive at results that I don't know if they're completely mathematically describable. So computation has kind of done something interesting compared to A equals B plus C.
There's something reminiscent of that step from the basic operations of addition to taking a step towards neural networks that's reminiscent of what life on Earth at its origins was doing. Do you think we're creating sort of the next step in our evolution in creating artificial intelligence systems that will,
I don't know. There's so much in the universe already, it's hard to say.
understand
Like
in this whole
are
thing?
human beings working on additional abstraction layers and possibilities? Yeah, it appears so. Does that mean that human beings don't need dogs? No. Like there's so many things that are all simultaneously interesting and useful.
But you see, throughout your career, you've seen greater and greater level of abstractions built in artificial machines, right? Do you think, when you look at humans, do you think that all of life on Earth is a single organism building this thing, this machine with greater and greater levels of abstraction? Do you think humans are the peak, the top of the food chain in this long arc of history on Earth, or do you think we're just somewhere in the middle? Are we the basic functional operations of the CPU? Are we the C++ program, the Python program, or the neural network?
Like somebody's, people have calculated like how many operations the brain could do something. I've seen the number tens of these a bunch of times, a lot of different ways. So could you make a computer that did tens of 20 operations? Yeah, sure.
Do you think
we're going to do that? Now, is there something magical about how brains compute things? I don't know. My personal experience is interesting because, you think you know how you think, and then you have all these ideas and you can't figure out how they happen. And if you meditate, what you can be aware of is interesting. So I don't know if brains are magical or not. The physical evidence says no. Lots of people's personal experience says yes. So what would be funny is if brains are magical and yet we can make brains with more computation. I don't know what to say about that, but
do you think magic is an emergent phenomenon?
could be. I have no explanation for it.
Let me ask Jim Keller, what in your view is consciousness?
With consciousness.
Yeah, like what, consciousness, love, things that are these deeply human things that seems to emerge from our brain. Is that something that we'll be able to encode in chips that get faster and faster and faster and faster?
It's like a 10-hour conversation. Nobody really knows.
Can you summarize it in
A couple of words. Many people have observed that organisms run at lots of different levels. Right? If you had two neurons, somebody said you'd have one sensory neuron, one motor neuron. Right? We move towards things and away from things. We have physical integrity and safety or not. Right? And then if you look at the animal kingdom, you can see brains that are a little more complicated. And at some point, there's a planning system, and then there's an emotional system that's, happy about being safe or unhappy about being threatened. Right? And then our brains have massive numbers of structures, like planning, movement, thinking, feeling, drives, and emotions. We seem to have multiple layers of thinking systems. We have a dream system that nobody understands whatsoever, which I find completely hilarious. And you can think in a way that those systems are more independent, and you can observe, the different parts of yourself can observe them. I don't know which one's magical. I don't know which one's not computational. So,
is it possible that it's all computation?
Probably. Is there a limit to computation? I don't think so.
Do you think the universe is a computer?
You think it's a weird kind of computer, because if it was a computer, like when they do calculations on how much calculation it takes to describe quantum effects is unbelievably high. So if it was a computer, when you built it out of something that was easier to compute, right? That's a funny system. But then the simulation guys pointed out that the rules are kind of interesting. Like when you look really close, it's uncertain. And the speed of light says you can only look so far, and things can't be simultaneous, except for the oddly tangent problem where they seem to be. Like the rules are all kind of weird. And somebody said physics is like having 50 equations with 50 variables to find 50 variables. Like, it's like physics itself has been a shit show for thousands of years. It seems odd when you get to the corners of everything. It's either uncomputable or undefinable or uncertain.
It's almost like the designers of the simulation are trying to prevent us from understanding it perfectly.
But also the things that require calculations require so much calculation that our idea of the universe of a computer is absurd, because every single little bit of it takes all the computation in the universe to figure out.
So do
So that's a weird kind of computer. You know, you say the simulation is running in the computer, which has, by definition, infinite computation.
Not infinite. Oh, you mean if the universe is infinite?
Yeah. Well,
it's just
every
very
little
large.
piece of our universe seems to take infinite computation.
Not
Figure
infinite,
out.
just a lot.
Well, a lot's a pretty big number. Compute this little teeny spot, takes all the mass in the local 1 light year by 1 light year space. It's close enough to I know it's a weird description because the simulation description seems to break with the ellipsis. But the rules of the universe seem to apply something. That seems a little arbitrary.
The universe, the whole thing, the laws of physics.
Yeah.
It just seems like how did it come out to be the way it is?
Well, lots of people talk about that. You know, like I said, the two smartest groups of humans are working on the same problem, different aspects, and they're both complete failures. So
Now,
that's kind of cool.
it might succeed eventually.
Well, after 2,000 years, the trend is good.
Well, 2,000 years is nothing in the span of the history of the universe, so we have some time.
The next 1,000 years doesn't look good either.
That's what everybody says at every stage, but Moore's law, as you described, not being dead, the exponential the growth of technology, the future seems pretty incredible.
Well, it'll be interesting, that's for sure.
That's right. So what are your thoughts on Ray Kurzweil says that exponential improvement in technology will continue indefinitely? Is that how you see Moore's law? Do you see Moore's law more broadly in the sense that technology of all kinds has a way of stacking S-curves on top of each other where it'll be exponential, and then we'll see all kinds of...
What does an exponential of a million mean? That's a pretty amazing number. And that's just for a little piece of silicon. Now let's imagine you, say, decided to get 1,000 tons of silicon to collaborate in one computer at 1,000,000 times the density. Like now you're talking, I don't know, 10 to the 20th more computation power than our current already unbelievably fast computers. You know, like nobody knows what that's going to mean. You know, the sci-fi guys call it, Computron. Like when, like a local civilization turns the nearby star into a computer. That's true. But
So just even when you shrink the transistor,
that's only one dimension.
the ripple effects of that.
Like people tend to think about computers as a cost problem. Right? So computers are made of silicon and minor amounts of metals. And then, this and that. None of those things cost any money. There's plenty of sand. Like you could just turn the beach and a little bit of ocean water into computers. So all the cost is in the equipment to do it. And the trend on equipment is once you figure out how to build the equipment, the trend of cost is zero. So Elon said first you figure out what configuration you want the atoms in, and then how to put them together. Right?
Yeah.
Well, his great insight is people are how can this thing and how it works, and then little tweaks to that will generate something, as opposed to what do I actually want, and then figure out how to build it. It's a very different mindset. Almost nobody has it, obviously.
Well, let me ask on that topic. You were one of the key early people in the development of autopilot, at least on the hardware side. Elon Musk believes that autopilot and vehicle autonomy, if you just look at that problem, can follow this kind of exponential improvement. In terms of the how question that we're talking about, there's no reason why it can't. What are your thoughts on this particular space of vehicle autonomy? And you're a part of it, and Elon Musk's and Tesla's vision for...
Well, the computer you need to build is straightforward. And you can argue, well, it doesn't need to be 2 times faster or 5 times or 10 times. But that's just a matter of time or price in the short run. So that's not a big deal. You don't have to be especially smart to drive a car. So it's not like a super hard problem. I mean, the big problem with safety is attention, which computers are really good at, not skilled.
Well, let me push back on one. So everything you said is correct, but we as humans to tend to take for granted how incredible our vision system is. So
You can drive the car at 2050 vision, and you can train a neural network to extract the distance of any object and the shape of any surface from a video and data. It's really simple.
it's not simple.
That's a simple data product.
It's not simple. It's because it's not just detecting objects, it's understanding the scene, and it's being able to do it in a way that doesn't make errors. So the beautiful thing about the human vision system and our entire brain around the whole thing is we're able to fill in the gaps. It's not just about perfectly detecting cars; it's inferring the occluded cars. It's understanding the.
I think that's mostly a data problem.
So you think with data, with compute, with improvement in computation, with improvement in collection.
Well, there's when you're driving a car and somebody cuts you off, your brain has theories about why they did it. They're a bad person, they're distracted, they're dumb. You can listen to yourself.
Yeah.
So, if you think that narrative for successfully drive a car, then current autopilot systems can't do it. But if cars are ballistic things with tracks and probabilistic changes of speed and direction, and roads are fixed and given, by the way, they don't change dynamically. Right? You can map the world really thoroughly. You can place every object really thoroughly. Right? You can calculate trajectories of things really thoroughly. Right?
But everything you said about really thoroughly has a different degree of difficulty. So
You could say at some point, computer autonomous systems will be way better at things that humans are lousy at. They'll be better at attention. They'll always remember there's a pothole in the road that humans keep forgetting about. They'll remember that this set of roads has these weirdo lines on it that the computer's figured out one thing. And especially if they get updates, so if somebody changes a given, like the key to robots and stuff that we've had is to maximize givens.
right.
So having a robot pick up this bottle cap is way easier to put a red dot on the top. Because then you have to figure out, you want to do a certain thing with it, maximize the givens is the thing. And autonomous systems are happily maximizing the givens. But humans, when you drive someplace new, you remember it because you're processing it the whole time. And after the 50th time you drove to work, you get to work, you don't know how you got there. But you're on autopilot. Right? Autonomous cars are always on autopilot. But the cars have no theories about why they got cut off or why they're in traffic.
So
They
that's
also never stop paying attention.
right. So I tend to believe you do have to have theories, mental models of other people, especially pedestrians, cyclists, but also other cars. So everything you said is actually essential to driving. Driving is a lot more complicated than people realize, I think. So to push back slightly, but
So you got into traffic, right?
Yeah.
You can't just wait for a gap. You have to be somewhat aggressive.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised how simple a calculation is.
I may be on that particular point, but there's maybe I should push back. I would be surprised. I'll just say where I stand. I would be very surprised, but I think it's you. You might be surprised how complicated it is.
I'd say that I tell people progress discipline. Points in the short run. Surprises you.
It's very much. Yeah,
I suspect in 10 years it'll be just taken for granted.
yeah, but you're probably right. No, but
It's going to be a $50 thing. Like GPS is wow, GPS is, yes, satellites in space that tell you where your location is a really big deal. Now,
yes, but I do think that systems that evolve human behavior are more complicated than we give credit for. So we can do incredible things with technology that don't involve humans, but when you
the humans are less complicated than people. Frequently described.
maybe I
We tend to operate out of large numbers of patterns.
but I can't trust you because you're a human. That's something
I know.
something that humans would say. But my hope is on the point you've made is even if no matter who's right, I'm hoping that there's a lot of things that humans aren't good at that machines are definitely good at, like you said, attention and things like that. They'll be so much better that the overall picture of safety and autonomy would be obvious. The cars would be safer, even if they're not as good.
I'm a big believer in safety. I mean, there are already the current safety systems like cruise control that doesn't let you run into people, lane keeping. There are so many features that you just look at the Pareto of accidents and knocking off like 80% of them, super doable.
Just to linger on the autopilot team and efforts there, it seems to be that there's a very intense scrutiny by the media and the public in terms of safety, to pressure the bar, but before autonomous vehicles. What are your sort of, as a person there working on the hardware and trying to build a system that builds a safe vehicle and so on? What was your sense about that pressure? Is it unfair? Is it expected as new technology?
That seems reasonable. I was interested. I talked to North American, and I was worried that the regulations would write into the rules technology solutions. Like modern brake systems imply hydraulic brakes. So if you read the regulations, to meet the letter of the law for brakes, it sort of has to be hydraulic. Right? And the regulators said they're interested in use cases, like a head-on crash, an offset crash. Don't hit pedestrians. Don't run into people. Don't leave the road. Don't run a red light or stoplight. They were very much into the scenarios, and and they had all the data about which scenarios injured or killed the most people. And for the most part, those conversations were like, what's the right thing to do to take the next step? Now, Elon's very interested also in the benefits of autonomous driving, time and attention, as well as safety. And I think that's also an interesting thing. But building autonomous systems so they're safe and safer than people. So the goal is to be 10 safer than people. Having the bar to be safer than people and correct.
It's different than the things you get. The Intel, AMD, Apple, with autopilot chip design, hardware design. What are interesting, challenging aspects of building this specialized kind of computing system in the automotive space?
I mean, there's two tricks to building with automotive. One is software, if you just developing algorithms that are changing fast. So as you're building the accelerator, you have this area intuition that the algorithm will change enough that the accelerator will be the wrong thing. Right? And there's a generic thing, which is if you build a really good general purpose computer, say its performance is 1, and then GPU guys will deliver about 5x the performance for the same amount of silicon because instead of discovering parallels, and then special accelerators get another 2 to 5x on top of the GPU. Because you say, I know the math is always 8-bit integers into 32-bit accumulators, and the operations are the subset of mathematical possibilities. So, AI accelerators have a claimed performance benefit over GPUs because in the narrow math space, you're nailing the algorithm. Now, you still try to make it programmable, but the AI field is changing really fast. So there's a little creative tension there of, I want the acceleration afforded by specialization without being over specialized, so that the new algorithm is so much more effective that you would have been better off on it. So there's a tension there. To build a good computer for an application like automotive, there's all kinds of sensor inputs, safety processors, and a bunch of stuff. So one of Elon's goals is to make it super affordable. So every car gets an autopilot computer. So some of the recent startups will look at how do you have a server in the trunk? Because they're saying, I'm going to build this autopilot computer that replaces the driver. So their cost budget is $10,000 or $20,000. And Elon's constraint was, I'm going to put one in every car, whether people buy autonomous driving or not. So the cost constraint he had in mind is great, right? And to hit that, you have to think about the system design. It's complicated. It's fun. It's craftsman's work. Like a violin maker, right? You could say Stradivarius we waited for the right day so that we put the finish on it. Didn't, do something dumb. That's craftsmanship. But you may be a genius craftsman because you have the best techniques and you discover a new one. But most engineers craftsmanship, and humans really like to do that.
Smart humans.
No, everybody.
All humans.
I don't know. I used to write down ditches when I was in college. I got really good at it. That's right.
The digging ditch is also craftsmanship.
Yeah, of course. So there's an expression called complex mastery. So when you're learning something, that's fine. You're learning something. When you do something that's really simple, it's not that satisfying. But if the steps that you have to do are complicated and you're good at them, it's satisfying to do them. And then if you're intrigued by it all as you're doing it, sometimes on new things that you can raise your game, the craftsmanship is good. And engineers, like engineering is complicated enough that you have to learn a lot of skills, and then a lot of what you do is craftsmanship, which is fun.
Autonomous driving, building a very resource constrained computer, so computer has to be cheap enough to put in every single car.
Yeah.
That essentially boils down to craftsman work. It's engineering.
Yeah, there's thoughtful decisions and problems to solve and trade-offs to make. You need 10 cameras or 8. If you're building for the current car or the next one. How do you do the safety stuff? There's a whole bunch of details. But it's fun. But it's not like I'm building a new type of neural network which has new mathematics and new computer work. That's like there's more invention. But the reduction to practice, once you pick the architecture, you look inside and you see adders, multipliers, memories, the basics. So computers was always this weird set of abstraction layers of ideas and thinking that reduction to practice is transistors and wires, pretty basic stuff. That's an interesting phenomenon. By the way, like factory work, lots of people think factory work is road assembly stuff. I've been on the assembly line. Like, the people work there really like it. It's a really great job. It's really complicated. Putting cars together is hard, right? And the car is moving, and the parts are moving, and sometimes the parts are damaged, and you have to coordinate putting all the stuff together, and people are good at it. They're good at it. I remember one day I went to work, and the line was shut down for some reason, and some of the guys sitting around were really bummed because they had reorganized a bunch of stuff, and they were going to hit a new record from the cars built that day, and they were all on how to do it. These were big tough buckets, But what they did was complicated.
Yeah, and I mean,
well, after a while you could, but you'd have to work your way up because like putting what's called the brights, the trim on a car on a moving assembly line where it has to be attached 25 places in a minute and a half is unbelievably complicated. And human beings can do it. So I think that's harder than driving a car by
putting together, working
on the factory.
Two smart people can disagree.
Yay.
I think driving a car.
Well, we'll get you in factories that day, and we'll see how
No, not for us humans driving a car is easy. I'm saying building a machine that drives a car is not easy. No, okay. Driving a car is easy for humans because we've been evolving for billions of years.
Drive cars. Yeah, I know.
Do
the paleolithic cars are super cool.
Oh, now you join the rest of me and mocking me.
Okay. I didn't really mock you. I'm intrigued by your anthropology.
Yeah, it's
I'll have to go dig into that.
There's some inaccuracies there. Yes. Okay, but in general, what have you learned in terms of thinking about passion, craftsmanship, tension, chaos, the whole mess of it? Or what have you learned, have taken away from your time working with Elon Musk, working at Tesla, which is known to be a place of chaos, innovation, craftsmanship, and all
I really
those
like
things.
the way you thought. Like, you think you have an understanding about what first principles or something is, and then you talk to Elon about it, and you didn't scratch the surface. He has a deep belief that no matter what you do, it's all to And I had a friend, he invented a better electric motor. And it was like a lot better than what we were using. And one day he came by and said, I'm a little disappointed because, this is really great. He didn't seem that impressed. When the super intelligent aliens come, I think I'll be looking for you. Like, where is he? Like, the guy who built the motor.
Yeah.
Probably not. Like, but doing interesting work that's both innovative and, let's say, craftsman's work on the current thing is really satisfying. It's good. And that's cool. And then Elon was taking everything apart and like, what's the deep first principle? Oh no, what's really that ability to look at it without assumptions and how constraints oil. We put rocket ship, use electric car, everything. And that's super fun. And he's into it too. Like when they first landed 2 SpaceX rockets from Tesla, the video projector in the big room, like 500 people came down, and when they landed, everybody cheered, and some people cried. It was so cool. But how did you do that? Well, it's super hard. People say, well, it's chaotic. Really? To get out of all your assumptions, you think that's not going to be unbelievably painful? Maybe on tough, yeah, probably. But people look back on it and say, boy, I'm really, I had that experience to do. Take apart that many layers of assumptions. Sometimes super fun, sometimes painful.
So it could be emotionally and intellectually painful, that whole process of stripping away assumptions.
Yeah, imagine 99% of your thought process is protecting your self-conception. And 98% of that's wrong. Now you got the math right. Now you think you're feeling, you get back into that one bit that's useful. And now you're open and you have the ability to do something different. I don't know if I got the math right. It might be 99.9, but it ain't 50.
Imagining it that 50% is hard enough.
Yeah. No, for a long time I've suspected you can get better. Like you can think better, you can think more clearly, you can take things apart. And there wasn't, people who do that. So,
And Elon is an example of that. Or you are an example. So
I
it's
don't know if I am. I'm fun to talk to.
certainly
I've learned a lot of stuff.
right.
Well, here's the other thing is like I joke like I read books, and people think, oh, you read books. Well, no, I've read a couple of books a week for 55 years. Well, maybe 50 because I didn't learn to read till I was 8 or something. And it turns out when people write books, they often take 20 years of their life where they passionately did something, reduce it to 200 pages. That's kind of fun. And then you go online and you can find out who wrote the best books. You that's kind of wild. So there's this wild selection process, and then you can read it for the most part, understand it, and then you can go apply it. Like I went to one company, I thought I haven't managed much before, so I read 20 management books, and I started talking to them, and basically compared to all the VPs running around, I read 19 more management books than anybody else. It wasn't even that hard.
Yeah.
And half the stuff worked, like first time. It wasn't even rocket science.
But at the core of that is questioning the assumptions, or sort of entering, thinking first principles thinking, sort of looking at the reality of the situation, using that knowledge, applying that knowledge. So,
yeah. So I would say my brain has this idea that you can question first assumptions, but I can go days at a time and forget that. You have to kind of like circle back to that observation.
Because it is emotionally challenging.
Well, it's hard to just keep it front and center. You operate on so many levels all the time. Getting this done takes priority, or being happy takes priority, or screwing around takes priority. Like how you go through life is complicated. Yeah. And then you remember, oh yeah, I can really think first principles. Shit, that's tiring. What to do for a while. That's kind of fun.
So just as a last question, your sense from the big picture, from the first principles, do you think, you kind of answered already, but do you think autonomous driving is something we can solve on a timeline of years? So 1, 2, 3, 5, 10 years, as opposed to a century.
Yeah.
Just to linger on it a little longer, where's the confidence coming from? Is it the fundamentals of the problem, the fundamentals of building the hardware and the software?
As a computational problem, understanding ballistics, roles, topography, it seems pretty solvable. I mean, and you can see this, like speech recognition for a long time. People are doing, frequency and domain analysis and all kinds of stuff. That didn't work at all, right? And they did deep learning about it and it worked great. And it took multiple iterations. And, autonomous driving is way past the frequency analysis point. Use radar profiling into things. And the data gathering is going up, and the computation is going up, and the algorithm understanding is going up. And there's a whole bunch of problems getting solved there.
The data side is really powerful, but I disagree with both you and Elon. I'll tell Elon once again, as I said before, that when you add human beings into the picture, it's no longer a ballistics problem. It's something more complicated, but I can be very well.
I mean, cars are highly damped in terms of rate of change. Like the steering system's really slow compared to the computer. The acceleration is really slow.
Yeah, on a certain time scale, on a ballistics time scale, with human behavior, I don't know. Yeah, I shouldn't say.
Human beings are really slow too. Weirdly, we operate, half a second behind reality. Nobody really understands how many works we
Yeah.
think.
We very well could be surprised. And I think with the rate from all aspects on both the software and the hardware, there's going to be pleasant surprises all over the place. Speaking of unpleasant surprises, many people have worries about a singularity in the development of AI. Forgive me for such questions. When AI improves exponentially, it reaches a point of superhuman level general intelligence. Beyond the point, there's no looking back. Do you share this worry about threats from artificial intelligence, from computers becoming superhuman level intelligent?
Not really. Like we already have a very stratified society. And then if you look at the whole animal kingdom of capabilities and interests. And, smart people have their niche, and, normal people have their niche. Craftsmen have their niche. Animals have their niche. I suspect that the domains of interest for things that, astronomically different, like the whole, something got 10 times smarter than us and wanted to track us all down because what? We like to have coffee at Starbucks. Like, it doesn't seem plausible. Now, is there an existential problem that how do you live in a world where there's something way smarter than you and you base your kind of self-esteem on being the smartest local person? Well, there's what, 0.1% of the population who thinks that, because the rest of the population's been dealing with it since they were born. So the breadth of possible experience that can be interesting is really big. And, super intelligence seems likely, although we still don't know if we're magical. But I suspect not. It seems likely that it'll create possibilities that are interesting for us, and its interests will be interesting for that, for whatever it is. It's not obvious why its interests would somehow want to fight over some square foot of dirt or, whatever unusual feelings like that.
So you don't think you'll inherit some of the darker aspects of human nature?
Depends on how you think reality is constructed. So for whatever reason, human beings are in, let's say, creative tension and opposition, which both are good and bad forces. Like, there's lots of philosophical understanding of that. I don't know why that would be.
So you think the evil is necessary for the good? I mean, the tension.
I don't know about evil, but like we live in a world where your good is somebody else's, evil. There's there's the malignant part of it, but that seems to be self-limiting, although occasionally it's super horrible.
But yes, there's a debate over ideas, and some people have different beliefs, and that debate itself is a process. So that arriving at something.
Yeah, why would that continue?
Yeah. But you don't think that whole process will leave humans behind in a way that's painful? Emotionally painful, yes, for the 0.1%, they'll be.
Why isn't it already painful for 1% of the population? And it is. I mean, society does have a lot of stress in it about the 1%, and about to this, and about to that. But everybody has a lot of stress in their life about what they find satisfying, and know yourself seems to be the proper victim, and pursue something that makes your life meaningful seems proper. And there's so many avenues on that. Like, there's so much unexplored space at every single level. My nephew called me a jaded optimist. And, so
there's a beautiful tension in that label. But if you were to look back at your life and could you live a set of moments, because they were the happiest times of your life outside of family,
I don't want to relive any moment. I like that. I like that situation where you have some amount of optimism and then the anxiety and the unknown.
So you love the unknown, the mystery of it.
I don't know about the mystery. I'm sure it gets figured out.
What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing, of life, on this pale blue dot?
Seems to be what it does. Like the universe, for whatever reason, makes atoms, which makes us, which we do stuff. And we figure out things and we explore things, and
That's just what it is.
it's not just.
Yeah, it is. Jim, I don't think there's a better place to end it. It's a huge honor. And
well, that's super fun.
Thank you so much for talking today.
All right, great.
Thanks for listening to this conversation. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10, and $10 will go to First, a STEM education nonprofit that inspires hundreds of thousands of young minds to become future leaders and innovators. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, follow on Spotify, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Gordon Moore. If everything you try works, you aren't trying hard enough. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Vladimir Vapnik, Part 2, second time spoken on the podcast. He's the vector machines, or vector clustering, VC theory, and many foundational ideas of statistical learning. He was born in the Soviet Union, worked at the Institute of Control Sciences in Moscow, then in the U.S., worked at AT&T, NEC Labs, Facebook AI Research, and now is a professor at Columbia University. His work has been cited over 200,000 times. The first time we spoke on a podcast was just over a year ago, one of the early episodes. This time, we spoke after a lecture he gave titled Complete Statistical Theory of Learning, as part of the MIT series of lectures on deep learning and AI that I organized. I'll release the video of the lecture in 2 days. This podcast and the lecture are independent from each other, so so you don't need one to understand the other. The lecture is quite technical and math heavy, so if you do watch both, I recommend listening to this podcast first, since the podcast is probably a bit more accessible. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle to break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. If you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. Since Cash App allows you to send and receive money digitally peer-to-peer, the security in all digital transactions is very important. Let me mention the PCI Data Security Standard, PCI DSS Level 1, that Cash App is compliant with. I'm a big fan of standards for safety and security, and PCI DSS is a good example of that, where a bunch of competitors got together and agreed that there needs to be a global standard around the security of transactions. Now, we just need to do the same for autonomous vehicles and AI systems in general. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, one of my favorite organizations that's helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Vladimir Vladimir. You and I talked about Alan Turing yesterday, and that he, as the father of artificial intelligence, may have instilled in our field an ethic of engineering and not science, seeking more to build intelligence rather than to understand it. What do you think is the difference between these two paths of engineering intelligence and the science of intelligence?
It's completely different story. Engineering is imitation of human activity. You have to make the device which behaves as human behavior of all the functions of it. It does not matter how you do it. But to understand what is intelligence is about is quite different problem. So I believe is it it's somehow related to education we talked yesterday about. Because look at the Vladimir probes. I think he just found 31 he predicates. He called it units. We can explain it in a different way. At least in Russian tales, look at Russian tales and derive from that. And then people realize that why it is a TV in movie serials and so on.
You're talking about Vladimir Prop, who in 1920 published a book, Morphology of the Folktale, describing the predicates that have this kind of sequential structure that a lot of the stories, narratives follow in Russian folklore and other content. We'll talk about it. I'd like to talk about predicates in a focused way, but let me, if you allow me to stay zoomed out on our friend Alan Turing. And, you know, he inspired a generation with the imitation game.
Yes.
Do you think, if we can linger in that a little bit longer, do you think we can do you think learning to imitate intelligence can get us closer to the science, to understanding intelligence? So why do you think imitation is so far from understanding?
I think it is different between you have different goals. So your goal is to create something useful. And that is great. And you can see how much things was done, and I believe that it will be done even more with self-driving cars and also things. That's great. And it was inspired by Turing vision. But understanding is very difficult. It's more or less philosophical. What is indispensable? I believe in theory which starts from Plato that there exists world of ideas. I believe that intelligence is world of ideas, but it is world of pure ideas. And when you combine things, reality things, it creates, as in my case, invariance, which is very specific. In fact, I believe the combination of ideas in a way to construct a covariant is intelligence. But first of all, predicate. If you know predicate, and hopefully some not too much predicate. For example, 31 predicate for human behavior is not a lot.
Vladimir Prop used 31. You can even call it predicates, 31 predicates to describe stories, narratives. Do you think human behavior, how much of human behavior, how much of our world, our universe, all the things that matter in our existence can be summarized in predicates of the kind that Prop was working with?
I think that differs a lot of form different. But I think the predicate is much less. Because even in these examples which are made, you saw that predicate can construct one predicate and construct many different invariants depending on their data. They are applying to different data and they give different variants. So, but pure ideas, not so much.
Not so many. Well, let's,
I don't know about that. But my guess, I hope, just by challenge about digital recognition, how much we
I think we'll talk about computer vision and 2D images a little bit in your challenge.
that's exactly about intention.
That's exactly about, that could be exactly about creative intelligence in the simplest possible way.
Yeah, absolutely, we should start with simple stuff. Otherwise, we will not do it.
But there's an open question whether starting at the MNIST digit recognition is a step towards intelligence or is an entirely different thing.
I think it could be records using 500 times less examples. You did it.
Unique intelligence. So let's, because you use this term, and it'd be nice, I'd like to ask simple, maybe even dumb questions. Let's start with a predicate. In terms of terms and how you think about it, what is a predicate?
I don't know. I have a feeling formally they exist. But I believe that predicate for 2D images, uh, one of them is simple.
Hold on a second. Sorry to interrupt and put you back. At the simplest level, we're not being profound. A predicate is a statement of something that is true.
Yeah.
Do you think of predicates as somehow probabilistic in nature, or is this binary, this truly constraints of logical statements about the world?
In my definition, the simplest predicate is function. Function, and you can use this function to make inner product that is great.
What's the input to what's the output of the function?
Input is something which is in reality. Say you consider digital recognition, it's a space. But it is function which in pixel space. But it can be any function. And, pixel space, and you choose them, and that believe that there are several functions which is important for understanding of images. One of them is simple, not so simple construction as triangle. But Another idea, I don't know, is adverse characterized is
Structurized?
Yeah.
What do you mean by structurized?
it is formal definition saying something heavy on the left corner, not so heavy is the middle and so on. We describe in general concept of it.
Concept. Some kind of universal concept.
Yeah. But I don't know how to formulate.
Do you? So this is the thing. There's a million ways we can talk about this. I'll keep bringing it up. But we humans have such concepts. Up when we look at digits. But it's hard to put them, just like you said now, it's hard to put them into words.
You know, that is exactly when critics in music try to describe music, they use not too many critics, but different. But they have some special words for describing music. And the same should be for literature. But maybe there are critics who understand essence of what is but
Do you think there exist critics who can summarize the essence of images, human beings?
I hope so, yes. But
So explicitly state them on paper. This the fundamental question I'm asking is: do you think there exists a small set of predicates that will summarize images? It feels to our mind like it does. That the concept of what makes 2 and a 3 and a 4.
it's not only of this level. What it should not describe. It describes some concept which allow you to create invariant.
And invariance, sorry to stick on this terminology,
Invariance it is property of your image. So I can say, looking at my image, it is more or less symmetric, and I can give you a level of symmetry, say, level of symmetry, using this function which I did yesterday. And you can describe that your image has this characteristics, exactly easily how describe music. So, but this is invariant applied to specific data, specific music or something. I strongly believe in this latter ideas that there exists a world of predicate and world of reality. Predicate and reality is somehow connected.
let's talk about Plato a little bit. So you draw a line from Plato to Hegel to Wigner to today.
Yeah.
So Plato has forms, the theory of forms. There's a world of ideas and a world of things. You talk about it. There's a connection. And presumably the world of ideas is very small, and the world of things is arbitrarily big. But they're all what Plato calls them like it's a shadow. The real world is a shadow from the world of things.
Yeah, you have projection.
Very good.
In reality, real life is projection. Is invariant because it is projection for all specific examples, which create specific features of specific objects. So,
So the essence of intelligence is, while only being able to observe the world of things, try to come up with a world of ideas.
exactly, like in this music story. Intelligent musical critics knows so this work and everything about it.
I feel like that's a contradiction. Intelligent music critics. I think music is to be enjoyed in all its forms. The notion of critic, like a food critic,
No, I don't touch much.
that's an interesting question. Does emotion there's a certain elements of the human psychology, of the human experience, which seem to almost contradict intelligence and reason, like emotion, fear, like like love, all of those things. Are those not connected in any way to the space of ideas?
Just I don't know. I just want to be concentrated on very simple story on digit recognition.
So you don't think you have to love and fear death in order to recognize digits?
I don't know because it's so complicated. It involves a lot of stuff. I, but I know about digit recognition, and I know that for digit recognition to, to get a record from small number of observations, you need predicate, but not special predicate for this purpose, but universal predicate which understands world of images.
Of visual
Visual, yeah. But on the first step, they understand the like of handwritten digits or characters or something simple.
So like you said, symmetry.
No, that's what I think one of the predicate. But it's a level of
A degree of symmetry. So you think symmetry at the bottom is a universal notion, and there's degrees of a single kind of symmetry, or is there many kinds of symmetry?
many kinds of things. There is a symmetry, anti-symmetry, say, letter S. So it has vertical anti-symmetry. It could be diagonal symmetry, vertical symmetry.
So when you cut vertically the letter S,
Yeah, then the upper part and lower part in different directions. And,
along the y-axis.
uh,
But that's just like one example of symmetry, right? Isn't there like
Correct, but there is a degree of symmetry. If you play all this degree stuff to do tangent distance, whatever I describe, you can have a degree of symmetry, and that is what describing reason of image. It is the same as you will describe this image, saying about digits has anti-symmetry, digit symmetry, more or less look for symmetry.
do you think such concepts like symmetry, predicates like symmetry, is it a hierarchical set of concepts, or are these independent, distinct predicates that we want to discover a subset of?
There is idea of symmetry, and you can this idea of symmetry make very general, like degree of symmetry. The degree of symmetry can be zero, no symmetry at all, or degree of symmetry, say, more or less symmetrical, but you have one description and symmetry can be different. As I said, horizontal, vertical, diagonal, and anti-symmetry concept.
What about shape in general? I mean, symmetry is a fascinating notion, but
No, I'm talking about teaching. I would like to concentrate on all. I would like to know predicate for digit recognition.
yes, but symmetry is not enough for digit recognition, right?
It is not necessarily for digit recognition. It helps to create a variant which you can use when you will have examples for digit recognition. You have regular problem of digit recognition. You have examples of first class or second class. Plus, you know that there is this concept of symmetry. When you apply look for decision rule, you will apply concept of symmetry. of this level of simultaneity estimate. So let's talk. Everything is convergent convergence.
What is convergence? What is weak convergence? What is strong convergence? I'm sorry, I'm going to do this to you. What are we converging from and to?
You converging, you would like to have a function. The function which, the indicator function which indicate your digit 5.
A classification task.
Let's talk only about this.
The classification means you will say whether this is a 5 or not, or say which of the 10 digits it is.
I would like to have this function. Then I have some examples. I can consider property of this set, say symmetry, and I can measure the level of symmetry for every digit. And then I can take average, and I from my training paper, and I will consider only functions of conditional probability which I can call my decision rate, which applying to digits will give me the same average as I observed in training. So actually, this is different level of description of what you do. You want not just, you show not one digit, you show this predicate through general property of all digits which you have in mind. If you have in mind digit 3, it gives you property of digit 3, and you select as admissible set of function only function which keeps this structure. You will not consider other functions. So you immediately looking for smaller set of functions.
That's what we mean by admissible function, which is still a pretty large. For the number 3,
It's a large, but if you have one thing. But according to there is a strong and weak convergence. Strong convergence is convergence in function. You're looking at the function on one function, and you're looking at the other function. And square difference from that should be small. If you take difference in any points, make a square, make an integral, and it should be small. That is convergence in function. Suppose you have some function. So I would say, I say that some function converges to this function. If integral from square difference between them is small.
That's the definition of strong convergence.
That is
Two functions, the integral of the difference
yes,
small.
it is convergence in functions. But you have different convergence in functionals. You take any function, you take some functions, and you take inner product this function is f1. That's zero function which you want to find. And that gives you something. So you say that set of functions converge in inner product to this function if this value of inner product converge to value of f0. That is for one field. But if converges requires that it converges for any function of Hilbert space. If it converges for any function of Hilbert space, then you would say this is weak convergence. You can think that when you take integral, that is property, integral property one. For example, if you take sine or sine, it is coefficient of, say, Fourier expansion. So if it converges for all coefficients of Fourier expansion, so under some condition, it converges to function everything. But weak convergence means any property. Convergence not right, but integral property of function. So weak convergence is integral property of function. When I'm talking about predicate, I would like to formulate which integral properties I would like to have in convergence. So, and if I will take one predicated function which I measure property, if I will use one predicate and say I will consider only function which gives me the same value as this predicate, I selected set of functions from functions which is admissible in the sense that function which I'm looking for is this set of functions because I check
Yes, so it always has to be connected to the training data in terms of
yeah, but property you can know independent of them. And this guy dropped.
Yeah.
Because there is property. 31 property can be
fairy tale, Russian fairy tale.
Alright, but Russian fairy tale is not so interesting. More interesting than people apply this to movies, to theater, to different things. And the same works, they're universal.
Well, so I would argue that there's a little bit of a difference between the kinds of things that were applied to, which are essentially stories and digit recognition.
It is the same stuff.
You're saying digits, there's a story within the digit.
Yeah. So, but my point is, why I hope it's possible to beat record using not 60,000, but say 100 times less, because instead you will be predicate, and you will select your decision not from wide set of function, but from set of function which keeps this predicate. But predicate is not related just to digit recognition.
Right.
So like in black.
Do you think it's possible to automatically discover the predicates? So you basically said that the essence of intelligence is the discovery of good predicates.
Yeah.
Now, the natural question is, that's what Einstein was good at doing in physics. Can we make machines do these kinds of discovery of good predicates? Or is this ultimately a human endeavor?
So I don't think it much because according to theory about convergence, any function from Hilbert space can be present. So you have infinite number of predicate in upper, and before you don't know which predicate. But whatever Rob showed, like people cover, that there is not too many predicate which cover most of situations.
So there's this predicates. And most of only a small amount are useful for the kinds of things that happen in life.
I think that I would say only small part of predicate very useful, all of them.
Only very few are what we should, let's call them good predicates.
Very good.
Right? Very good predicates. So, can we linger on it? What's your intuition? Why is it hard for a machine to discover good predicates?
I even in my talk describe how to find new predicate. I'm not sure that it is very good.
What did you propose in the talk?
In my talk, I gave an example for diabetes. When you achieve some percent, so then you need to make area where some sort of predicate does not kicks in the air. So if it doesn't kick, I retrain my data. I select on the function which kicks the and when I did it, I improve my performance. I can look it for this. I know technically how to do that. And you can, of course, do it with machine. I'm not sure you can construct the parts.
This is the, allow me to linger on it, because that's the essence, that's the challenge. That is artificial. That's the human level intelligence that we seek, is the discovery of these good predicates. He's talked about deep learning as a way to, the predicates they use and the functions are mediocre, and you can find better ones.
Let's talk about deep learning.
Sure, let's do it.
I know only Jan's liquid
Yeah.
convolutional network. And what else? I don't know any example of simple convolution.
There's not much else to
It's
know.
left and right.
Yeah.
I can do it like that. But there's one predicate. Because
Convolution is a single predicate.
it's simple. It's simple. It's single.
Yes,
Because you know exactly you calculated it for translation and all the calculations should be kept.
so that's a single predicate, but humans discovered that one, or at least
But that is the reason not to manipulate it. And that is big story because Jan did it 25 years ago and nothing so clear was other. And I understand why you should talk about deep network instead of talking about piecewise linear functions which keeps this predicate.
with a counter argument is that maybe the amount of predicates necessary to solve general intelligence, say in space of images, doing efficient recognition of handwritten digits is very small. And so we shouldn't be so obsessed about finding. We'll find other big predicates like convolution, for example. There has been other advancements, like if you look at the work with attention, there's attentional mechanisms, especially used in natural language, focusing the network's ability to learn of which part of the input to look at. The thing is, there's other things besides predicates that are important for the actual engineering mechanism of showing how much you can really do given such these predicates. I mean, that's essentially the work of deep learning, is constructing architectures that are able to be given the training data to be able to converge towards function that can approximate, that can generalize well.
But
It's an engineering
I'm
problem.
not really understand. But let's talk not on emotional level but on mathematical. You have set of piecewise linear functions. It is all possible neural networks. It's just piecewise linear functions. This is many
Large number of piecewise linear.
Okay, exactly. But
Very large.
very large. But it's
Feels like
still
too large.
it's simpler than say convolution and reproductive technique in space, which have to do that.
What's Hilbert space?
It's space with infinite number of coordinates, functions of expansion. So it's much richer. So when I'm talking about closed form solution, I'm talking about this set of functions, not piecewise linear set, which is particular. It's a small part.
The neural networks is a small part of the space we talk about functions.
Small set of functions. But it is fine. It is fine. I don't want to discuss the small or big. So you have some set of functions. So now, when you're trying to create architecture, you would like to create admissible set of functions. all your tricks to use not all functions, but some subset of this set of functions. So when you're introducing convolutional, it is a way to make the subset useful for you. But from my point of view, convolutional, it is something you want to keep some invariants, like translation invariants. But now, if you understand this, and you cannot explain on the level of ideas what neural network does, you should agree that it is much better to have a set of functions. As I say, this set of functions should be admissible. It must keep this invariant, and that invariant. You know that as you incorporate new invariants, set of functions becomes smaller and smaller and smaller.
But all the invariants are specified by you, the human.
Yeah, but what I hope that there is a standard predicate like Rothschild. That's what I want to find for digital cognition. If you start, it is completely new area. What is intelligence about on the level starting from Plato's idea? What is world of ideas? So I believe that it's not too much. But you know, it is amusing that mathematicians do something in their method in general function. But people from the literature, from art, they use it all the time.
That's right.
Variants say it is great how, but something on this level, but so wide, Vladimir Prokop was just theoretical, we started theoretical literature.
You know what? Let me throw that right back at you because there's a little bit of a that's less mathematical and more emotional, philosophical. Vladimir Prokop. I mean, he wasn't doing math.
No.
And you just said another emotional statement, which is you believe that this Plato world of ideas is small.
I hope.
What's your intuition though? Linger on it.
You know,
About
it is not just small conflict. I know exactly. Then when I introduce some predicate, I decrease set of functions. But my goal to decrease set of functions
by as much as possible.
by as much as possible. What predicate? Which does it. Then I should choose next predicate, which does it, which decrease set as much as possible. So set of good predicate, it is such that they decrease this amount of admissible functions.
So if each good predicate significantly reduces the set of admissible functions, that there naturally should not be that many.
But if you reduce very well the receiving function of the function of admissible set of functions, small, and you need not too much training data to do that.
And DC dimension, by the way, is a measure of capacity of the system.
Right. Roughly speaking, cognitive function. So decreasing, and you to find function. So the most important part to create the additional set of functions. And probably there are many ways, but the good predicate such that you can do that. For this done. You should know a little bit about that because
What are the three fundamental laws of ducks?
looks like a duck, speaks like a duck, and quacks like a duck.
You should know something about ducks.
Not necessarily. Looks like horse. It's also good.
It's not.
And,
It generalizes from ducks.
and talk like sound like horse. Yeah, and run like horse. It is general. general political. That is applied to dog. But for dog, you can say, play chess like that.
You cannot say play chess.
Why not?
You're saying you can, but that would not be a good.
No, you will not reduce the water.
You would not do. Yeah, you would not reduce the step.
So you can, the story is formal story, it's an answer story. Is that you can use any function in that alphabet. But some of them are good, some of them are not, because some of them reduce a lot. But some of them,
But the question is, and I'll probably keep asking this question, but how do we find, what's your intuition? Handwritten recognition. How do we find the answer to your challenge?
yeah, I understand that. I understand that. What
defines?
what it means, I use people. Yeah. Like guy who understands music can say these words which he describes. He understands music. He uses not too many different, or you can do like prop. You can make collection. What you're talking about this, about that. It's not too many different situations.
Because we mentioned Vladimir Prokopiev, let me just mention there's a sequence of 31 structural notions that are common in stories, and I think
we call it
units, and I think they resonate. I mean, it starts, just to give an example, abstention, a member of the hero's community, a family enthuses security of the home environment. Then it goes to the interdiction, a forbidding edict or command is passed upon the hero. Don't go there, don't do this. The hero is warned against some action. Then, step 3, violation of interdiction. Break the rules, break on your own. Then reconnaissance. The villain makes an effort to attain knowledge, needing to fulfill their plot. So on. It goes on like this. Ends in a wedding. Number 31.
Yeah.
Happily ever after.
No, he just gave description of all situations. He understands this well.
Of
that, yeah, not folk, like the focus of stories. And this story is not in just folk tales. This story is in detective serials as well.
And probably in our lives. We probably live.
And then they all this predicate is good for different situations. From more different, for more different, yeah.
By the way, there's also criticism, right? There's another way to interpret narratives from Claude Lévi-Strauss. I
am not in this business.
I know it's theoretical literature, but it's looking at paradigms behind
it's always the
philosopher's
discussion. Yeah. But at least there is units. It's not too many units that can describe, but this guy already gives an experience. Or another way.
Exactly. Another set of units.
Another set of it doesn't matter. But they exist. Probably.
My question is whether, given those units, whether without our human brains to interpret these units, they would still hold as much power as they have. Meaning, are those units enough when we give them to an alien species?
Let me ask you, do you understand digit images?
No, I don't understand.
No. When you can recognize digit images, you understand.
Yes,
you understand characters, you understand.
No. It's the imitation versus understanding question, because I don't understand the mechanism by which
I'm not talking about. I'm talking about critical. You understand that it involves symmetry, maybe structure, maybe something that I cannot formulate. I just was able to find symmetries.
That's really good. So this is a good mind. I feel like I understand the basic elements of what makes a good hand recognition system my own. Like symmetry connects with me. It seems like that's a very powerful predicate. My question is there a lot more going on that we're not able to introspect? Maybe I need to be able to understand a huge amount in the world of ideas, thousands of predicates, millions of predicates in order to do hand recognition. So both your hope and your intuition.
No, very clear. You're using you're using examples as well. Theory says that you can use all possible functions from Hilbert space, all possible predicates. You don't need training data. You have admissible set of functions which contain one function.
So the trade-off is when you're not using all predicates, you're only using a few good predicates, you need to have some training data.
Yes,
So the more good predicates you have, the less training data.
exactly. That is intelligent.
Still, okay, I'm going to keep asking the same question. Handwritten recognition. Solve the challenge. You kind of propose a challenge that says we should be able to get state-of-the-art MNIST error rates by using very few, 60, maybe fewer examples per digit. What kind of predicates do you think goes up?
That is the challenge. So people who will solve this problem, they will ask them.
Do you think they'll be able to answer it in a human explainable way?
They just need the right function. That's it.
But so can that function be written, I guess, by an automated reasoning system? Whether we're talking about a neural network learning a particular function or another mechanism.
No, I'm not against neural network. I'm against admissible set of functions which create neural network. Repeated by factor. You don't do it by invariance, by defect, by reason.
But neural networks can then reverse the reverse step of helping you find a function. Just as the task of a neural network is to find a disentangled representation, for example, what they call it. So to find that one predicate function that really captures some kind of essence. One, not the entire essence, but one very useful essence of this particular visual space. Do you think that's possible? Like, listen, I'm grasping, hoping there's an automated way to find good predicates. Right? So the question is, what are the mechanisms of finding good predicates, ideas that you think we should pursue? A young grad student listening right now.
I give example. So find situation where predicate which you suggest don't create invariant. It's like in physics. Try to find situation where existing theory cannot explain.
Find a situation where the existing theory
Theory
can't
cannot
explain.
explain.
So you're finding contradictions.
Find
Right.
contradiction. And that removes this contradiction. But in my case, what means contradiction? You find function which use this function, you not keep
So it's really the process of discovering contradiction.
Yeah. It is like in physics. Situation where you have function for one the property of one of the properties. Then include this predicate makes invariant and solve against this problem. Now you don't have that. But it is not the best way, probably I don't know, to use it for predicate.
It's just one way. Okay.
That no, it is brute force way.
The brute force way. What about the ideas of what big umbrella term is symbolic AI? These with in the 80s with expert systems, sort of logic, reasoning based systems. Is there hope there to find some through sort of deductive what do you say? To find good writings.
I don't think so. I think that just logic is not enough.
Kind of a compelling notion, though. That when smart people sit in a room and reason through things, it seems compelling. And making our machines do the same is also compelling.
So everything is very simple. When you have infinite number of predicates, you can choose the function you want. If you have variance, you can choose the function you want. But you have to have not too many invariants to solve the problem. So you have from infinite number of functions to select finite number and hopefully specify finite number of functions, which is good enough to extract small set of admissible functions. So they will be admissible for sure because every function just decrease set of functions. But it will be small.
But why do you think logic-based systems can't intuition, not
Because you should know life. You should know life. This guy like he knows something. He tried to put in a variant his understanding.
so? But that's the human. Yeah, see, you're putting too much value into Vladimir Propp knowing something.
No, it is
I'm not
the
doing
story is what is you know life. What it means.
Common sense.
No, you know something. Common sense with some rules.
You think so? Common sense is simply rules. Common sense is everything. It's mortality. It's fear of death. It's love. It's spirituality. It's happiness, sadness. All of it's tied up into understanding gravity, which is what we think of as common sense.
I don't like to discuss so what. I want to discuss understand digital. Understand digital.
Anytime I bring up love and death, you bring it back to digital repetition. Okay.
No, it is true because there is a challenge which I see how to solve. If I will have a student concentrate on this work, I will suggest something to solve.
You mean hand recognition? Yeah, it's a beautifully simple, elegant, and yet
I think that I know variance.
you do.
I think so,
Yes.
but it is not universal. It is maybe I want some universal variants which are good not only for image.
So let me ask, how hard do you think is 2D image understanding? So if we kind of intuit handwritten recognition, how big of a step, leap, journey is it from that? If I solved your challenge of handwritten recognition, how long would my journey then be from that to understanding what general natural image is?
Immediately you will understand as soon as you will make a record. Because it is not for free. As soon as you create several invariants which will help you to get the same performance that the best neural network did using 100 and more than 100 times less examples, you have to have something smart to do that.
And you're saying
That is a variant. It is not because you should put some idea how to do that.
But okay, let me just pause. Maybe it's a trivial point, maybe not. But handwritten recognition feels like a 2D, two-dimensional problem. And it seems like how much complicated is the fact that most images are projection of a three-dimensional world onto a 2D plane, it feels like for a three-dimensional world, we need to start understanding common sense in order to understand an image. It's no longer visual shape and symmetry. It's having to start to understand concepts of understand life.
Yeah, you're talking that there are different. Yeah,
And potentially much larger number.
might be, but let's start from center.
Yeah, but you said that it would be.
I cannot think about things which I don't understand. This I understand, but I'm sure that I don't understand everything.
Yeah, that's the
Like
difference.
Einstein said, do as simple as possible, but not simpler. And that is exact case
With him.
with Henry.
Yeah, but no, that's the difference between you and I. I welcome and enjoy thinking about things I completely don't understand. Because to me, it's a natural extension without having solved handwritten recognition to wonder how difficult is the next step of understanding 2D, 3D images. Because ultimately, while the science of intelligence is fascinating, it's also fascinating to see how that maps to the engineering of intelligence. And recognizing handwritten digits doesn't help you. It may not help you with the problem of general intelligence. You don't know. It'll help you a little bit. You don't know how exactly. It might
But,
vary.
but I would like to make a remark. I start not from very primitive problem like challenge problem. I start with very general problem, with Plato. So you understand, and it comes from Plato to digital. So
So you basically took Plato and the world of forms and ideas and mapped and projected it to the clearest, simplest formulation of that big world.
I would say that I did not understand Plato until recently, and until I consider deep convergence and then predicate this was Plato.
Can you linger on that? Like, why? How do you think about this world of ideas, the world of things, Plato?
Metaphor is
It's a metaphor for sure. It's a compelling, it's a poetic and a beautiful
well,
word. But what do you?
but it is a way how you should try to understand how attack against example. So from my point of view, it's very clear what it is lying. All the time people looking at that. Say Plato's and Hegel, whatever reasonable exists, whatever exists is reasonable. I don't know what he might reason.
Right, this philosophers again.
No. It is next step of the mathematics understand something in reality. It is the same Plato life. And then it comes suddenly to what is the problem. Look, 31 ideas, 31 units, discuss everything.
There's abstractions, ideas that represent our world, and we should always try to reach into that.
Yeah, but you should make projection in reality. But understanding this, it is abstract ideas. You have in your mind several abstract ideas which you can apply to reality.
And reality, in this case, so if you look at machine learning, is data.
Exactly.
Data. Okay, let me put this on you because I'm an emotional creature. I'm not a mathematical creature like you. I find compelling the idea. Forget this the space, the sea of functions. There's also a sea of data in the world. And I find compelling that there might be, like you said, teacher, small examples of data that are most useful for discovering good, whether it's predicates or good functions, that the selection of data may be a powerful journey, a useful mechanism. Coming up with a mechanism for selecting good data might be useful too. Do you find this idea of finding the right data set interesting at all? Or do you kind of take the data set as a given?
I think it is. My scheme is very simple. You have huge set of functions. You apply, if you have not too many data. If you pick up function which describes this data, you will do not very well.
Like randomly.
Yeah, you feel allocated. So you should decrease set of functions from which you're picking up one. So you should go somehow to this set of. And this what about big functions. So, but from another point of view, to make admissible set of functions, you need just ability, just function which you will have an inner product, which you will measure property of your function. And that is how it works.
No, I get it, I understand it, but do you, the reality is,
Let's think about examples. You have huge set of functions and you have several examples. If you just trying to take function which satisfies these examples, you still will overfit because you need to miss a set of functions.
absolutely. But say you have more data than function. So sort of consider maybe not more data than functions because it's impossible. But what I was trying to be poetic for a second. I mean, you have a huge amount of examples.
But more the function can be even
bigger. I understand.
There's
There's always a bigger boat.
also the space.
I got you. But okay. But you don't find the world of data to be an interesting optimization space. Like the optimization should be in the space of function.
Creating admissible set of functions. No, even from the classical, this is from structured implementation. You should organize function in the way that they will be useful for you.
Right.
And that is
Yeah, but the way you're thinking about useful is you're given a small set of
small set of functions which contain function by
Yeah, but as looking forward based on the empirical set of examples.
yeah. But that is another story I don't touch because I believe that this small examples is not too small. So 60 per class, law of large numbers works. I don't need uniform law. The story is that in statistics there are two laws. Law of large numbers and uniform law of large numbers. So I want to be a situation where I use law of large numbers, not uniform law of large numbers.
So 60 is small, but it's large enough.
I hope. No, it still needs some evaluation, some balance. But actually, it's the for if you trust that, say, this average gives you something close to expectations, so you can talk about that, about this prediction. And that is basis of human intelligence.
Right. Good predicates, discovery of good predicates is the basis.
It is discovery of your understanding of your methodology of understanding. Because you have several functions which you will apply to reality.
Can you say that again? So you
have several functions. but they're abstract. Then you will apply them to reality, to the data, and you will create this little predicate, which is useful for your task. But predicates are not related specifically to your task, to this your task. It is abstract functions, which being applied to
Any tasks that you might be interested in.
it might be mega tasks, right?
Or,
Different tasks.
well, they should be many tasks, right?
Yeah,
Otherwise,
it's like in talk case.
Yeah.
It was for fairy tales, but it's a set of fairy tales.
okay, so we talked about images a little bit, but can we talk about Noam Chomsky for a second? You-
I believe I don't know him.
Personally, well,
Not personally, I don't know
his ideas.
his ideas.
Well, let me just say, do you think language, human language, is essential to expressing ideas, as Noam Chomsky believes? So, like, language is at the core of our formation of predicates. The human language.
Okay, language, all the story of language is very complicated. I don't understand this, and I've thought about it.
Nobody does.
I'm not ready to work on that because it's so huge. It is not for me, maybe it's not for our century,
The 21st century.
not for 21st century.
So,
We should learn something, a lot of stuff from simple tasks like digital recognition.
so you think digital recognition, 2D image, how would you more abstractly define it, digital recognition? It's 2D image symbol recognition, essentially. I mean, I'm trying to get a sense, sort of thinking about it now, having worked with MNIST forever. How small of a subset is this of the general vision recognition problem and the general intelligence problem? Is it Is it a giant subset? Is it not? And how far away is language?
You know, let me refer to Einstein. Take the simplest problem as simple as possible, but not simpler. And this is challenge, this simple problem. But it's simple by idea, but not simple to get it. When you will do this, you will find something which helps you.
But yeah, I mean, with Einstein, you look at general relativity. That doesn't help you with quantum mechanics.
That's another story here. We don't have a universal instant.
Yes, so I'm trying to wonder if which space we're in, whether handwritten recognition is like general relativity, and then language is like quantum mechanics. That you're still gonna have to do a lot of mess to universalize it. But I'm trying to see one. So, what's your intuition why handwritten recognition is easier than language? Just, I think a lot of people would agree with that, but if you could elucidate some of the intuition of why.
I don't know. No, I don't think it is. I just think in contradiction that this is a problem which if you solve it well, we will create some abstract understanding of images. Maybe not all images. I would like to talk to guys who doing real images in Columbia University.
What kind of images? Unreal?
It's like a real image. Real, yeah. What their ideas, their predicate, what you can predicate. I still symmetry will play a role in real life images, in real life images, 2D images, let's talk about 2D images. Because that's what we know. The neural network was created for 2D images.
So the people I know in vision science, for example, when people study human vision,
Yeah.
that they usually go to the world of symbols and like hand recognition, but not really these other kinds of symbols to study our visual perception system. As far as I know, not much predicate type of thinking is understood about our vision system.
They did not think in this direction.
They don't, yeah, but how do you even begin to think in that direction?
That is,
There's so much
I
going
would
on.
like to discuss this now.
Yeah.
Because if you will be able to show that it is what's working, then theoretically it's not so bad.
So the unfortunate, so if we compare to language, language is like letters, finite set of letters, and a finite set of ways you can put together those letters. So it feels more amenable to kind of analysis. With natural images, there is so many pixels.
Letter language is much more complicated. It's involved a lot of different stuff, not just understanding of very simple class of tasks. I would like to see list of tasks where language involved.
Yes, so there's a lot of nice benchmarks now in natural language processing, from the very trivial, like understanding the elements of a sentence, to question answering, to much more complicated, where you talk about open domain dialogue. The natural question is, with handwritten recognition, is really the first step,
Yeah.
of understanding visual information.
Right? But but even our records show that we go in the wrong direction. Because we need 60,000 digits.
So even this first step, so forget about talking about the full journey. This first step should be taking in the right direction.
No, in the wrong direction. Because 60,000 is unacceptable.
No, I'm saying it should be taken in the right direction. The 60,000 is not acceptable.
This is, we can talk great half percent of that.
And hopefully the step from doing hand recognition using very few examples, the step towards what babies do when they crawl and understand that physical environment. I know you don't know about babies, but
You will do from very small examples.
Yeah.
You will find principles
that we
which
try
are
to
different
babies.
from what we use now. And theoretically, it's more or less clear. That means that you will use big converters, not just raw converters.
Do you think these principles will naturally be human interpretable?
Okay.
So like when we'll be able to explain them and have a nice presentation to show what those principles are, or are they going to be very kind of abstract kinds of functions?
So, for example, I talked yesterday about symmetry. And you give very simple examples for symmetry. And
You give like a predicate of a basic for
symmetry,
yes, for different symmetries, and you have for
a degree of symmetry. Exactly simple, not just symmetry. The system doesn't exist, the degree of symmetry.
yeah, for hand recognition.
No, it's not for him. It's for any images. But I would like to apply it.
Right, it's in theory it's more general. Okay. So a lot of things we've been talking about we've been talking about philosophy a little bit, but also about mathematics and statistics.
Mhm.
A lot of it falls into this idea, a universal idea of statistical theory of learning. What is the most beautiful and sort of powerful or essential idea you've come across, even just for yourself personally, in the world of statistics or statistic theory of learning?
Probably uniform conversions, which would be this very essential.
Can you describe the universal convergence?
You have law of large numbers. So for any function, expectation of function, average of function converges to expectation. But if you have set of functions, for any function it is true. But it should converge simultaneously for all set of functions. you need uniform convergence. Just convergence is not enough. Because when you pick up one which gives you can pick up one function which doesn't converge and it give you separate or opposite function. So you need uniform convergence to get learning. So learning does not really until you develop large numbers to be abstract. But the idea of deep convergence exists in statistics for a long time. But it is interesting that as I think about myself, how stupid I was 50 years. I did not see deep convergence. I work on strong convergence. But now I think that most powerful is deep convergence because it makes a visible set of functions. And even in all working products, when people try to understand recognition of dark law, looks like a dark and so on, they use deep convergence. People in language they understand. But when we try to create artificial intelligence, we want that in different way. We just consider strong convergence.
So reducing the set of admissible functions, do you think there should be effort put into understanding the properties of weak convergence?
You know, in classical mathematics, we do this because there are only two forms of convergence, strong and weak. Now we can use both. That means that we did everything. And it so happened when we do that step, which is very rich space of continuous functions, which has a integral square. So we can apply different strong convergence to learning and have closed form solution. So for computation is simple. For me, it is fine that it is right way because we don't continue this for the time being. But now the only what left is concept of what is perfect, not correct, but it is not statistics.
By the way, I like the fact that you think that heuristics are a mess that should be removed from the system. The closed form solution is the ultimate.
Well, it so happens that when we're using right instrument, you have closed form.
Do you think intelligence, human level intelligence, when we create it, will have something like a closed form solution?
You know, now I'm looking on balance, which I give now for convergence. When I'm looking for balance, I'm thinking what is the most appropriate kernel for this balance would be. So you guys can say all our businesses use Raspberry Pi. But looking on the balance, I think I start to understand that maybe we need to make corrections to Raspberry Pi function to be closer to work better for this balance. So I'm again trying to understand what type of kernel best approximation, non-approximation, best fit to this problem.
Sure. So there's a lot of interesting work that can be done in discovering better functions and radial basis functions for
Yeah, but it still comes from you're looking to now sometimes understand
from your own mind, looking at
Yeah, but
I don't know.
then I try to understand what will be good in that.
Yeah, but to me, there's still a beauty. Again, maybe I'm a defendant about going to heuristics. To me, ultimately, intelligence will be a mess of heuristics, and
No,
that's the engineering answer.
no,
I guess.
absolutely. When you're doing self-driving cars, the great guy who did that, it doesn't matter what theory behind that, who has a better feeling how to apply, but basically it is the same story about creativity, because you cannot create rule for situation is much more easy to have rule for. But maybe you can have more abstract rule, then it will be less. It's the same story about ideas and ideas applied to specific cases.
But still, you should.
You cannot avoid this.
Yes, of course. But you should still reach for the ideas to understand the
Yeah.
science.
Yeah.
Let me kind of ask: do you think neural networks or functions can be made to reason? So, what do you think? We're talking about intelligence, but this idea of reasoning, there's an element of sequentially disassembling, interpreting the image. So, when you think of handwritten recognition, we kind of think that there'll be there's an input and output. There's not a recurrence.
Yeah.
What do you think about sort of the idea of recurrence, of going back to memory and thinking through this sort of sequentially mangling the different representations over and over until you arrive at a conclusion? Or is ultimately all that can be wrapped up into a function?
You suggesting that let us use this type of algorithm. When I started thinking, I first of all starting to understand what I want. Can I write down what I want? And then I try to formalize. And when I do that, I think I have to solve this problem. And till now, I did not see a situation where
You need recurrence. But do you observe human beings?
Yeah.
Do you try to? It's the imitation question, right? It seems that human beings reason is kind of sequential. So, does that inspire in you a thought that we need to add that into our intelligence system? You're saying, okay, I mean, you've kind of answered saying, until now, I haven't seen a need for it. And so, because of that, you don't see a reason to think about it.
no, most of things I don't understand. In this it is for me too complicated. For me, the most difficult part is ask questions, good questions, how it works, how people ask the questions. I don't know.
You said that machine learning is not only about technical things, speaking of questions, but it's also about philosophy. So, what role does philosophy play in machine learning? We talked about Plato, but generally thinking in this philosophical way, how does philosophy and math fit together in your mind?
So suggestions and the limitation is like predicate, like so administrative set of functions. It comes together, everything. Because the first iteration of theory was done 50 years ago, but this is so everything's there. If you have data, you can live in your set of functions is not have not big capacity. So your distribution can do that. We can make structure as communication, control capacity. But he was not able to make admissible set of functions. Now, we suddenly realize we didn't use us with the pure convergence, which we can. Everything is true to
But those are mathematical notions. Philosophy plays a role of simply saying that we should be swimming in ideas.
Let's talk what is philosophy. Philosophy means understanding of life. So, understanding of life, say, people like Plato, they understand a very high abstract level of life. So, whatever I'm doing, just implementation of my understanding of life. But every new step, it is very difficult. For example, to find this idea that we need big convergence was not simple. For me.
So that required thinking about life a little bit. Hard to trace, but there was some thought process.
I was thinking about the same problem for 50 years. Again. That is very important, but to be very enthusiastic.
Yeah.
But concentrate on whatever they was not able to achieve.
Patience.
And understand why. And now I understand that because I believe in maths, I believe in this idea. But now when I see that there are only two-way convergence, and we're using both, that means that we must, as well as people think, but now exactly philosophy and what we know about predicate, how we understand life can be described as a predicate. I thought about that, and that is more or less ridiculous level of thinking. But next, I have a feeling it's something about structures. But I don't know how to formulate, how to measure structure and the stuff. And the guy who will solve this challenge problem, then when we were looking how he did it, probably just only symmetry is not enough.
But something like symmetry would be there.
So I just said that symmetry will be there, level of symmetry will be there, and level of symmetry, anti-symmetry, geography, I even don't know how we can use in different reaction of the symmetry, but it will be there. I think that people are very sensitive to it, but there are several ideas like symmetry. I say like a lot, but we cannot learn just simply about it. We should do challenging problems and then analyze them why it was able to solve that. And then we will see. Very simple things, it's not easy to find. Even with talking about this every time, about I was surprised. I try to understand. These people describe in language strong convergence mechanism for learning. I didn't see it, I don't know. But the convergence, this dark story, and story like that when you explain, you use the convergence argument. It talks like it does like it, then like it. But when you try to formalize the just occurrences. Why 50 years from start of machine learning?
And that's the role of philosophy.
I think
about
I think that maybe this is sort of you should learn from that because for this organization, this stuff. If you know textbooks that just about bomb, or another problem like admissiveness.
But on the topic of life, perhaps you could talk in Russian for a little bit. What's your favorite memory from childhood? Какая ваша любимая память с детства?
Well, music,
How about, can you try to answer in Russian?
музыка, это было очень здорово, да,
Какая музыка?
классическая.
Какой
Ну,
любимый?
Ну, разные. Сначала это был Вивальди, да, что так можно. А потом я когда понял Баха, да, совершенно. Кстати, вот из него я и думаю, что существует предикатор типа структуры.
Why?
Ну, конечно, потому что там просто чувствуется структура. И я думаю, что разные элементы жизни сильно разделены, в смысле предикатов. Всюду структура в живописи, структура в человеческих отношениях, структура. Вот как-то найти вот эти вот высокого уровня предикатора.
Бахе и в жизни. Oh, they were talking about Bach. Let's switch back to English because I like Beethoven and Chopin. So, but Bach, if we talk about predicates, Bach probably has the most sort of well-defined predicates that underlie it.
You know, it is very interesting to read what critics writing about Bach, which words they use. They try to describe predicates and then show them. It's very different. Very different. And I think that if you make collection of so maybe from this you can describe predicate for each definition. You know?
From Bach and Chopin,
No, not from Bach and Chopin.
from the critic
From-
interpretation of the music.
When they're trying to explain music, what they use. As they use, they describe high level ideas what defines this music.
That's brilliant. So, art is not self-explanatory in some sense. You have to try to convert it into ideas.
It is impossible when you go from ideas to the representation, it is easy way. But when you're trying to go back, you post problems. But nevertheless, I believe that you look back, you will be able to find predicate position pattern.
That's such a fascinating and powerful notion. Do you ponder your own mortality? Do you think about it? Do you fear it? Do you draw insight from it?
Mortality. No,
Are you afraid of them?
it is pity that I will not be able to do something which I think I have achieved to do. For example, I am very happy to work with guys, politicians from Europe, to write this collection of description what how they describe it, how they use it, and from art as well. So they work try to understand predicate, which is absolute for everything. And try
Use that for visual recognition. There is a,
yeah, exactly.
Oh, there's still time. We got time.
You,
we got time.
it takes years and years and years. So,
Well, see, you've got the patient mathematician's mind. I think it could be done very quickly and very beautifully. I think it's a really elegant idea.
yeah, also,
Some of them
yes, the most time it is not to make this collection, to understand what is the common to think about that once again and again and again.
again and again and again. But I think sometimes, especially just when you say this idea now, even just putting together the collection and looking at the different sets of data, language, trying to interpret music, criticize music, and images. I think there will be sparks of ideas. Of course, again and again, you'll come up with better ideas. But even just that notion is a beautiful notion.
I even have some examples. So I have a friend who was specialist in Russian poetry. She is professor of Russian poetry. He did not write poems, but she know a lot of stuff. She made a book, several books, and one of them is a collection of Russian poetry. She had images of Russian poetry. She collected all images of Russian poetry. And I asked her to do following. You have mixed digital cognition, and you get 100 digits, less than 100, again, very interesting digits. And try from poetical point of view, describe every image you see, using only words of images of Russian poetry. And she did it. And then we tried to, I call it learning using previous comprehension. I call it previous comprehension. You have of two languages. One language is just image of digit. And another language provides a description of this image. And this is privileged information. And so the algorithm using privileged information will be well better, much better.
So there's something there.
Something's there. And there is a MEC, she unfortunately died, the collection of digits in poetic descriptions of these digits.
Yeah, there's something there in that poetic description.
But I think that there is an abstract idea. It's a Plato level idea.
Yeah, that they're there, that could be discovered. And music seems to be a good entry
But
point.
as soon as you start with this challenge problem,
The challenge problem. I
it
listen, I,
immediately connected to all this stuff.
especially with your talk and this podcast, and I'll do whatever I can to advertise. It's such a clean, beautiful, Einstein-like formulation of the challenge before us.
Right.
Let me ask another absurd question. We talked about mortality. We talked about philosophy of life. What do you think is the meaning of life? What's the predicate for mysterious existence here on Earth?
I don't know. It's very interesting how if you in Russia, I don't know if you the guy Strugatsky, they writing pictures or thinking about human will come. And they have idea that there are developed two types of people common people and very smart people. They just start. And these two branches of people will go in different direction very soon. So that's what we think about that.
So the purpose of life is to create two paths
But
of human societies. You know,
yes, simple people and wonderful people.
which do you like best? The simple people or the complicated ones?
I don't know if creativity is just his fantasy, but you know, every week we have a guy who's just writer and also theoretical of literature. And he explained how he understands literature and human relationship, how he sees life. And I understood that I'm just small kids compared with him. He's very smart, but in understanding life. He knows the spirituality, he knows deep lots of what I am used every time about this. And he just talking about literature. And I think that I was surprised. So the managers in big companies, most of them are guys who study English language in English literature. So why? Because they understand life. They understand models, and among them maybe many talented critics which just analyze things. And there is big science like property. This is laws. Yes,
It amazes me that you are and continue to be humbled by the billions of others.
I'm very honest about myself. I see so small guys around.
Well, let me be immodest for you. You're one of the greatest mathematicians, statisticians of our time. It's truly an honor. Thank you for talking again. And let's talk.
This is not.
Yeah, let's talk.
I know my limits.
Let's talk again when your challenge is taken on and solved by a grad student, especially
Let's talk again.
when
I
they
hope
use
this will happen.
maybe music will be involved. Vladimir, thank you so much. It's been a
Thank you very much.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Vladimir Rabbi. Thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10, and $10 will go first. An organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give it 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter. I'm Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words from Vladimir Rabbi. When solving a problem of interest, do not solve a more general problem as an intermediate step. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Scott Harrison, professor at UT Austin, director of the Quantum Information Center, and previously a professor at MIT. His research interests center around the capability of quantum computers and computational complexity theory more generally. He is an excellent writer and one of my favorite communicators of computer science in the world. We only had about an hour and a half for this conversation, so I decided to focus on quantum computing. But I can see us talking again in the future on this podcast at some point about computational complexity theory and all the complexity classes that Scott catalogs in his amazing complexities. As a quick aside, based on questions and comments I've received, my goal in these conversations is to try to be in the background, without ego, and do three things. One, let the guests shine and try to discover together the most beautiful insights in their work and in their mind. Two, try to play devil's advocate just enough to provide creative and exploring ideas to conversation. And three, to ask very basic questions about terminology, about concepts, and ideas. Many of the topics we talk about in the podcast I've been studying for years as a grad student, as a researcher, and generally as a curious human who loves to read. But frankly, I see myself in these conversations as the main character in one of my favorite novels by Dostoevsky called The Idiot. I enjoy playing dumb. Clearly, it comes naturally. But the basic questions don't come from my ignorance of the subject, but from an instinct that the fundamentals are simple. If we linger on them from almost a naive perspective, we can draw an insightful thread from computer science to neuroscience, to physics, to philosophy, and to artificial intelligence. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube with 5 stars for Apple Podcast, support on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now. Never any ads in the middle. It can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. Quick summary of the ads. 2 supporters today. First, get Cash App and use the code LEXPODCAST. Second, listen to the Tech Meme Ride Home podcast for tech news. Search Ride Home, 2 words, in your podcast app. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. If you get it, use code LEXPODCAST. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market for as little as $1. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, member SIPC. Since Cash App does fractional share trading, let me mention that the order execution algorithm is behind the scenes to create the abstraction of orders. The algorithm is novel. The big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction over the stock market, making trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. Again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEXPODCAST, you'll get $10. The Cash App will also donate $10 to First, one of my favorite organizations that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. This episode is also supported by Tech Meme Ride Home podcast. It's a technology podcast I've been listening to for a while and really enjoying. It goes straight to the point, gives you the tech news you need to know, and provides minimal but essential context. It's released every day by 5 p.m. Eastern and is only about 15 to 20 minutes long. Fun, I like building apps on smartphones, most on Android, so I'm always a little curious about new flagship phones that come out. I saw that Samsung announced the new Galaxy S20. And of course, right away, Tech Meme Ride Home has a new episode that summarizes all that I needed to know about this new device. We've also started to do weekend bonus episodes with interviews of people like AWOL founder Steve Case on investing and Gary Marcus on AI, who I have also interviewed on this podcast. You can find the Tech Meme Ride Home podcast if you search your podcast app for Ride Home, 2 words. Then subscribe, enjoy, and keep up to date with the latest tech news. And now, here's my conversation with Scott Aronson. I sometimes get criticism from a listener here and there that while having a conversation with a world-class mathematician, physicist, neurobiologist, aerospace engineer, or a theoretical computer scientist like yourself, I waste time asking philosophical questions about free will, consciousness, mortality, love, nature of truth, super intelligence, whether time travel is possible, whether space-time is emergent or fundamental, even crazier questions like whether aliens exist, what their language might look like, what their math might look like, whether math is invented or discovered, and of course, whether we live in a simulation or not. So I try to out with it. I try to dance back and forth from that deep technical to the philosophical. So I've done that quite a bit. So you're a world-class scientist, and yet you've written about this very point. The philosophy is important for experts in any technical discipline, though they somehow seem to avoid this. So I thought it'd be really interesting to talk to you about this point. Why should we, computer scientists, mathematicians, physicists, care about philosophy?
Well, I would reframe the question a little bit. I mean, philosophy, almost by definition, is the subject that concerned with the biggest questions that you could possibly ask, right? So, the ones you mentioned, right, are we living in a simulation? Are we alone in the universe? Should we even think about such questions? Is the future determined? And what do we even mean by being determined? Why are we alive at the time we are, and not at some other time? When you sort of contemplate the enormity of these questions, I think you could ask, well, then why be concerned with anything else? Right? Why not spend your whole life with those questions? I think in some sense that is the right way to phrase the question. And and actually, what we learn, throughout history, but really starting with the scientific revolution with Galileo and so on, is that there is a good reason to focus on narrower questions, more technical, mathematical or empirical questions, and that is that you can actually make progress on them, right? And you can actually often answer them, and sometimes they actually tell you something about the philosophical questions that sort of maybe motivated your curiosity as a child, right? They don't necessarily resolve the philosophical questions, but sometimes they reframe your whole understanding of them, right? And so, for me, philosophy is just the thing that you have in the background from the very beginning that you want to, these are sort of the reasons why you went into intellectual life in the first place. At least the reasons why I did, right? But math and science are tools that we have for actually making progress and hopefully even changing our understanding of these philosophical questions. Sometimes even more than philosophy itself does.
Why do you think computer scientists avoid these questions, run away from them a little bit, at least in the technical scientific discourse?
Well, I'm not sure if they do so more than any other scientist. Alan Turing is famously interesting. His most famous, one of his two most famous papers was in a philosophy journal. Mine, it was the one where he proposed the Turing test. He took Wittgenstein's course at Cambridge and argued with him.
I just recently learned that a little bit, and it's actually fascinating. I was trying to look for resources, trying to understand where the sources of disagreement and debate between Wittgenstein and Turing were. It's interesting that these two minds have somehow met in the arc of history.
Yeah, the transcript, their course, which was in 1939, right, is one of the more fascinating documents that I've ever read because, Wittgenstein is trying to say, well, all of these formal systems are just complete irrelevancies, right? If a formal system is irrelevant, who cares? Why does that matter in real life, right? And Turing is saying, well, look, if you use an inconsistent formal system to design a bridge, the bridge might collapse, right? And so Turing, in some sense, is thinking decades ahead. I think of where Wittgenstein is, where formal systems are actually going to be used, in computers, right, to actually do things in the world. And it's interesting that Turing actually dropped the course halfway through. Why? Because he had to go to Bletchley Park, and Park was something with more immediate importance.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Take a step from philosophy to actual, like the
Yeah.
biggest possible step to actual engineering.
Yeah.
Actual,
Yeah, and I would say more generally, right, a lot of scientists are interested in philosophy, but they're also busy, right? And they have, a lot on their plate, and there are a lot of sort of very concrete questions that are already, not answered, but, look like they might be answerable, right? And so then you could say, well, then why break your brain over these metaphysically unanswerable questions when there are all of these answerable ones instead? So I think for me, I enjoy talking about philosophy. I even go to philosophy conferences sometimes, such as the FQXI conferences. I enjoy interacting with philosophers. I would not want to be a professional philosopher because I like being in a field where I feel like if I get too confused about the sort of eternal questions, that I can actually make progress on something.
can you maybe linger on that for just a little longer?
Yeah.
What do you think is the difference? So, like the corollary of the criticism that I mentioned previously, that why ask the philosophical questions of the mathematician is if you want to ask philosophical questions, then invite a real philosopher on and ask them. So, what's the difference between the way a computer scientist or mathematician ponders a philosophical question and a philosopher ponders?
Well, I mean, a lot of it just depends on the individual, right? It's hard to make generalizations about entire fields, but I think if we tried to start it like we could say that scientists often will be less careful in their use of words. Philosophers are really experts in sort of like when I talk to them, they will just pounce if I use the wrong phrase for something.
Experts is a very nice word. Say sticklers,
Sticklers, yeah, or they will sort of interrogate my word choice, let's say, to a much greater than scientists would, right? And scientists, will often, if you ask them about a philosophical problem, like the hard problem of consciousness or free will or whatever, they will try to relate it back to recent research,
right?
Research about neurobiology, or the best of all is research that they personally are involved with, right? And of course they will want to talk about that, and it is what they will think of, and of course you could have an argument that maybe it's all interesting as it goes, but maybe none of it touches the philosophical question. But maybe a science, at least it, as I said, it does tell us concrete things, and even if like a deep dive into neurobiology will not answer the hard problem of consciousness, maybe it can take us about as far as we can get toward expanding our minds about it, toward thinking about it in a different way. Well, I mean, I think neurobiology can do that, with these profound philosophical questions, and also part of literature do that, right? They're all different ways of trying to approach these questions that for which we don't even know really what an answer would look like, but and yet somehow we can't help but keep referring to the questions.
And you have a kind of beautiful mathematical way of discussing this with the idea of Q prime.
Oh,
You write that usually the only way to make progress on the big questions, like the philosophical questions we're talking about now, is to pick off smaller sub-questions.
Mm-hmm.
Ideally, sub-questions you can attack using math, empirical observation, or both. You define the idea of a Q prime. So given an unanswerable philosophical riddle Q, replace it with a merely, in quotes, scientific or mathematical question, Q prime, which captures part of what people have wanted to know when they first asked Q.
yes.
Then with the log one solves Q prime. So you described some examples of such Q prime sub-questions in your long essay titled Philosophers Should Care About Computational Complexity. So you catalog the various Q primes. I want you to think of theoretical computer science has made progress. Can you mention a few favorites, if any pop to mind, or
Well, yeah. So I mean, I would say some of the most famous examples in history of that sort of replacement were, I mean, to go back to Alan Turing, right? What he did in his computer machinery intelligence paper was exactly, he explicitly started with the question, "Can machines think?" And then he said, "Sorry, I think that question is too meaningless." But here's a different question. Could you program a computer so that you couldn't tell the difference between it and a human, right? And yeah.
So in the very first two sentences, he in fact just almost a Q prime.
Yeah, he does precisely that. Or we could look at Gödel, right? Where you had these philosophers arguing for centuries about the limits of mathematical reasoning, right, and limits of formal systems, and then by the early 20th century, logicians, starting with Frege, Russell, and then most spectacularly Gödel, managed to reframe those questions as, look, we have these formal systems, they have these definite rules. Are there questions that we can phrase within the rules of these systems that are not provable within the rules of the systems, and can we prove that fact? Right? And so that would be another example. I had this essay called "The Ghost in the Quantum Turing Machine." It's one of the crazier things I've written, but I tried to do something, or to advocate doing something similar there for free will, where instead of talking about is free will real, or we get hung up on the meaning of what exactly do you mean by freedom, and can you be do you mean compatibilist free will, libertarian free will, what do these things mean? I suggested just asking the question, how well, in principle, consistently with the laws of physics, could a person's behavior be predicted, without, so let's say, destroying the person's brain, taking it apart in the process of trying to predict them. And and that actually, asking that question gets you into all sorts of meaty and interesting issues. Issues of what is the computational substrate of the brain? Or can you understand the brain? Just at the sort of level of the neurons. At sort of the abstraction of a neural network, or do you need to go deeper to the molecular level, and ultimately even to the quantum level, right? And of course, that would put limits on predictability if you did.
So you need to reduce the mind to a computational device, like formalize it so that you can make predictions about whether you could.
Well, if you were trying to predict a person, yeah, then presumably you would need some model of their brain, right? And now the question becomes one of how accurate can such a model become? Can you make a model that would be accurate enough to really seriously threaten people's sense of free will? Not just metaphysically, but like really, I have written in this envelope what you were going to say next.
Is accuracy the right term here? So is this also a level of abstraction has to be right? So if you're accurate at the somehow at the quantum level, that may not be convincing to us at the human level.
Well, right, but the question is, what accuracy at the sort of level of the underlying mechanisms do you need in order to predict the behavior? Right? At the end of the day, the test is just, can you, foresee what the person is going to do? Right? I am, and in discussions of free will, it seems like both sides, very quickly dismiss that question as irrelevant. Well, to me, it's totally relevant. Okay, because if someone says, "Oh, well, a Laplace demon that knew the complete state of the universe, could predict everything you're going to do, therefore you don't have free will," that it doesn't trouble me that much, because, well, I've never met such a demon. Right? We even have some reasons to think that maybe it could not exist as part of our world. It's only an abstraction, a thought experiment. On the other hand, if someone said, "Well, I have this brain scanning machine. You step into it, and then every paper that you will ever write, it will write. Every thought that you will have, even right now, that the machine itself, it will foresee.
or if you sort of demonstrate that, then I think that sort of threatens my internal sense of having free will in a much more visceral way. But now you notice that we're asking a much more empirical question. We're asking, is such a machine possible or isn't it? We're asking, if it's not possible, then what in the laws of physics or what about the behavior of the brain prevents it from existing?
So, if you could philosophize a little bit within this empirical question, where do you think you would enter by which mechanism would enter the possibility that we can't predict the outcome? So there would be something that would be akin to free will.
Well, you could say the sort of obvious possibility, which was recognized by Eddington and many others about as soon as quantum mechanics was discovered in the 1920s, was that if let's say a sodium ion channel, in the brain, its behavior is chaotic, right? It's governed by these Hodgley-Huxton equations in neuroscience, right, which are differential equations that have a stochastic component, right? Now, where does and this ultimately governs, let's say, whether a neuron will fire or not fire.
That's
right?
the basic chemical process or electrical process by which signals are sent in the brain.
Exactly, and and so you can ask, well, where does the randomness in the process, that neuroscientists, what neuroscientists would treat as randomness, where does it come from? Ultimately, it's thermal noise. Right? Where does thermal noise come from? Well, ultimately, there are some quantum mechanical events at the molecular level that are getting sort of chaotically amplified by, sort of butterfly effect. And so, even if you knew the complete quantum state of someone's brain, at best you could predict the probabilities that they would do one thing or do another thing, right? That part is actually relatively uncontroversial, right? The controversial question is whether any of it matters for the sort of philosophical questions that we care about. Because you could say, if all it's doing is just injecting some randomness into an otherwise completely mechanistic process, well, then who cares, right? And more concretely, if you could build a machine that could just calculate the probabilities of all the possible things that you would do, right? And of all the things that said you had a 10% chance of doing it, you did exactly a tenth of them, and so on.
Yeah, that
so
somehow
on.
also takes some of the feeling of free will.
Exactly. I mean, to me, it seems essentially just as bad as if the machine deterministically predicted you. It seems, hardly different from that. So then, but a more subtle question is: could you even learn enough about someone's brain to do that? Okay, because another central fact about quantum mechanics is that making a measurement on a quantum state is an inherently destructive operation. Okay, so if I want to measure the position of a particle, right, before I measured it, had superposition over in different positions. As soon as I measure, I localize it, right? So now I know the position, but I've also fundamentally changed the state. And so you could say, well, maybe in trying to build a model of someone's brain that was accurate enough to actually make, let's say, even well-calibrated probabilistic predictions of their future behavior, maybe you would have to make measurements that was so accurate that you would just fundamentally alter their brain. Right? Or maybe not. Maybe you only, it would suffice to just make some nano robots that just measured some sort of much larger scale, macroscopic behavior, like what is this neuron doing, what is that neuron doing? Maybe that would be enough. So, but now, what I claim is that we're now asking a question, which it is possible to envision what progress on it would look like.
Yeah, but just as you said, that question may be slightly detached from the question in the sense if consciousness somehow has a role in the experience of free will. Because ultimately, when we're talking about free will, we're also talking about not just the predictability of our actions, but somehow the experience of that
Yes.
predictability.
Yeah, well, I mean, a lot of philosophical questions ultimately like feedback to the hard problem of consciousness, as much as you can try to sort of talk around it or not, right? And and there is a reason why people try to talk around it, which is that Democritus talked about the hard problem of consciousness, in 400 BC in terms that would be totally recognizable to us today, right? And it's really not clear if there's been progress since, or what progress could possibly consist of.
Is there a Q prime type of sub question that could help us get at consciousness? It's something about consciousness.
I mean, there is the whole question of of AI, right? If you can build a human level or superhuman level AI, and can it work in a completely different substrate from the brain? I mean, of course, that was Alan Turing's point, and and even if that was done, it's people would still argue about the hard problem of consciousness, right? And yet, my claim is a little different. My claim is that in a world where there were human level AIs who been overtaken by such AIs, the entire discussion of the hard problem of consciousness would have a different character, right? It would take place in different terms in such a world, even if we hadn't answered the question. And my claim about free will would be similar, right? That if this prediction machine that I was talking about could actually be built, well, now the entire discussion of of free will is sort of transformed by that. Even if in some sense the metaphysical question hasn't been answered.
Yeah, exactly. It transforms it fundamentally, because say that machine does tell you that it can predict perfectly, and yet there is this deep experience of free will, and then that changes the question completely.
Yeah.
And it starts actually getting to the question of the AGI Turing questions, the demonstration of free will, the demonstration of intelligence, the demonstration of consciousness. Does that equal consciousness, intelligence, and free will?
But see, Lex, if every time I was contemplating a decision, this machine had printed out an envelope, where I could open it and see who knew my decision, I think that actually would change my subjective experience of making decisions.
Does knowledge change our subjective experience?
Well, I mean, the knowledge that this machine had predicted everything I would do. I mean, it might drive me completely insane, right? But at any rate, it would change my experience. To not just discuss such a machine as a thought experiment, but to actually see it.
Yeah.
I mean, you could say at that point, you could say, why not simply call this machine a second instantiation of me and be done with it, right? Why even privilege the original me over this perfect duplicate that exists in the machine?
Yeah. Or there could be a religious experience with it too. It's kind of what God throughout the generations is supposed to. That God kind of represents that perfect machine. He's able to, I guess, actually, I don't even know what are the religious interpretations of free will. So if God knows perfectly everything in religion, in the various religions, where does free will fit into that?
That has been one of the big things that theologians have argued about for thousands of years. I am not a theologian, so maybe I shouldn't go there.
There's not a clear answer in a book like
I mean, this is the Calvinists debated this. This has been different religious movements have taken different positions on that question. But that is how they think about it. Meanwhile, a large part of sort of what animates theoretical computer science is we're asking sort of what are the ultimate limits of what you can know or calculate, figure out by entities that you can actually build in the physical world, right? And if I were trying to explain it to a theologian, maybe I would say we are studying to what extent gods can be made manifest in the physical world. I'm not sure my colleagues would like that.
So let's talk about quantum computers.
Yeah, sure.
As you've said, quantum computing, at least in the 1990s, was a profound story at the intersection of science, physics, engineering, math, and philosophy. So there's this broad and deep aspect of computing that's more than just a quantum computer. But can we start at the very basics? What is quantum computing?
Yeah. So it's a proposal for a new type of computation, let's say a new way to harness nature to do computation that is based on the principles of quantum mechanics. Okay, now, the principles of quantum mechanics have been in place since 1927. They haven't changed. What's new is how we want to use them. Okay, so what does quantum mechanics say about the world? The physicists, I think, over the generations, convinced people that is an unbelievably complicated question, and just give up on trying to understand it. I can let you in, not being a physicist, I can let you in on the secret, which is that it becomes a lot simpler if you do what we do in information. You take the physics out of it. So the way that we think about quantum mechanics is sort of as a generalization of the rules of probability themselves. So, you might say there was a 30% chance that it was going to snow today or something. You would never say that there was a negative 30% chance. Right? That would be nonsense. Much less would you say that there was an I% chance, square root of minus 1% chance. Now, the central discovery that sort of quantum mechanics made is that fundamentally the world is described by the sort of, let's say, the possibilities for what a system could be doing are described using numbers called amplitudes, okay, which are like probabilities in some ways, but they are not probabilities. They can be positive. For one thing, they can be positive or negative. In fact, they can even be complex numbers. Okay, if you've heard of a quantum superposition, this just means that some state of affairs where you assign an amplitude, one of these complex numbers, to every possible configuration that you could see a system in on measuring it. So, for example, you might say that an electron has some amplitude being here, and some other amplitude for being there, right? Now, if you look to see where it is, you will localize it, right? You will sort of force the amplitudes to be converted into probabilities. That happens by taking their squared absolute value, okay? And then you can say either the electron will be here or it will be there. Knowing the amplitude, you can predict at least the probabilities that you'll see each possible outcome. Okay, but while a system is isolated from the whole rest of the universe, the rest of its environment, the amplitudes can change in time by rules that are different from the normal rules of probability, and that are alien to our everyday experience. So anytime anyone ever tells you anything about the weirdness of the quantum world, assuming that they're not lying to you, right? They're telling you, yet another consequence of nature being described by these amplitudes. So most famously, what amplitudes can do is that they can interfere with each other. Okay, so the famous double slit experiment, what happens is that you shoot a particle, like an electron, let's say, at a screen with two slits in it, and you find that there, on a second screen, there are certain places where that electron will never end up, after it passes through the first screen. And yet, if I close off one of the slits, then the electron can appear in that place. Okay, so by decreasing the number of paths that the electron can take to get somewhere, you can increase the chance that it gets there. Okay, now how is that possible? Well, it's because, as we would say now, the electron has a superposition state. Okay, it has some amplitude before reaching, like going through the first slit. It has some other amplitude for reaching it by going through the second slit. But now, if one amplitude is positive and the other one is negative, then I have to add them all up. Right? I have to add every path that the electron could have taken to reach this point. And those amplitudes, if they're pointing in different directions, they can cancel each other out. That would mean the total amplitude is zero, and the thing never happens at all. I close off one of the possibilities, then the amplitude is positive or it's negative, and now the thing can happen. Okay, so that is sort of the one trick of quantum mechanics. And now I can tell you what a quantum computer is. Okay, a quantum computer is a computer that tries to exploit, exactly these phenomena, superposition, amplitudes, and interference, in order to solve certain problems much faster than we know how to solve them otherwise. Because the basic building block of a quantum computer is what we call a quantum bit or a qubit. That just means a bit that has some amplitude for being zero and some other amplitude for being one. So it's a superposition of 0 and 1 states. Right? But now the key point is that if I've got, let's say, 1,000 qubits, the rules of quantum mechanics are completely unequivocal. That I do not just need one amplitude. I don't just need amplitudes for each qubit separately. Okay, in general, I need an amplitude for every possible setting of all 1,000 of those bits. Okay, so that what that means is 2 to the 1,000 power amplitudes. Okay, if I had to write those down, let's say in the memory of a conventional computer, if I had to write down 2 to the 1,000 complex numbers, that would not fit in the entire observable universe. Okay, and yet, quantum mechanics is unequivocal that if these bits can all interact with each other, in some sense, I need 2 to the 1,000 parameters, amplitudes to describe what is going on. Now, now I can tell where all the popular articles, about quantum computing go off the rails is that they say, they sort of say said, and then they say, oh, so the way a quantum computer works is just by trying every possible answer parallel. That sounds too good to be true, and unfortunately, it is too good to be true. The problem is I could make a superposition over every possible answer to my problem. Even if there were 2 to the 1,000 of them, right? I can easily do that. The trouble is, for a computer to be useful, you've got to look at it and see an output, right? And if I just measure a superposition over every possible answer, then the rules of quantum mechanics tell me that all I'll see would be a random answer. If I just wanted a random answer, well, I could have picked one myself with a lot less trouble, right? So the entire trick with quantum computing, with every algorithm for a quantum computer, is that you try to choreograph a pattern of interference of amplitudes. And you try to do it so that for each wrong answer, some of the paths leading to that wrong answer have positive amplitudes, and others have negative amplitudes. So on the whole, they cancel each other out. Okay, whereas all the paths leading to the right answer should reinforce each other, should have amplitudes pointing the same direction.
So the design of algorithms in space is the choreography of the interferences.
Precisely, that's precisely what it
Okay,
is.
we take a brief step back and
Sure.
you mentioned information.
Yes.
So in which part of this beautiful picture that you've painted is information contained?
Oh, well, information is at the core of everything that we've been talking about, right? I mean, the bit is, the basic unit of information. It's, Claude Shannon's paper in 1948. People had the concept even before that. He popularized the name, right? But I mean,
A bit is 0 or 1.
That's right.
The basic element.
That's right. And what we would say is that the basic unit of quantum information is the qubit. Is the object, any object that can be maintained in this, manipulated in a superposition of 0 and 1 states. Now, sometimes people ask, well, but what is a qubit physically, right? And there are all these different, proposals that are being pursued in parallel for how you implement qubits. There is, superconducting quantum computing that was in the news recently because of Google's quantum supremacy experiment, right? Where you would have some little coils where a current can flow through them in one representing a 0, another representing the 1. And if you cool these coils to just slightly above absolute 0, like 100th of a degree, then they superconduct, and then the current can actually be in a superposition of the two different states. So that's one kind of qubit. Another kind would be, just an individual atomic nucleus. Right? It has a spin. It could be spinning clockwise. It could be spinning counterclockwise, or it could be in a superposition of the two spin states. That is another qubit. But see, just like in the classical, but you could be a virtuoso programmer without having any idea of what a transistor is, right? Or how the bits are physically represented inside the machine, even if the machine uses electricity, right? You just care about the logic. It's sort of the same with quantum computing, right? Qubits could be realized by many, many different quantum systems. Yet all of their systems will lead to the same logic, the logic of qubits and how, how you measure them, how you think. And so, the subject of, how qubits behave and what you can do with qubits, that is quantum information.
So just to linger on that,
Sure.
so the physical design implementation of a qubit does not interfere with that next level of abstraction that you can program over it. So it truly is the idea of it is okay.
Well, to be honest with you, today they do interfere with each other. That's because all the quantum computers we can build today are very noisy, right? And so sort of the qubits are very far from perfect, and so the lower level sort of does affect the higher levels, and we sort of have to think about all of them at once. Okay, but eventually, where we hope to get is to what are called error-corrected quantum computers, where the qubits really do behave like perfect abstract qubits for as long as we want them to. And in that future, a future that we can already sort of prove theorems about or think about today, but in that future, the logic of it really does become decoupled from the hardware.
So if noise is currently like the biggest problem for quantum computing, and then the dream is error correcting quantum computers, can you just maybe describe what does it mean for there to be noise in this system?
Absolutely. So so the problem is even a little more specific than noise. So that the fundamental problem, if you're trying to actually build a quantum computer, of any appreciable size, is something called decoherence. Okay, and this was recognized from the very beginning, when people first started thinking about this in the 1990s. Now, what decoherence means is sort of an unwanted interaction between your qubits, the state of your quantum computer, and the external environment. Okay, and why is that such a problem? Well, I talked before about how when you measure a quantum system, so let's say if I measure a qubit that's in a superposition of 0 and 1 states to ask it, are you 0 or are you 1? Well, now I force it to make up its mind, right? And now probabilistically it chooses one or the other. And now, it's no longer a superposition. There's no longer amplitudes. There's some probability that I get a 0 and there's some that I get a 1. And now the trouble is that it doesn't have to be me who's looking. Okay? In fact, it doesn't have to be any conscious entity. Any kind of interaction with the external world that leaks out the information about whether this is a 0 or a 1, or if it causes the 0-ness or the 1-ness of the qubit to be recorded in the radiation of the room, in the molecules of the air, in the wires that are connected to my device, any of that. As soon as the information leaks out, it is as if that qubit has been measured. It is, the state is now collapsed. Another way to say it is that it's become entangled with its environment. Okay, but from the perspective of someone who's just looking at this qubit, it is as though it has lost its quantum state. And so what this means is that if I want to do a quantum computation, I have to keep the qubits sort of fanatically well isolated from their environment. But then at the same time, they can't be perfectly isolated because I need to tell them what to do. I need to make them interact with each other, for one thing, and not only that, but in a precisely choreographed way. Okay, and that is such a staggering problem, right? How do I isolate these qubits from the whole unit and also tell them exactly what to do? There were distinguished physicists and computer scientists in the 90s who said this is fundamentally impossible. The laws of physics will just never let you control qubits to the degree of accuracy that you're talking about. Now, what changed the views of most of us was a profound discovery in the mid to late 90s, which was called the theory of quantum error correction and quantum fault tolerance. Okay, and the upshot of that theory is that if I want to build a reliable quantum computer and scale it up, an arbitrary number, as many qubits as I want, and doing as much on them as I want, I do not actually have to get the qubits perfectly isolated from their environment. It is enough to get them really, really, really well isolated. Okay, and even if every qubit is sort of leaking, its state into the environment at some rate, as long as that rate is low enough, okay, I can sort of encode the information that I care about in very clever ways across the collective states of multiple qubits, okay, in such a way that even if a small percentage of my qubits leak, well, I'm constantly monitoring them to see if that leak happened. I can detect it and I can correct it. I can recover the information I care about from the remaining qubits. Okay, and so you can build a reliable quantum computer even out of unreliable parts. Right now, in some sense, that discovery is what set the engineering agenda for quantum computing research from the 1990s until the present. Okay, the goal has been, engineer qubits that are not perfectly reliable, but reliable enough that you can then use these error correcting codes to have them simulate qubits that are even more reliable than they are. Right? The error correction becomes a net, rather than a net loss, right? And then once you reach that sort of crossover point, then your simulated qubits could in turn simulate qubits that are even more reliable, and so on, until you just effectively you have arbitrarily reliable qubits. So long story short, we are not at that break-even point yet. We're a hell of a lot closer than we were when people started doing this in the 90s, like orders of magnitude closer.
But the key ingredient there is the more qubits.
Well, the more qubits, the larger the computation you can do, right? Qubits are what constitute the memory of your quantum computer, right?
But also for the error correcting mechanism.
Yes. So the way I would say it is that error correction imposes an overhead in the number of qubits, and that is actually one of the biggest practical problems with building a scalable quantum computer. If you look at the error correcting codes, at least the ones that we know about today, and you look at what would it take to actually use a quantum computer to hack your credit card number.
Right.
The most famous application people talk about, right? Let's say you factor huge numbers and thereby break the RSA crypto system. Well, what that would take would be several thousand logical qubits. But now, with the known error correcting code, each of those logical qubits would need to be encoded itself using thousands of physical qubits. So at that point, you're talking about millions of physical qubits. And in some sense, that is the reason why quantum computers are not breaking cryptography already. It's because of these immense overheads involved.
So that overhead is additive or multiplicative?
Well, it's multiplicative. It's like you take the number of logical qubits that you need in your abstract quantum circuit, you multiply it by 1,000 or so. So, there's a lot of work on, trying to invent better error correcting codes. That is the situation right now. In the meantime, now in what physicists Rothschild called the noisy intermediate scale quantum, or this era. This is the era. You can think of it as sort of like the vacuum. We're now entering the very early vacuum tube era of quantum computers. The quantum computer analog of the transistor has not been invented yet, right? That would be like true error correction, right? We are not, or something else that would achieve the same effect, right? We are not there yet, but where we are now, let's say as of months ago, as of Google's announcement of quantum supremacy, we are now finally at the point where even with a non-error corrected quantum computer, with these noisy devices, we can do something that is hard for classical computers to simulate. Okay, so we can eke out some advantage. Now, will we in this noisy era be able to do something beyond what a classical computer can do that is also useful to someone? That we still don't know. People are going to be racing over the next decade to try to do that. But people, I mean, Google, IBM, a bunch of startup companies, or
Research labs.
yeah, and research labs and governments, and
You just mentioned a million things. I'll backtrack for a second.
yeah, sure.
So we're in these vacuum tube days.
Yeah, just entering them.
And just entering. Wow. Okay. So
Yeah.
how do we escape the vacuum? So how do we get to where we are now with the CPU? Is this a fundamental engineering challenge? Is there breakthroughs on the physics side that are needed on the computer science side? Is it a financial issue where much larger just sheer investment and excitement is needed?
So those are excellent questions. My guess,
No,
my guess would be all of the above. I mean, my guess, say fundamentally it is an engineering issue, right? The theory has been in place since the 90s, at least, this is what, error correction would look like. We do not have the hardware at that level, but at the same time, so you could just, try to power through, maybe even like, if someone spent $1 trillion on some quantum computing Manhattan project, right, then conceivably they could just, build an error-corrected quantum computer as it was envisioned back in the 90s, right? I think the more plausible thing to happen is that there will be further theoretical breakthroughs. There will be further insights that will cut down the cost of doing this.
So let's take a brief step to the philosophical. I just recently talked to Jim Keller, who's sort of the famed architect in the microprocessor world.
Okay.
And he's been told for decades, every year, that the Moore's law is going to die this year. And he tries to argue that the Moore's law is still alive, well, and will be alive for quite a long time to come. How long? Well, the main point is still alive, but he thinks there's still 1,000x improvement just on shrinking the transistor as possible. Whatever. The point is that the exponential growth see it is actually a huge number of these S curves, just constant breakthroughs. At the philosophical level, why do you think we, as descendants of apes, were able to just keep coming up with these new breakthroughs on the CPU side? Is this something unique to this particular endeavor, or will it be possible to replicate in the quantum computer space?
Okay, all right. There was a lot there. To break off something. I mean, I think we are in an extremely special period of human history. Right? It is you could say obviously special. In many ways, right? There, way more people alive than there have been, and that the whole future of the planet is in question in a way that it hasn't been for the rest of human history. But in particular, we are in the era where we finally figured out how to build universal machines. So, things that we call computers. Machines that you program to simulate the behavior of whatever machine you want. And and once you sort of cross this threshold of universality, you've built, you could say, you've instantiated Turing machines in the physical world. Well, then the main questions are ones of numbers. They're, ones of how many, how much memory can you access, how fast does it run, how many parallel processors. At least until quantum computing. Quantum computing is the one thing that changes what I just said, right?
Yeah,
But, as long as it's classical computing, then it's all questions of numbers. And you could say at a theoretical level, the computers today are the same as the ones in the 50s. They're just millions of times, faster and with millions of times memory. And I think there's been an immense economic pressure to get more and more transistors, get them smaller and smaller, add more and more cores, and in some sense, like a huge fraction of sort of all of the technological progress that there is in all of civilization has gotten concentrated just more narrowly into just those problems, right? And so it has been one of the biggest success stories in the history of technology, right? There's, it is. I am as amazed by it as anyone else is, right? But at the same time, we also know that it, and I really do mean we know that it cannot continue indefinitely, because you will reach, fundamental limits on how small you can possibly make a processor. And if you want a real proof that would justify my use of the word, we know that Moore's law has to end. Ultimately you will reach the limits imposed by quantum gravity. If you were doing if you tried to build a computer that operated at 10 to the 43 hertz, the 10 to the 43 operations per second, that computer would use so much energy that it would simply collapse to a black hole. Okay, so in reality, we're going to reach the limits long before that. But that is a sufficient proof
that there's a limit.
Yes.
But it'd be interesting to try to understand the mechanism, the economic pressure that you said, just like the Cold War was the pressure on getting us, because I'm both, us is both the Soviet Union and the United States.
Yeah.
Getting us, the two countries, to hurry up to get the space to the moon. There seems to be that same kind of economic pressure that somehow created a chain of engineering breakthroughs that resulted in the Moore's law.
Yeah,
it'd be nice to replicate.
Yeah, well, I mean, some people are sort of get depressed about the fact that technological progress, may seem to have slowed down in many realms outside of computing, right? And there was this whole thing of we wanted flying cars, and we got Twitter instead, right? And
good old Peter too.
Yeah, right.
Jumping to another topic you mentioned, so Google announced with their working the big brain nature with quantum supremacy.
Yes.
Can you describe again, back to the basic? What is, perhaps not so basic, what is quantum supremacy?
Absolutely. So quantum supremacy is a term that was coined by John Prescott in 2012. Not everyone likes the name, but it's sort of stuck. Haven't found a better alternative.
Quantum computational.
Supremacy. That's right. But the basic idea, one that goes way back to the beginnings of quantum computing, when Richard Feynman and David Deutsch, people like that, were talking about it in the early 80s, and supremacy obviously this refers to the point in history when you can first use a quantum computer to do some well-defined task much faster than any known algorithm running on any of the classical computers that are available. Okay, so notice that I did not say useful task. Okay, it could be something completely artificial, but it's important that the task be well defined. So in other words, it is something that has right and wrong answers, and that are knowable independently of this device, right? And we can then run the device, see if it gets an answer or not.
To clarify a small point, you said much faster than the classical implementation. What about this case where the class it doesn't even exist a classical algorithm?
So maybe I should clarify. Everything that a quantum computer can do, a classical computer can also eventually do. Okay, and the reason why we know that is that a classical computer could always, if it had no limits of time and memory, it could always just store the entire quantum state, of the quantum computer, store a list of all the amplitudes, in the state of the quantum computer, and then just, do some linear algebra to just update that state, right? And so anything that quantum computers can do can also be done by classical computers, albeit exponentially slower.
So quantum computers don't go into some magical place outside of Alan Turing's definition of computation.
Precisely. They do not solve the Halting problem. They cannot solve anything that is uncomputable, as Alan Turing said. What we think they do change is what is efficiently computable. Okay, and since the 1960s, the word efficiently, has always been a central word in computer science, but it's sort of a code word for something technical, which is basically with polynomial scaling. That as you get to larger and larger inputs, you would like an algorithm that uses an amount of time that scales only like the size of the input raised to some power, and not exponentially with the size of the input.
Yeah, so I do hope we get to talk again, because one of the many topics that there's probably several hours of conversation on is complexity. We probably won't even get a chance to touch today, but you briefly mentioned it. So let's maybe try to continue. You said the definition of quantum supremacy is basically just is achieving a place where much faster on a formal, the quantum computer is much faster on a formal, well-defined problem. That is always useful.
Right. And I would say that we really want three things, right? We want, first of all, the quantum computer to be much faster, just in the literal sense, so like number of seconds, and to solving this, well-defined problem. Secondly, we want it to be sort of, for a problem where we really believe quantum computer has better scaling behavior, right? So it's not just an incidental, matter of hardware, but it's that, as you went to larger and larger inputs, the classical scaling would be exponential, and the scaling for the quantum algorithm would only be polynomial. And then thirdly, we want the first thing, the actual observed speed up, to only be explainable in terms of the scaling behavior, right? So, I want, a real world, a real problem to get solved. So let's say by a quantum computer with 50 qubits, and for no one to be able to explain that in any way other than, well, this computer involved a quantum state with 2 to the 50th power for amplitudes. And, a classical simulation, at least any that we know today, would require keeping track of 2 to the 50th numbers. And this is the reason why it was faster.
So the intuition is that then if you demonstrate on 50 qubits to get to 100 qubits, then it'll be even much more faster.
Precisely. Yeah, and quantum supremacy does not require error correction. Right? We don't have, you say, true scalability yet, true, you know, error correction yet. But you could say quantum supremacy is already enough by itself to refute the skeptics who said a quantum computer will never outperform a classical computer for anything.
But one, how do you demonstrate quantum supremacy? And two, what's up with these news articles I'm reading that Google did so?
Yeah, all right, well,
What did they actually do?
Great questions, because now we get into actually, a lot of the work that I and my students have been doing for the last decade, which was precisely about how do you demonstrate quantum supremacy using technologies that we thought would be available in the near future. And so one of the main things that we realized around 2011, and this was me and my student Alex Arkhipov at MIT at the time, and independently some others, including Bremner, Josa, and Shepard. Okay, and the realization that we came to was that if you just want to prove that a quantum computer is faster, and not do something useful with it, then there were huge advantages to sort of switching your attention from problems like factoring numbers that have a single right answer to what we call sampling problems. So these are problems where the goal is to output a sample from some probability distribution, let's say over strings of 50 bits. Right, so there are many possible outputs. Your computer will probably never even produce the same output twice. If it's running as even assuming it's running perfectly. Okay, but the key is that some outputs are supposed to be like true and other ones. So
sorry, to clarify, is there a set of outputs that are valid and that they're not, or is it more that the distribution of a particular kind of output is more? There's a specific distribution.
Yeah, there's a specific distribution that you're trying to hit, right? Or you're trying to sample from. Now there are a lot of questions about this. How do you do that, right? Now how you do it, but it turns out that with a quantum computer, even with the noisy quantum computers that we have now, that we have today, what you can do is basically just apply a randomly chosen sequence of operations, right? So that part is almost trivial, right? We just sort of get the qubits to interact in some random way, although a sort of precisely specified random way, so we can repeat the exact same random sequence of interactions again and get another sample from that same distribution. And what this does is it basically creates a lot of garbage, a very specific garbage, right? So, of all of the, so we're going to talk about Google's device. There were 53 qubits there, okay? And so there are 2 to the 53 power possible outputs. Now, for some of those outputs, there was a little bit more destructive interference in their amplitude. Okay, so their amplitudes were a little bit smaller. For others, there was a little more constructive interference. The amplitudes were a little bit more aligned with each other, and so those that were a little bit likelier. Okay? All of the outputs are exponentially unlikely, but some are, let's say, 2 times or 3 times, unlikelier than others. Okay, and so you can define, this sequence of operations that gives rise to this probability distribution. Okay, now the next question would be, well, how do you, even if you're sampling from it, how do you verify that? Right? How do you know? And so my students and I, and also the people at Google doing the experiment, came up with statistical tests that you can apply to the outputs in order to try to verify, what is, that at least some hard problem is being solved. The test that Google ended up using was something that they called the linear cross entropy benchmark. Okay, and it's basically, so the drawback of this test is that it requires you to do a 2 to the 53 time calculation with your classical computer. Okay, so it's very expensive to do the test on a classical computer. The good news
How
is
big of a number is
it's about 9 quadrillion. Well, it's you want it in like scientific notation.
No. What I mean is,
It is
possible to run.
Yeah, so we will come back to that. It is just barely possible to run, we think, on the largest supercomputer that currently exists on Earth, which is called Summit at Oak Ridge National Lab. Okay.
Great.
That's the short answer. So ironically, for this type of experiment, we don't want 100 qubits, okay? Because with 100 qubits, even if it works, we don't know how to verify the results, okay? So we want, a number of qubits that is enough that, the biggest classical computers on Earth will have to sweat, and we'll just barely, be able to keep up with the quantum computer, using much more time, but they will still be able to do it in order that we can verify the
Which
results.
is where the 53 comes from for the
Basically,
number.
well, I mean, that's also, so that's sort of, that's where they are now in terms of scaling, and then, soon, that point will be passed. And then when you get to larger numbers of qubits, then, these types of sampling experiments will no longer be so interesting because we won't even be able to verify the results, and we'll have to switch other types of computations. So with the sampling thing, so the test that Google applied with this linear cross entropy benchmark was basically just take the samples that were generated, which are, a very small subset of all the possible samples that there are. But for those, you calculate with your classical computer the probabilities that they should have been output. And you see, are those probabilities like larger than the mean? So is the quantum computer biased toward outputting the strings that it's, that you want it to be biased toward? Okay, and then finally we come to a very crucial question, which is supposing that it does that. Well, how do we know that a classical computer could not have quickly done the same thing, right? How do we know that this couldn't have been spoofed by a classical computer, right? And so, well, the first answer is we don't know for sure, because this takes us into questions of complexity theory. Questions on the magnitude of the P versus NP question, but right, we don't know how to rule out definitively that there could be fast classical algorithms for even simulating quantum mechanics and for simulating experiments like these, but we can give some evidence against that possibility, and that was sort of the main thrust of a lot of the work that my colleagues and I did over the last decade, which is sort of around 2015 or so, what led to Google deciding to do this experiment.
So it's the kind of evidence here. First of all, the hard P versus NP problem you mentioned, and the kind of evidence that you're were looking at. Is that something you come to on a sheet of paper, or is this something? Are these empirical experiments?
It's math for the most part. I mean, it's also, we have a bunch of methods that are known for simulating quantum circuits or quantum computations with classical computers, and so we have to try them all out and make sure that they don't work. Make sure that they have exponential scaling on these problems, and not just theoretically, but with the actual range of parameters that are actually arising in Google's experiment. Okay, so there is an empirical component to it, right? But now on the theoretical side, what we know how to do in theoretical computer science and computational complexity is, we don't know how to prove that most of the problems we care about are hard, but we know how to pass the blame to someone else. We know how to say, well, look, I can't prove that this problem is hard, but if it is easy, then all these other things that, for sure, you probably were much more confident or were hard, then those would be easy as well. Okay, so we can give what are called reductions. And this has been the basic strategy in NP completeness, right? In all of theoretical computer science and cryptography since the 1970s, really. And so we were able to give some reduction evidence for the hardness of simulating these sampling experiments, these sampling-based quantum supremacy experiments. The reduction evidence is not as satisfactory as it should be. One of the biggest open problems in this area is to make it better. But, we can do something. Certainly we can say that, if there is a fast classical algorithm to spoof these experiments, then it has to be very, very unlike any of the algorithms that we have.
Which is kind of in the same kind of space of reasoning that people say P not equals NP.
Yeah, it's in the same spirit.
Yeah, in the same spirit. Okay, so Andrew Yang, a very intelligent and a presidential candidate with a lot of interesting ideas in all kinds of technological fields, tweeted that because of quantum computing, no code is uncrackable. Is he wrong or right?
He was premature, let's say. Wrong. So look, I'm actually, I'm a fan of Andrew Yang. I like his ideas. I like his candidacy. I think that he may be ahead of his time with the universal basic income and and so forth, and he may also be ahead of his time in that tweet that you referenced. So regarding using quantum computers to break cryptography, the situation is this. Okay, so the famous discovery of Peter Shor, 26 years ago, that really started quantum computing, as an autonomous field, was that if you built a full scalable quantum computer, then you could use it to efficiently find the prime factors of huge numbers and calculate discrete logarithms and solve a few other problems that are very, very special in character, right? They're not NP-complete problems. We're pretty sure they're not, okay? But it so happens that most of the public key cryptography that we currently use to protect the internet is based on the belief that these problems are hard. Okay, what Shor showed is that once you get scalable quantum computers, then that's no longer true. Okay, but now before people panic, there are two important points to understand here. Okay, the first is that quantum supremacy, the Google just achieved, is very, very far from the kind of scalable quantum computer that would be needed to actually threaten public key cryptography. Okay, so we touched on this earlier, right? But Google's device has 53 physical qubits, right? To threaten cryptography, you're talking, with any of the known error correction methods, you're talking millions of physical qubits.
Because error correction would be required.
Yes. 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 It certainly would, right? And how much, how great will the overhead be from the error correction? That we don't know yet. But with the known codes, you're talking millions of physical qubits and of a much higher quality than that we have now. Okay, so I don't think that is coming soon. Although people who have secrets that need to stay secret for 20 years, are already worried about this. For the good reason that we presume that intelligence agencies are already scooping up data, in the that eventually they'll be able to decode it. Okay, so this brings me to the second point I wanted to make, which is that there are other public key crypto systems that are known that we don't know how to break even with quantum computers. Okay, and there's a whole field devoted to this now, which is called post-quantum cryptography. Okay, and so there is already so we have some good candidates now. The best known being what are called lattice-based crypto systems. And there is already some push to try to migrate to these crypto systems. So NIST in the US is holding a competition to create standards for post-quantum cryptography, which will be the first step in trying to get every web browser and every router to upgrade, and use something like SSL that would be based on what we think is quantum secure cryptography. But this will be a long process. But it is something that people are already starting to do, and so I'm Shore's algorithm is sort of a dramatic discovery. It could be a big deal for whatever intelligence agency first gets a scalable quantum computer, if at least certainly if no one else knows that they have it, right? But eventually, we think that we could migrate the internet to the post-quantum cryptography, and then we'd be more or less back where we started. Okay, so this is sort of not the application of quantum computing, I think, that's really going to change the world in a sustainable way, right? By the way, the biggest practical application of quantum computing that we know about by far, I think, is the simulation of quantum mechanics itself. In order to learn about chemical reactions, design maybe new chemical processes, new materials, new drugs, new solar cells, new superconductors, all kinds of things like that.
What's the size of a quantum computer that would be able to simulate the quantum mechanical systems themselves that would be impactful for the real world, for the kind of chemical reactions and that kind of work? What scale are we talking about?
Now you're asking a very, very current question, a very big question. People are going to be racing over the next decade to try to do useful quantum simulations, even with 100 or 200 qubit quantum computers of the sort that we expect to be able to build over the next decade. Okay, so that might be the first application of quantum computing that we're able to realize, or maybe it will prove to be too difficult. And maybe even that will require fault tolerance, will require error correction.
It's an aggressive race to come up with the one case study, kind of like you're sure with an idea that would just capture the world's imagination of look, we can actually do something very useful.
But I think within the next decade, the best shot we have is certainly not using Shore's algorithm to break cryptography. Just because it requires too much in the way of error correction. The best shot we have is to do some quantum simulation that tells the material scientists or chemists or nuclear physicists something that is useful to them and that they didn't already know. And you might only need one or two successes in order to change some billion-dollar industries, right? Like the way that people make fertilizer right now is still based on the Haber-Bosch process from a century ago, and it is some many-body quantum mechanics problem that no one really understands, right? If you could design a better way to make fertilizer, right, that's billions of dollars right there. So those are sort of the applications that people are going to be aggressively racing toward over the next decade. Now, I don't know if they're going to realize it or not, but it is. They certainly at least have a shot. So it's going to be a very, very interesting next decade.
But just to clarify, what's your intuition? Is if a breakthrough like that comes, is it possible for that breakthrough to be on 50 to 100 qubits, or is scale a fundamental thing like 500 or 1,000 plus qubits?
Yeah, so I can tell you what the current studies are saying. I think probably better to rely on that than my intuition. But there was a group at Microsoft had a study a few years ago that said even with only about 100 qubits, you could already learn something new about this the chemical reaction that makes fertilizer, for example. The trouble is they're talking about 100 qubits and about a million layers of quantum gates. Okay, so basically they're talking about 100 years.
The logical qubits is much.
Yeah, exactly, 100 logical qubits, and now the hard part for the next decade is going to be, well, what can we do with 100 to 200 noisy qubits?
Yeah. Is there error correction breakthroughs that might come without the need to do thousands or millions of
so people are going to be put simultaneously in a bunch of different directions. One direction, of course, is just making the qubits better, right? And there is tremendous progress there. I mean, the fidelities, like the accuracy of the qubits, is improved by several orders of magnitude. In the last decade or so. Okay, the second thing is designing better error, or let's say lower overhead error correction codes, and even short of doing the full recursive error correction, there are these error mitigation strategies that you can use, that may, allow you to eke out a useful speed up in the near term. And then the third thing is just taking the quantum algorithms for simulating quantum chemistry or materials and making them more efficient. Those algorithms are already dramatically more efficient than they were, let's say, 5 years ago. And so when I quoted these estimates, like circuit depth of 1 billion, and so I hope that because people will care enough that these numbers are going to come down.
So you're one of the world-class researchers in this space. There's a few groups that come who I'm working with this. There's other research labs, but you put also you have an amazing blog. You put a lot on. You paid me to say it. You put a lot of efforts into communicating the science of this and communicating, exposing some of the BS and the natural, just like in the AI space, the natural, that's the word, in this, in quantum mechanics in general, but quantum computers and so on. Can you give some notes about people or ideas that listeners in general from outside the field should be cautious of when they're taking it in news headings that Google achieved quantum supremacy? So what should we look out for? Where's the charlatans in this space? Where's the BS?
Yeah. So good question. Unfortunately, quantum computing is a little bit like cryptocurrency or deep learning. Like there is a core of something that is genuinely revolutionary and exciting, and because of that core, it attracts this sort of vast penumbra of people making just utterly ridiculous claims. And so with quantum computing, I would say that the main way that people go astray is by not focusing on sort of the question of are you getting a speed up over a classical computer or not, right? And so people have dismissed quantum supremacy because it's not useful, right? Or it's not itself, let's say, obviously useful for anything. Okay, but ironically, these are some of the same people who will go and say, well, we care about useful applications. We care about solving traffic routing and and financial optimization and all these things. and that sounds really good, but their entire spiel is sort of counting on nobody asking the question. Yes, but how well could a classical computer do the same thing?
Yes.
Right? I really mean the entire thing they say, well, a quantum computer can do this, a quantum computer can do that, right? And they just avoid the question: are you getting a speed up over a classical computer or not? And if so, how do you know? Have you really thought carefully about classical algorithms to solve the same problem, right? And a lot of the application areas that you know companies and investors are most excited about, that the popular press is most excited about, for quantum computers have been things like machine learning, AI, optimization. Okay, and the problem with that is that since the very beginning, even if you have a perfect, fault tolerant, scalable quantum computer, we have known of only modest speed ups that you can get for these problems. Okay, so there is a famous quantum algorithm called Grover's algorithm. Okay, and what it can do is it can solve many of the problems that arise in AI, machine learning, optimization, including NP-complete problems. Okay, but it can solve them in about the square root of the number of steps that a classical computer would need. Same problem. Okay, now a square root speed up is important. It's impressive. It is not an exponential speed up. Okay, so it is not the kind of game changer that, let's say, Shor's algorithm for factoring is, or for that matter, that simulation of quantum mechanics is. Okay, it is a more modest speed up. So let's say roughly, in theory, it could roughly double the size of the optimization problem that you can handle, right? And so, because people found that, I guess, too boring or too unimpressive, they've gone on to invent all of these heuristic algorithms where because no one really understands them, you can just project your hopes onto them, right? That, well, maybe it gets an exponential speed up. You can't prove that it doesn't, and the burden is on you to prove that it doesn't get a speed up, right? And, so they've done an immense amount of that kind of thing, and a really worrying amount of the case for building a quantum computer has come to rest on this stuff that those of us in this field know perfectly well is on extremely shaky foundations.
So the fundamental question is,
yeah,
show there's a speed up.
yes, absolutely.
And in the space that you're referring to, is actually really interesting. So the area that a lot of people are excited about is machine learning.
Yeah.
So your sense is, do you think it will? So I know that there's a lot of smoke currently.
Yeah.
But do you think there actually eventually might be breakthroughs where you do get exponential speed ups in the machine learning space?
Absolutely, there might be. I mean, I think we know of modest speed ups that you can get for these problems. I think whether you can get bigger speed ups is one of the biggest questions for computing theory, for people like me to be thinking about. Now, we had actually recently a really, a super exciting candidate for an exponential quantum speed up for a machine learning problem that people really care about. This is basically the Netflix problem, the problem of recommending products to users, given some sparse data about their preferences. Karanitis and Prakash in 2016 had an algorithm for sampling recommendations that was exponentially faster than any known classical algorithm, right? And so, a lot of people were excited. I was excited about it. But I had an 18-year-old undergrad by the name of Ewan, and she was obviously brilliant. She was looking for a project. I gave her as a project, can you prove that this speed up is real? Can you prove that any classical algorithm would need to access exponentially more data, right? And this was a case where if that was true, this was not like a P versus NP type of question, right? This might well have been provable. But she worked on it for a year. She couldn't do it. Eventually, she figured out why she couldn't do it, and the reason was that was false. There is a classical algorithm with a similar performance to the quantum algorithm. So Ewing succeeded in dequantizing that machine learning algorithm, and then in the last couple of years, building on Ewing's breakthrough, a bunch of the other quantum machine learning algorithms that were proposed have now also been dequantized.
Yeah.
Okay, and
That,
so I
that's
would
kind
say,
of an important backward step,
yes,
like a
yes,
or a forward step for science, but
well, yeah,
a step for quantum machine learning
yeah,
that precedes the big next forward step.
right. Now, some people will say, well, there's a silver lining in this cloud. They say, well, thinking about quantum computing has led to the discovery of potentially useful new classical algorithms. That's right. And so you get these spin-off applications. But if you want a quantum speed up, you really have to think carefully about that. Ewing's work was a perfect illustration of why, right? And I think that the challenge, is now open, right? Find a better example. Find, where quantum computers are going to deliver big gains for machine learning. I am, not only do I ardently support, people thinking about that, I'm trying to think about it myself and have my students and postdocs think about it. But we should not pretend that those speed ups are already established. And the problem comes when so many of the companies and the journalist space are pretending that.
Like all good things, like life itself, this conversation must soon come to an end. So let me ask the most absurd and philosophical last question. What is the meaning of life? What gives your life fulfillment, purpose, happiness, and meaning?
I would say the number one, trying to discover new things about the world and share them and communicate and learn what other people have discovered. Number two, my friends, my family, my kids, my students, the people around me. Number three, trying, when I can to make the world better in some small ways. And I know it's depressing that I can't do more, and that the world is in facing crises over the climate and over resurgent authoritarianism and all these other things. But trying to stand against the things that I find horrible when I can.
Let me ask you one more absurd question.
Yeah.
What makes you smile?
Well, yeah, I guess your question just
I thought I tried that absurd one on you. Well, it's a huge honor to talk to you. We'll probably talk to you for many more hours, Scott. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. Thank you. It was great.
Thank you for listening to this conversation with Scott Aronson. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code Let's Podcast. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators of tomorrow. Enjoy this podcast. Subscribe on YouTube. Give us 5 stars on Apple Podcasts. Support it on Patreon. Simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. Now, let me leave you with some words from a funny and insightful blog post Scott wrote over 10 years ago on the ever-present Malthusianisms in our daily lives. Quote, again and again, I've undergone the humbling experience of first lamenting how badly something sucks, then, only much later, having the crucial insight that it's not sucking wouldn't have been a Nash equilibrium. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. Following this conversation with Andrew and one of the most impactful educators, researchers, innovators, and leaders in artificial intelligence and technology space in general. He co-founded Coursera and Google Brain, launched Deep Learning AI, Lending AI, and the AI Fund, and was the chief scientist at Baidu. As a Stanford professor and with Coursera and Deep Learning AI, he has helped educate and inspire millions of students, including me. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, never any ads in the middle. It can break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt the listening experience. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. When you get it, use code LEX Podcast. Cash App lets you send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market for as little as $1. Brokerage services are provided by Cash App Investing, a subsidiary of Square, and member SIPC. Since Cash App allows you to buy Bitcoin, let me mention that cryptocurrency in the context of the history of money is fascinating. I recommend A Cent of Money as a great book on this history. Debits and credits on ledger started over 30,000 years ago. The US dollar was created over 200 years ago. And Bitcoin, the first decentralized cryptocurrency, released just over 10 years ago. So given that history, cryptocurrency is still very much in its early days of development, but is still aiming to, it just might, redefine the nature of money. So again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEX Podcast, you'll get $10. The Cash App will also donate $10 to FIRST, one of my favorite organizations that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Andrew. The courses you taught on machine learning at Stanford and later on Coursera, you co-founded, have educated and inspired millions of people. So let me ask you, what people or ideas inspired you to get into computer science and machine learning when you were young? When did you first fall in love with the field? Is another way.
Growing up in Hong Kong and Singapore, I started learning to code when I was 5 or 6 years old. At that time, I was learning the basic programming language, and they would take these books and they'll tell you type this program into your computer, so I type that program to my computer, and then as a result of all that typing, I would get to play these very simple shoot 'em up games that I had implemented on my little computer. So I thought it was fascinating as a young kid that I could write this code. I was really just copying code from a book into my computer to then play these cool video games. Another moment for me was when I was a teenager and my father, who's a doctor, was reading about expert systems and about neural networks. So he got me to read some of these books, and I thought it was really cool. You could write a computer that started to exhibit intelligence. Then I remember doing an internship while I was in high school. This is in Singapore, where I remember doing a lot of photocopying and office assistant. And the highlight of my job was when I got to use this shredder. So as a teenager, I remember thinking, boy, this is a lot of photocopying. I don't think I could write software, build a robot, something to automate this. Maybe I could do something else. So I think a lot of my work since then has centered on the theme of automation. Even the way I think about machine learning today, we're very good at writing learning algorithms that can automate things that people can do. Or even launching the first semester of online courses that later led to Coursera, I was trying to automate what could be automatable in how I was teaching on campus.
Process of education, trying to automate parts of that to make it more sort of to have more impact from a single teacher, a single educator.
Yeah, I felt, teaching at Stanford, I was teaching machine learning to about 400 students a year at the time. And I found myself filming the exact same video every year, telling the same jokes, the same video. And I thought, why am I doing this? Why don't I just take last year's video and then I can spend my time building a deeper relationship with the students. So that process of thinking through how to do that led to the first weeks that we launched.
And then you have more time to write new jokes. Are there favorite memories from the early days of Stanford, teaching thousands of people in person and then millions of people online?
You know, teaching online, what not many people know was that a lot of those videos were shot between the hours of 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. A lot of times, we were watching the first results happening. We were in announced the course, about 100,000 people signed up. We just started to write the code, and we had not yet actually filmed the video. So, a lot of pressure, 100,000 people waiting for us to produce content. So many Fridays, Saturdays, I would go out, have dinner with my friends, and then I would think, okay, do you want to go home now, or do you want to go to the office to film videos? And the thought that we were going to help 100,000 people because we learn machine learning. Unfortunately, that made me think, okay, I'm going to go to my office, go to my tiny little recording studio. I would adjust my Logitech webcam, adjust my Wacom tablet, make sure my lapel mic was on, and then I would start recording often until 2 a.m. or 3 a.m. I think unfortunately that doesn't show that it was recorded that late at night, but it was really inspiring the thought that we could create content to help so many people learn about human.
How does that feel? The fact that you're probably somewhat alone, maybe a couple of friends recording with a Logitech webcam and kind of going home alone at 1 or 2 a.m. at night and knowing that that's going to reach sort of thousands of people, eventually millions of people. What's that feeling like? I mean, is there a feeling of just satisfaction of pushing through?
I think it's humbling, and I wasn't thinking about what I was feeling. I think one thing that I'm proud to say we got right from the early days was I told my whole team back then that the number one priority is to do what's best for learners, do what's best for students. And so when I went to the recording studio, the only thing on my mind was, what can I say? How can I design my slides? What can I write to make this content as clear as possible for learners? I think I've seen sometimes instructors it's tempting to, hey, let's talk about my work. Maybe I might teach you my research. Some will cite my papers a couple more times. And I think one of the things we got right launched the first few months and later building with Sarah was putting in place that bedrock principle of let's just do what's best for learners and forget about everything else. And I think that was a guiding principle turns out to be really important to the rise of the movement.
And the kind of learner you imagine in your mind is as broad as possible, as global as possible. So really trying to reach as many people interested in machine learning and AI as possible.
I really want to help anyone that has an interest in machine learning to break into the field. And I think sometimes actually people ask me, hey, why are you spending so much time explaining what you just said? And my answer was, if I look at what I think the learner needs and what benefit from, I felt that having that a good understanding of the foundations, going back to the basics, would put them in a better stead to then build on a long-term career. So we try to consistently make decisions.
One of the things you actually revealed to the narrow AI community at the time and to the world is that the amount of people who are actually interested in AI is much larger than we imagined. By you teaching the class and how popular it became, it showed that, wow, this isn't just a small community of sort of people who go to Europe. It's much bigger. It's developers. It's people from all over the world. I'm Russian, so it's everybody in Russia. There's a huge number of programmers from machine learning. India, China, South America, everywhere. It's just millions of people from machine learning. So how big do you get a sense of the number of people is that are interested from your perspective?
I think the number has grown over time. I think it's one of those things that maybe it feels like it came out of nowhere, but it's inside that building. It took years. It's one of those overnight successes that took years to get there. my first foray into this type of online education was when we were filming my static class and sticking videos on YouTube. And then some of the things we uploaded the homework and so on. It was, basically the 1 hour, 15-minute video that we put on YouTube. And then we had 4 or 5 other versions of websites that I had built, most of which you would never have heard of because they reach small audiences. But that allowed me to iterate, allowed my team to iterate to learn what the ideas that work and what doesn't. For example, one of the features I was really excited about and proud of was build this website where multiple people could be logged into the website at the same time. So today, if you go to the website, if you're logged in and then I want to log in, you need to log out. It's the same browser, same computer. But I thought, well, what if 2 people, say you and me, were watching a video together in front of the computer? What if the website could have you type your name and password and me type my name and password, and then now the computer knows both of us are watching together, and it gives both of us credit for anything we do as a group. And this feature, wrote it out in a school in San Francisco. We had about 20-something users. Russ, the teacher there, Sacred Heart teacher, the teacher was great. And guess what? 0 people use this feature. It turns out people studying online, they want to watch the videos by themselves, so you can play back, pause at your own speed rather than in groups. So that was one example of a tiny lesson learned out of many that allowed us to hold into the set features.
And it sounds like a brilliant feature. So I guess the lesson to take from that is there's something that looks amazing on paper and nobody uses it, doesn't actually have the impact that you think it might have. So yeah, I saw really went through a lot of different features, a lot of ideas until arrived at the final. Of course, it's the final kind of powerful thing that showed the world that MOOCs can educate millions.
And I think with the whole machine learning movement as well, I think it didn't come out of nowhere. Instead, what happened was as more people learn about machine learning, they will tell their friends, and their friends will see how it's applicable to their work, and then the community kept on growing. I think we're still growing. I don't know in the future what percentage of our developers will be AI developers. I could easily see it in more than 50%, right? Because so many AI developers broadly construed, not just people doing machine learning models, but people building infrastructure, data pipelines, all the software surrounding the core machine learning model. Maybe it's even bigger. I feel like today, almost every software engineer has some understanding of the cloud. Not all, but maybe some microcontroller developer doesn't need the cloud. But I feel like the vast majority of software engineers today are sort of having appreciations of the cloud. I think in the future, maybe we'll approach nearly 100% of our developers being, in some way, an AI developer, or at least an appreciation of machine learning.
And my hope is that there's kind of effect that there's people who are not really interested in being a programmer or being into software engineering, like biologists, chemists, and physicists, mechanical engineers, like all these disciplines that are now more and more sitting on large data sets. And here, they didn't think they're interested in programming until they had this data set and realized there's a set of machine learning tools that allow you to use the data set. So they actually they learn to program, and they become new programmers. So not just because you mentioned a larger percentage of developers become machine learning people, it seems like more and more the kinds of people who are becoming developers is also growing significantly.
And I think once upon a time, only a small part of humanity was literate, could read and write, and maybe you thought maybe not everyone needs to learn to read and write. Maybe just go listen to a few monks, right, read to you. Maybe that was enough. Or maybe just need a few handful of authors to write the bestsellers, and no one else needs to write. But what we found was that by giving as many people, in some countries, almost everyone basic literacy, it dramatically enhanced human-to-human communications, and we can now write for an audience of one, such as by engineering or using I think in computing, we're still in that phase where so few people know how to code that the coders mostly have to code for relatively large audiences. but if everyone, well, most people became um, developers at some level, similar to how most people in developing companies are somewhat literate. I would love to see the owners of a mom and pop store be able to write local code to customize the TV display for the special this week. And I think it will enhance human to computer communications, which is becoming more and more important to me as well.
So you think it's possible that machine learning becomes kind of similar to literacy, where yeah, like you said, the owners of a mom and pop shop, this is basically everybody in all walks of life would have some degree of programming capability.
I could see society getting there. There's one interesting thing, you know, if I go talk to a mom and pop store, if I talk to a lot of people in their daily professions, I previously didn't have a good story for why they should learn to code. You know, give them some reasons. But what I found with the rise of machine learning and data science is that I think the number of people with a concrete use for data science in their daily lives, in their jobs, maybe even larger than the number of people with a concrete use for software engineering. For example, if you run a small mom and pop store, I think if you can analyze the detail about your sales, your customers, I think there's actually real value there, maybe even more than traditional software engineering. So I find that a lot of my friends in various professions, be it recruiters or accountants or people that work in factories, which I deal with more and more these days, I feel if they were data scientists at some level, they could immediately use that in their work. So I think that data science and machine learning make it even easier entree into the developer world for a lot of people than the software engineering.
That's interesting. And I agree with that, but it's beautifully put. We live in a world where most courses and talks have slides, PowerPoint, Keynote, and yet you famously often still use a marker and a whiteboard. The simplicity of that is compelling, yet for me at least, fun to watch. So let me ask, why do you like using a marker and whiteboard, even on the biggest of stages?
I think it depends on the concepts you want to explain. For mathematical concepts, it's nice to build out the equation one piece at a time. And the whiteboard marker or the pen stylus is a very easy way to build up the equation, build up a complex concept one piece at a time while you're talking about it. Sometimes that enhances understandability. But the downside of writing is that it's slow. And so if you want a long sentence, it's very hard to write that. So I think there are pros and cons. Sometimes I use slides, and sometimes I use a whiteboard or a stylus.
The slowness of a whiteboard is also its upside, because it forces you to reduce everything to the basics. So some of your talks involve the whiteboard. It means it's really not what you go very slowly, and you really focus on the most simple principles. So that's a beautiful, that enforces a kind of a minimalism of ideas that I think is surprisingly, at least for me, is great for education. Like a great talk, I think, is not one that has a lot of content. A great talk is one that just clearly says a few simple ideas. And I think the whiteboard somehow enforces that. Peter Beal, who's now one of the top roboticists and reinforcement learning experts in the world, was your first PhD student. So I bring him up just because I kind of imagine this must have been an interesting time in your life. Okay, do you have any favorite memories of working with Peter? So you're your first student in those uncertain times, especially before deep learning really, really sort of blew up. Any favorite memories from those times?
I was really fortunate to have had Peter. He was my first PhD student. I think even my long-term professional success builds on early foundations or early work that Peter was so critical to. So I was really grateful to him for working with me. What not a lot of people know is just how hard research was, and still is. Because he was using and so, actually, even today, the website, every.stanford.edu, HELI.stanford.edu, so I can watch videos of us using reinforcement learning to make a result of This is cool.
It's one of the most incredible robotics videos ever. I'm sure watch it. Inspiring. that's both like 2008, 7, 6, like that range.
Something like that. I think, yeah, so it was only 10 years old.
That was really inspiring to a lot of people.
But what not many people see is how hard it was. So Peter and Adam Coles and Morgan Quigley and I were working a few years ago of the helicopter, and a lot of things did not work. For example, turns out one of the hardest problems we had was when the helicopter's flying around upside down, through stones. How do you figure out the position? How do you localize the helicopter? So we want to try all sorts of things, but having one GPS unit doesn't work because you're flying upside down. GPS unit is facing down, so you can't see the satellite. So we tried. We experimented trying to have two GPS units, one facing up, one facing down. So you flip over. That didn't work because the downward facing one couldn't synchronize it with flipping quickly. Morgan Quigley was exploring this crazy complicated configuration of specialized hardware to interpret GPS signals and look into FPGAs. Completely insane. Spent about a year working on that. Didn't work. So I remember Peter, great guy, him and me, sitting down in my office looking at some of the latest things we had tried that didn't work and saying, done it, like what now? Because we tried so many things and it just didn't work. In the end, what we did in Epic Codes was crucial to this, was put cameras on the ground and use cameras on the ground to localize the helicopter. And that solved the localization problem so that we could focus on the reinforcement techniques that can actually make the helicopter fly. And reminded when I was doing this work at Stanford around that time, there was a lot of reinforcement learning theoretical papers, but not a lot of practical applications. So the autonomous helicopter work for flying helicopters was one of the few practical applications of reinforcement learning at the time, which caused it to become pretty well known. I feel like we might have almost come full circle, and today there's so much buzz, so much excitement about reinforcement learning. But again, we're hunting for more applications of all of these great ideas that the companies come up with.
What was the drive, sort of, in the face of the fact that most people know theoretical work? What motivated you, the uncertainty and the challenges, to get the helicopter, to do the applied work, to get the actual system to work? Yeah, in the face of fear, uncertainty, so the setbacks that you mentioned for localization.
I like stuff that works.
In the physical world, so like, it's back to the shredder.
I like theory, but when I work on theory myself, it's a stressful taste. I'm not saying anyone else should do what I do, but when I work on theory, I personally enjoy it more if I feel that the work I do will influence people, have a positive impact, or help someone. I remember when many years ago, I was speaking with a mathematics professor, and he kind of just said, "Hey, why do you do what you do?" And he said he had stars in his eyes when he answered. And this mathematician, not from Stanford, different university, he said, "I do what I do because it helps me to discover truth and beauty in the universe." He had stars in his eyes, he said, and I thought that's great. I don't want to do that. I think it's great that someone does that. Fully support the people that do it. I respect the people that. But I am more motivated when I can see a line to how the work that my teams and I are doing helps people. The world needs all sorts of people. I'm just one type. I don't think everyone should do things the same way as I do. But when I delve into either theory or practice, if I personally have conviction, that here's a pathway to help people, I find that more satisfying to have that conviction.
That's your path. You were a proponent of deep learning before it gained widespread acceptance. What did you see in this field that gave you confidence? What was your thinking process like in that first decade of the, I don't know what that's called, 2000s, the aughts?
I can tell you the thing we got wrong and the thing we got right. The thing we really got wrong was the importance of the early importance of unsupervised learning. So early days of Google Brain, we put a lot of effort into unsupervised learning rather than supervised learning. And there was this argument, actually, I think it was around 2005, after Europe's
bedtime comics, but now Europe's invented. And Jeff Hinton and I were sitting in the cafeteria outside the conference. We had lunch and just chatting. And Jeff pulled up this napkin. He started sketching his argument on the napkin. It was very compelling, Peter. Human brain has about 100 trillion, so there's 10 to the 14 synaptic connections. You would live for about 10 to 9 seconds. That's 30 years. You actually live for 2 by 10 to 9, maybe 3 by 10 to 9 seconds. So let's say 10 to 9. So if each synaptic connection, each weight in your brain network has just a 1-bit parameter, it's 10 to 14 bits you need to learn in up to 10 to 9 seconds of your life. So by this simple argument, which is a lot of problems, it's very simplified. That's 10 to 5 bits per second to learn in your life. And I have a 1-year-old daughter. I am not pointing out 10 to 5 bits per second of labels to her. So, and then I think I'm a very loving parent, but I'm just not going to do that. So from this very definitely problematic argument, this is no way that most of what is through supervised learning. The way you get so many information is from something you should explore those experiences in the world. And so that argument, and there are a lot of non-forces argument to really convince me that there's a lot of power to supervised learning. So that was the part that we actually maybe got wrong. I still think that's lesson important. But in the early days, 10, 15 years ago, a lot of us thought that was the path.
Oh, so you're saying that perhaps was the wrong intuition for the time.
For the time. That was the part we got wrong. The part we got right was the importance of scale. So Adam Coates, another wonderful person, fortunate to work with him, he was in my group at Stanford at the time, and Adam had done these experiments at Stanford showing that the bigger we train a learning algorithm, the better its performance. And it was based on that. There was a graph that Adam generated, where the x-axis, y-axis lines going up and to the right. So the bigger you make the same, the better its performance. Accuracy is the vertical axis. So it's really based on that chart that Adam generated, the conviction that we could scale these models way bigger than what we could on a few CPUs which were at Stanford, and we get even better results. And it was really based on that one figure that Adam generated that gave me the conviction to go with Sebastian to pitch, starting a project at Google, which became the Google Brain Project.
Right, we applied Google Brain, and there the intuition was scale the brain performance for the system, so we should chase larger and larger scale. And I think people don't realize how groundbreaking of this simple, but it's a groundbreaking idea that bigger data sets will result in better performance.
It was controversial. At the time. Some of my well-meaning friends, senior people in the human community, I won't name, but some whom we know. My well-meaning friends came and were trying to give me friendly. I was like, "Hey, Andrew, why are you doing this? It's crazy. It's in the middle of that architecture. How could these architectures build? You just don't go for scale. Like, this is bad career." So my well-meaning friends, some of them were trying to talk me out of it. But I find that if you want to make a breakthrough, you sometimes have to have conviction, do something before it's popular. That's never big enough.
Let me ask you just a small tangent on that topic. I find myself arguing with people saying that greater scale, especially in the context of active learning, so very carefully selecting the data set, but growing the scale of the data set is going to lead to even further breakthroughs in deep learning. And there's currently pushback at that idea that larger data sets are no longer that. So you want to increase the efficiency of learning. You want to make better learning mechanisms. And I personally believe that bigger data sets will still, with the same learning methods we have now, will result in better performance. What's your intuition at this time on those? This dual side, do we need to come up with better architectures for learning, or can we just get bigger, better data sets that will improve performance?
I think both are important. And there's also problems with. So for a few data sets, we may be approaching, Bayes error rate, or approaching or surpassing human level performance, and there was that theoretical ceiling that we will never surpass the Bayes error. But then I think there are plenty of problems where we're still quite far from either human level performance or from Bayes error rate. And I believe that with neural networks, without further algorithm innovation, will be sufficient to take us further. But on the flip side, if we look at the recent breakthroughs using transformer networks or language models, it was a combination of novel architecture, but also scale had a lot to do with it. Look at what happened on GPU or time scale was a large part of the story.
Yeah, that's not often talked about, is the scale of the data set it was trained on and the quality of the data set, because there's some so it was like Reddit threads that were upgraded highly. So there's already some weak supervision on a very large data set that people don't often talk about, right?
I find that today we're maturing processes for managing code, things like version control. It took us a long time to evolve the good processes. I remember when my friends and I would email each other C++ files and email, but again, was it CVS version, Git, maybe something else in the future. We're very immature in terms of tools for managing data, thinking about how to treat data, how to solve very hard, messy data problems. I think there's a lot of innovation here to be had still.
I love the idea that you were versioning through email.
I'll give you one example. When we work with manufacturing companies, it's not at all uncommon for there to be multiple labels distributing each other, right? And so we would work with visual inspection. We will, take, say, a plastic pod and show it to one inspector, and the inspector, sometimes very opinionated, they go, "Well, clearly that's a defect, a scratch, unacceptable. Gotta reject this pod." Take the same pod to a different inspector, different, very opinionated. Clearly, this scratch is small. It's fine. Don't throw it away because And then sometimes you take the same plastic pod, show it to the same inspector in the afternoon as opposed to the morning, and very opinionated go, "The morning said clearly it's okay." In the afternoon, equally confident. Clearly, this is a defect. And so, what is the AI team supposed to do if sometimes even one person doesn't agree with himself or herself in the span of a day? So I think these are the types of very practical, very messy data problems that my teams wrestle with. In the case of large consumer internet companies where you have 1 billion users, you have a lot of data, you don't worry about it, just take the average, it kind of works. But in the case of other industry settings, we don't have big data, just a small data, very small data sets, maybe 100 defective pods, or 100 examples of a defect. If you have only 100 examples, these little risks, if 10 of your label, that actually is 10% of your data set has an impact. So how do you clean this up? What are you supposed to do? This is an example of the types of things that my teams, this is a landing AI example, are wrestling with to deal with small data, which comes up all the time once you're outside seeing the internet.
Yeah, that's fascinating. So then you invest more effort and time in thinking about the actual labeling process. What are the labels? How are disagreements resolved, and all those kinds of pragmatic real world problems. That's a fascinating thing.
I find that actually when I'm teaching at Stanford, I increasingly encourage students at Stanford to try to find their own project for the end of term project. Rather than just downloading someone else's nicely clean data set, it's actually much harder to go to find your own problem, find your own data set. Rather than go to one of the several good websites, very good websites with clean scope data sets that you can just work on.
You're now running 3 efforts: the AI Fund, Landing AI, and Deep Learning.ai. As you've said, the AI Fund is involved in creating new companies from scratch. Landing AI is involved in helping already established companies do AI, and Deep Learning AI is for education of everyone else, or individuals interested of getting into the field and accelerating it. So let's perhaps talk about each of these areas. First, Deep Learning.ai. The basic question, how does a person interested in deep learning get started in the field?
Deep Learning.ai is working to create courses to help people break into AI. So My machine learning course that I taught through Stanford is one of the most popular courses on Coursera.
To this day, it's probably one of the courses. Sort of, if I ask somebody, how did you get into machine learning, or how did you fall along with machine learning, or get you interested, it always goes back to rank, and rank gets employed. So you look for, and a lot of people you look for, it's ridiculous. So for that, I'm sure I speak for a lot of people, say big thank you.
I was once reading a news article. I think it was Tech Review, and I'm going to mess up the statistic thing. But I remember reading an article that said something like one algorithm is self-taught. I think I did not enough there, not just 2/3. But when I read that article, I thought this doesn't make sense. Everyone is self-taught, so because then you teach yourself. I don't teach people. That's what.
So yeah, so how does one get started in deep learning, and where does deep learning.ai fit into that?
So the deep learning specialization offered by deep learning AI is, I think, was Coursera's top specialization. It might still be. So it's a very popular way for people to take that specialization to learn about everything from neural networks to how to tune a neural network, to what is a content, to what is a RNN or sequence model, or what is a mutation model. So the deep learning specialization steps everyone through those algorithms so you deeply understand it and can implement it and use it, for whatever.
From the very beginning. So what would you say are the prerequisites for somebody to take the deep learning specialization in terms of maybe math or programming background?
You need to understand basic programming since there are coding exercises in Python. And the math prereq is quite basic, so no calculus is needed. If you know calculus, is great, you get better intuitions. But to really try to teach that specialization without requiring calculus, so I think high school math would be sufficient. If you know how to multiply two matrices, that's great.
So basically algebra.
That's great. Basically algebra, even very, very basically algebra, some programming. I think that people that done the machine learning course will find the deep learning specialization a bit easier. There's also possible to jump into the deep learning specialization directly, but it will be a little bit harder since we tend to go over faster concepts like how does gradient descent work, what is the objective function, which is covered mostly on the machine learning course.
Could you briefly mention some of the key concepts of deep learning that students should learn, that you envision them learning in the first few months, in the first year or so?
So if you take the deep learning specialization, you learn the foundations of what is a neural network, how do you build up a neural network from a single latency unit to stack of layers to different activation functions. You learn how to train the neural networks. One thing I'm very proud of with that specialization is it goes through a lot of practical know-how of how to actually make these things work. So what are the differences between different optimization algorithms? What do you do with the algorithm overfitting? So how do you tell the algorithm is overfitting when you collect more data, when you do not bother to collect more data? I find that even today, unfortunately, there are engineers that will spend 6 months trying to pursue a particular direction, such as collect more data, because we heard more data is valuable. But sometimes you could run some tests and could have figured out 6 months already that for this particular problem, collecting more data isn't going to cut it. So just don't spend 6 months collecting more data. Spend your time modifying the architecture and trying something else. So go through a lot of practical know-how so that when someone you take the deep learning specialization, you have those skills to be very efficient in how you build these networks.
So dive right in to play with the network to train inference at a particular data set to build intuition about it without building it up too big to where you spend, like you said, 6 months learning, building up your big project without building an intuition of a small aspect of the data that could already tell you everything you need to know about that data.
Yes, and also the systematic frameworks of thinking for how to go about building practical machine learning. Maybe to make an analogy, when we learn to code, we have to learn the syntax of some programming language, right? Python or C++, or Rothschild or whatever. But the equally important, or maybe even more important part of coding is to understand how to string together these lines of code into coherent things. So, when should you put something in a those frameworks are what makes the program efficient, even more than understanding the syntax. I remember when I was in undergrad at Colorado, one of my friends would debug their code by first trying to compile it and then the C++ code. And then every line in the syntax error, they want to get rid of the syntax errors as quickly as possible. So how do you do that? Well, they would delete every single line of code with the syntax error. So really efficient for getting the syntax errors were horrible fucking sounds exciting. So we learned how to debug. And I think in machine learning, the way you debug a machine learning program is very different. The way you like do binary research or use a debugger, trace through code with traditional software engineering. So there's an evolving discipline, but I find that the people that are really good at debugging machine learning algorithms are easily 10x, maybe 100x faster at getting some of the work.
So the basic process of debugging is the bug in this case. Why isn't this thing learning, improving, sort of going into the questions of overfitting and all those kinds of things? That's the logical space that the debugging is happening with you.
Yeah, the often question is, why doesn't it work yet? Or can I expect it to eventually work? And what are the things I could try? Change the architecture, more data, more organization, different optimization algorithm, the different types of data. So to answer those questions systematically, so that you don't heading down so you don't spend 6 months heading down the blind alley before someone comes and says, otherwise you spend 6 months doing this.
What concepts do you think students struggle the most with? Is the biggest challenge to get over that hill. It hooks them and it inspires them and they really get it.
Similar to learning mathematics, I think one of the challenges of deep learning is that there are a lot of concepts that build on top of each other. If you ask me what's hard mathematics, I have a hard time pointing one thing. Is it addition, subtraction, is it carry, is it multiplication, there's just a lot of stuff. I think one of the challenges of learning math and of learning certain technical fields is that there are a lot of concepts, and you miss a concept, then you're kind of missing the prerequisite for something that comes later. So with the deep learning specialization, try to break down the concepts to maximize the odds of each component being understandable. So when you move on to the more advanced thing, we learn your confidence. Hopefully, you have enough intuitions from the earlier sections to then understand why we structure confidence in a certain way, and then eventually why we build elements of those theorems or attention and so that you build on top of the earlier concepts. Actually, I'm curious. You do a lot of teaching as well. Do you have a favorite? This is the hard concept. What we to be able to teach.
Well, I don't think anyone's ever turned the interview on me.
So glad to get first.
I think that's a really good question. Yeah, it's really hard to capture the moment when they struggle. I think you put it really eloquently. I do think there's moments that are like aha moments that really inspire people. I think for some reason reinforcement learning, especially deep reinforcement learning, is a really great way to really inspire people and get what the use of neural networks can do. Even though neural networks really are just a part of the DeepRL framework, it's a really nice way to paint the entirety of the picture of a neural network being able to learn from scratch, knowing nothing, and explore the world and pick up lessons. I find that a lot of the aha moments happen when you use DeepRL to teach people about neural networks, which is counterintuitive. I find like a lot of the inspired sort of fire in people's passion in people's eyes comes from like the RL world. Do you find reinforcement learning to be a useful part of the teaching process or no?
I still teach reinforcement learning in one of my static classes. In my PhD thesis on reinforcement learning, I find that if I'm trying to teach students the most useful techniques for them to use to I end up shrinking the amount of time we talk about reinforcement learning. It's not what's working today. Now, our world changes so fast, maybe this will be totally different in a couple of years. But I think we need a couple more things for reinforcement learning to get there.
Yeah.
But one of my things is looking to enforce the learning in some robotic control tasks. So I see the applications, but if you look at it as a percentage of all of the impact of the types of things we do, is at least today, outside of playing video games, right? Games, the scope. Actually, at Europe, a bunch of us were standing around saying, "Hey, what's your best example of an actual deployed reinforcement learning application?" And among senior machine learning researchers, right? Okay, there are some emerging ones, but there are not that many great examples.
I think you're absolutely right. The sad thing is there hasn't been a big application, impactful real world application of reinforcement learning. I think its biggest impact to me has been in the toy domain, in the game domain, in a small example. That's what I mean for educational purpose. It seems to be a fun thing to explore neural networks with. But I think from your perspective, and I think that might be the best perspective, is if you're trying to educate with a simple example in order to illustrate how this can actually be grown to scale and have a real world impact, then perhaps focusing on the fundamentals of supervised learning in the context of, a simple data set, even like an MNIST data set, is the right way, is the right path to take. The amount of fun I've seen people have in reinforcement learning is great, but not in the applied impact in the real world setting. So it's a trade-off. How much impact you want to have versus how much fun you want to have.
That's pretty cool. And I feel like the world actually is also, even within machine learning, I feel like deep learning is so exciting, but AI teams shouldn't just use deep learning. I find that my teams use a portfolio of tools. And maybe that's not the exciting thing to say, but some days we use a neural net, some days we use PCA. Actually, the other day I was sitting down with my team looking at PCA residuals, trying to figure out what's going on with PCA to manufacturing problem. Some days we use perhaps a graphical model, some days we use a knowledge graph, which is one of the things that has tremendous industry impact, but the amount of chat about knowledge graphs in academia is really thin compared to the actual raw impact. So I think reinforcement learning should be that portfolio. It's about balance and knowledge we teach all of these things. And the world should have diverse skills. It'd be sad if everyone just learned one narrow thing.
Yeah, the diverse skill help you discover the right tool for the job. What is the most beautiful, surprising, or inspiring idea in deep learning to you? Something that captivated your imagination? Is it the scale that the performance that you mentioned with scale, or is there other ideas?
I think that if my only job was being an academic researcher at an unlimited budget and didn't have to worry about short-term focus on long-term impact, I probably spend all my time doing research on unsupervised learning. I still think unsupervised learning is a beautiful idea. At both this past years in ICML, I was attending workshops and listening to various talks about self-supervised learning, which is one vertical segment, maybe sort of unsupervised learning that I'm excited about. Maybe just to summarize the idea, I guess you know the idea of describing.
No, please.
So here's an example of self-supervised learning. Let's say we grab a lot of unlabeled images off the internet, so with infinite amounts of this type of data. I'm going to take each image and rotate it by a random multiple of 90 degrees. And then I'm going to train a supervised neural network to predict what was the original orientation. So as you rotate it 90 degrees, 180 degrees, 270 degrees, or 0 degrees. So you can generate an infinite amount of labeled data because you rotated the image, so you know what's the round trip label. And so various researchers have found that by taking unlabeled data and making up labeled data sets and training a large neural network on these tasks, you can then take the hidden layer representation and transfer different tasks very powerfully. Learning word embeddings, when we take a sentence, delete a word, predict the missing word, which is how we learn. One of the ways we learn word embeddings is another example. And I think there's now this portfolio of techniques for generating these made-up tasks. Another one called jigsaw would be if you take an image, cut it up into a 3x3 grid, so like a 3x3 puzzle piece, jump out the 9 pieces and have a neural network predict which of the non-factorial possible permutations it came from. So many groups, including OpenAI or PDRP, is doing some work on this too. Facebook, Google, Brain, I think DeepMind, that shit. Aaron that developed has pretty well CPC objective. So many teams are doing work. This is a way to generate label data, and I find this a very exciting piece of us.
So long term, you think that's going to unlock a lot of power in machine learning systems? Is this kind of unsupervised learning?
I don't think there's a whole enchilada. I think it's just a piece of it. And I think this one piece, self-supervised learning, is starting to get traction. We're very close to it being useful. More than that, it's not really useful. But I think we're getting closer and closer to just having a significant real-world, maybe computer vision video. But I think this concept, and then I think there'll be other concepts around it. Other unsupervised learning that I worked on that I'm excited about. I was really excited about sparse coding and nice still feature analysis. I think all of these are ideas that years of us were working on about a decade ago before we all got distracted by how well supervised it was.
Yeah. So we would return to the fundamentals of representation learning that really started this movement of deep learning.
I think there's a lot more work that one could explore around this theme of ideas and other ideas to come with better outcomes.
So if we could return to maybe talk quickly about the specifics of deep learning.ai, the deep learning specialization perhaps. How long does it take to complete the course, would you say?
The official length of the deep learning specialization is, I think, 16 weeks, so about 4 months. But it's a gradual pace. So if you subscribe to deep learning specialization, there are people interested in less than a month by 1/10, 1/10. It really depends on individual. When we created the deep learning specialization, we wanted to make it very accessible and very affordable. And with Coursera and deep learning education mission, one of the things that's really important to me is that if there's someone who paying anything is a financial hardship, they just apply for financial aid and get it for free.
If you were to recommend a daily schedule for people in learning, whether it's through the deep learning.ai specialization or just learning in the world of deep learning, what would you recommend? How do they go about day-to-day sort of specific advice about learning, about their journey in the world of deep learning?
I think getting the habit of learning is key, and that means regularity. So, for example, we sent out a weekly newsletter with a batch every Wednesday, so people know it's coming Wednesday. You can spend a little bit of time on Wednesday catching up on the latest news through the batch on Wednesday. And for myself, I picked up a habit of spending some time every Saturday and every Sunday reading and studying. And so I don't wake up on Saturday and have to make a decision. Do I feel like reading or studying today or not? It's just what I do. The fact is a habit makes it easier. So I think if someone can get into that habit, it's like, just like brush our teeth every morning. I don't think about it. If I thought about it, it's really annoying to have to spend 2 weeks doing that. But it's a habit that takes no cognitive level. It used to be so much harder to make a decision every morning. So, and actually, that's the reason why we're the same thing every day as well. It's just one less decision. For sure. So, but I think if you get that habit, that consistency of studying, then it actually feels easier.
So, yeah, it's kind of amazing. In my own life, like I play guitar every day I force myself to at least for 5 minutes play guitar. It's a ridiculously short period of time, but because I've gotten into that habit, it's incredible what you can accomplish in a period of a year or 2 years. You can become, exceptionally good at certain aspects of a thing by just doing it every day for a very short period of time. It's kind of a miracle that's how it works. It adds up over time.
Yeah, and I think it's often not about the bursts of sustained effort and the all-nighters, because you can only do that a limited number of times. It's the sustained effort over a long time. I think reading 2 research papers is a nice thing to do, but the power is not reading 2 research papers, it's reading 2 research papers a week for a year. And you read 100 papers, and you actually learn a lot when you read 100 papers.
So regularity and making learning a habit. Do you have do you have general other study tips for particularly deep learning that people should, in their process of learning, is there some kind of recommendation or tips you have as they learn?
One thing I still do when I try to study something really deeply is take handwritten notes. It varies. I know there are a lot of people that take the deep courses during commutes or something where maybe I'm not quick to take notes. So I know this may not work for everyone. But when I'm taking courses on Coursera, and I still take some every now and then. The most recent I took was I was on clinical trials business, which is about that. I got on my little Moleskine notebook and was sitting at my desk and just taking down notes for what the instructor was saying. That act, we know that act of taking notes, preferably handwritten notes, increases retention.
So as you're sort of watching the video, just kind of pausing maybe and then taking the basic insights down on paper.
Yeah, so I there have been a few studies that you social mind, you find some of these studies that taking handwritten notes, because handwriting is slower, as I was saying just now, it causes you to recode the knowledge in your own words more, and that process of recoding promotes long-term retention. This is as opposed to typing, which is fine. Again, typing is better than nothing, and taking a class and not taking notes is better than not taking a class at all. But comparing handwritten notes and typing, you can usually type faster, but a lot of people do handwritten notes. And so when people type, they're more likely to just transcribe verbs and what they heard, and that reduces the amount of recoding, and that actually results in less long-term retention.
I don't know what the psychological effect there is, but it's so true. There's something fundamentally different about writing and handwriting. I wonder what that is. I wonder if it is as simple as just the time it takes to write is slower.
And because you can't write as many words, you have to take what they said and summarize it into fewer words. And that summarization process requires deeper processing of the meaning, which then results in better retention.
That's fascinating.
And I've spent, I think, physical therapy, I spent so much time studying pedagogy. It's actually my passion. I really love learning how to more efficiently help others learn. One of the things I do both when shooting videos or when we write the batch is I try to think, is 1 minute spent of us going to be a more efficient learning experience than 1 minute spent anywhere else? And we really try to make it time efficient for the learners because everyone's busy. So when we're editing, I often tell my teams every word needs to fight for its life. You can delete a word that's just deleted and not wait. Let's not waste the learner's time.
It's so amazing that you think that way, because there's millions of people that are impacted by your teaching, and so that 1 minute spent has a ripple effect, right, through years of time, which is fascinating. But how does one make a career out of an interest in deep learning? Give advice for people. We just talked about sort of the beginning, early steps, but if you want to make it an entire life's journey, or at least a journey of a decade or two, how do you do it?
So most important thing is to get started, right? And I think in the early parts of a career, coursework, like the deep specialization, is a very efficient way to master this material. So because instructors, be it me or someone else, or Lauren, tomorrow teaches our TensorFlow specialization or other things we're working on, spend effort to try to make it time efficient for you to learn the new concept. So coursework is actually a very efficient way for people to learn concepts in the beginning parts of curriculum. In fact, one thing I see at Stanford, some of my PhD students want to jump into research right away, and I actually tend to say, look, in your first couple years of PhD, spend time taking courses because it lays the foundation. It's fine if you're less productive in your first couple of years, you can be better off in the long term. Beyond a certain point, there's materials that doesn't exist in courses because it's too cutting edge, the course isn't created yet, there's some practical experience that we're not yet that good as teaching in the course. I think after exhausting the efficient coursework, then most people need to go on to either ideally work on projects and then maybe also continue their learning by reading blog posts and research papers and things like that. Doing projects is really important. And again, I think it's important to start small and just do something. Today, you read about deep learning, it's like, all these people doing such exciting things. What am I not building a neural network that changes the world? What's the point? Well, the point is sometimes building that tiny network, be it endless or upgrades or fashion endless to whatever. So do your own fun hobby project. That's how you gain the skills to let you do bigger projects. I find this to be true at the individual level and also at the organizational level. For a company to become good at machine learning, sometimes the right thing to do is not to tackle the giant project, is instead to do the small project that lets the organization learn and then build up from there. It is true both for individuals and for companies.
So taking the first step and then taking small steps is the key. Should students pursue a PhD? Do you think you can do so much? That's one of the fascinating things in machine learning. You can have so much impact without ever getting a PhD. So, what are your thoughts? Should people go to grad school? Should people get a PhD?
I think that there are multiple good options, of which doing a PhD could be one of them. I think that if someone's admitted to a top PhD program, at MIT, Stanford, top schools, I think that's a very good experience. Or if someone gets a job at the top organization, the top AI team, I think that's also a very good experience. There are some things you still need a PhD to do. If someone's asked, great, you should just be a professor, the top academic university, you just need a PhD to do that. But if it goes to start a company, build a company, do great technical work, I think a PhD is a good experience, but I would look at the different options available to someone. Where are the places where you can get a job, where are the places you can get a PhD program, and kind of weigh the pros and cons of those.
Just to linger on that for a little longer, what final dreams and goals do you have? So, what options should they explore? So you can work in industry, so for a large company, like Google, Facebook, Baidu, all these large companies that already have huge teams of machine learning engineers. You can also do within industry, so more research groups, that kind of like Google Research, Google Brain. Then you can also do, like we said, a professor in academia. And what else? Oh, you can build your own company. You can go startup. Is there anything that stands out between those options, or are they all beautiful, different journeys that people should consider?
I think the thing that affects your experience more is less are you this company versus that company or academia versus industry. I think the thing that affects your experience more is who are the people you interact with in a daily basis. So even if you look at some of the large companies, the experience of individual in different teams is very different. And what matters most is not the logo above the door when you walk into the giant building every day. What matters the most is who are the 10 people, who are the 30 people you interact with every day. So I actually tend to advise people, if you get a job from a company, ask who's your manager, who are your peers, who are you actually going to talk to. We're all social creatures. We tend to become more like the people around us. And if you work with great people, you will learn faster. Or if you get admitted, if you get a job at a great company or a great university, maybe the logo you walk in, is great, but you're actually stuck in some team doing really work that doesn't excite you, and that's actually really bad experience. So this is true both for universities and for large companies. For small companies, you can kind of figure out who you work with quite quickly. And I tend to advise people, if a company uses to tell you who you work with, so they can say, oh, join us in a rotation system, we'll figure it out. I think that's a worrying answer because it means you may not get sent to, you may not actually get to a team with great peers and great people to work with.
It's actually really profound advice that we kind of sometimes sweep or don't consider too rigorously or carefully. The people around you are really often, especially when you accomplish great things, it seems the great things are accomplished because of the people around you. So that's it's not about the whether you learn this thing or that thing, or like you said, the logo that things up top. It's the people. That's a fascinating, and it's such a hard search process of finding, just like finding the right friends and somebody to get married with, that kind of thing. It's a very hard search problem. It's a people search problem.
But I think when someone interviews a university, a research lab, in a large corporation, it is good to insist on just asking who are the people, who is my manager, and if you refuse to tell me, I'm gonna think, well, maybe that's because you don't have a good answer. It may not be something I like.
And if you don't connect, something feels off with people, then don't stick to it. That's a really important signal to consider.
And actually, in my standard class, CS230, as well as an ACM talk, I think I gave like a hour-long talk, career advice, including the job search process. So people find us
Awesome. And I'll point people to them. Beautiful. So the AI fund helps AI startups get off the ground. You can elaborate on all the fun things that's involved. What's your advice on how does one build a successful AI startup?
Things looking value, a lot of stuff that they do is come from building other products that no one wanted. So, no cool technology that is use it. So, I think I tend to be very outcome driven and customer obsessed. So ultimately, we don't get to go to succeed over there. It's not the customer that they're the only one that gets its own to in the long term. In the short term, there are various people that get various votes, but in the long term, that's what really matters.
So as you build the startup, you have to constantly ask the question, will the customer give a thumbs up on this?
I think so. I think startups that are very customer focused, customer says deeply understand the customer and oriented to serve the customer are more likely to succeed. With the proviso that I think all of us should think create social good and move the world forward. So I personally don't want to build addictive digital products just to sell on ads. There are things that could be lucrative that I want to do. But if we can find ways to serve people in meaningful ways, I think those can be great things to do, either in the academic setting or in the corporate setting.
So can you give me the idea of why you started the AI fund?
I remember when I was leading the AI group at Baidu, I had two jobs, two parts to my job. One was to build an AI engine to support the existing businesses, and that was running. It just ran, just performed by itself. The second part of my job at the time, which is to try to systematically initiate new lines of businesses using the company's AI capabilities. So, the self-driving car team came out of my group, the smart speaker team, similar to what is on the Alexa in the US, we actually announced it before Amazon did. So Baidu wasn't following Amazon. That came out of my group, and I found that to be actually the most fun part of my job. So what I wanted to do was to build AI Fund as a startup studio to systematically create startups from scratch. With all the things we can now do with AI, I think the ability to build teams to go after this rich space of opportunities is a very important mechanism to get these projects done that will move forward. So I've been fortunate to build a few teams that had a meaningful positive impact, and I felt that if I could do this in more systematic, repeatable way. So a startup studio is a relatively new concept. There are maybe dozens of startup studios, right now. But I feel like all of us, many teams, are still trying to figure out how do you systematically build companies with a high success rate. So I think even a lot of my venture capital friends seem to be more and more building companies rather than investing in companies. But I find it a fascinating thing to do, to figure out the mechanisms by which systematically build successful businesses in areas that we find.
So Startup Studio is a place and a mechanism for startups to go from zero to success, to try to develop a blueprint.
It's actually a place for us to build startups from scratch. So we often bring in founders and work with them, or maybe even have existing ideas that we match founders with, and then just launches, hopefully into successful companies.
So how close are you to figuring out a way to automate the process of starting from scratch and building a successful AI startup?
I think we've been constantly improving and iterating on our processes, how we do that. So things like, how do you customer calls to get customer validation? How do we make sure that the technology we build? Quite a lot of our businesses need cutting edge machine learning algorithms. So what kind of algorithms are developed in the last 1 or 2 years, and even if it works in a research paper, it turns out taking the production is really hard. A lot of machines making the same work in real life that are not widely accurate and negative. So how do you validate that these are actually doable? How do you build a team, get the specialized domain knowledge, or maybe education, healthcare, whatever sector we're focusing on. So I think we're getting much better at giving the entrepreneurs the high success rate, but I think the whole world is still in the early phases of things now.
But do you think there is some aspects of that process that transferable from one startup to another to another to another?
Very, very much so. Starting a company to most entrepreneurs is a really thing. And I've seen so many entrepreneurs not know how to make a certain decision. Right? When do you need to, how do you do B2B sales? Right? If you don't know that, it's really hard. Or how do you market this efficiently other than buying ads, which is really other more efficient tactics. For a machine learning project, basic decisions can change the course of whether machine learning project works or not. And so there are so many hundreds of decisions that entrepreneurs need to make, and making a mistake in a couple of key decisions can have a huge impact on the fate of the company. So I think a startup studio provides a support structure that makes starting a company much less of a lonely experience. And also, when facing with these key decisions, like trying to hire your first VP of engineering, what's the selection criteria? How do you sort? Should I hire this person or not? By having that ecosystem around the entrepreneurs, the founders, I think we help them at the key moments and hopefully significantly make them more enjoyable and higher success rate.
They have somebody to brainstorm with in these very difficult decision points.
And also to help them recognize what they may not even realize is a key decision point.
Right? That's the first and probably the most important part yet.
Actually, I can say one other thing. I think the building companies is one. I feel like it's really important that we build companies that, for example, within the AFM team, there's one idea for a new company that if it has succeeded, would have resulted in people watching a lot more videos in a certain narrow vertical type of video. I looked at it, the business case was fine, the revenue case was fine, but I looked at it and just said, I don't want to do this. I don't actually just want to have a lot more people watch this type of video. It wasn't educational, it was an educational baby.
Yeah.
And so I come the idea on the basis that I didn't think would actually help people. So when companies or working enterprises or doing personal projects, I think it's up to each of us to figure out what's the difference we want to make in the world.
With Landing AI, you help already established companies grow their AI and machine learning efforts. How does a large company integrate machine learning into their efforts?
AI is a general purpose technology, and I think it will transform every industry. Our community has already transformed to a large extent the software internet sector. Most software internet companies, outside the top, right, 5 or 6 or 3 or 4, already have reasonable machine learning capabilities or getting there. It's still room for improvement. But when I look outside the software internet sector, everything from manufacturing, agriculture, healthcare, logistics, transportation, there's so many opportunities that very few people are working on. So I think the next wave for AI is for us to also transform all of those other industries. There was a McKinsey study estimating $13 trillion of global economic growth. The US GDP is $19 trillion, so $13 trillion is a big number. PwC estimates $16 trillion. So whatever number is large. But the interesting thing to me was a lot of that impact would be outside the software internet sector. So we need more teams to work with these companies to help them adopt AI. And I think this is one thing that will help drive global economic growth and make humanity more powerful.
And like you said, the impact is there. So what is industries, the biggest industries where out perhaps outside the square type sector?
Frankly, I think it's all of them. Some of the ones I'm spending a lot of time on, manufacturing, agriculture, looking into healthcare. For example, in manufacturing, we do a lot of work with today. There are people standing around using the eye, human eye, to check if this plastic part of the spine is thick, is it strapped into something. Um, we can use a camera to take a picture, use a algorithm, deep learning and other things to check if it's effective or not. And thus, our factories improve yield and improve quality, improve throughput. It turns out the practical problems we run into are very different than the ones you could read about in most research papers. It is as a really small, small data problems. The factories keep on changing the environment, so it works well in your test set. But guess what? Something changes in the factory. The lights go on or off. Recently, there was a factory in which a bird flew through the factory and pooped on something. So that changed stuff. And so increasing our algorithmic robustness, so all the changes happen in the factory. I find that we run into a lot of practical problems that are not as widely discussed in academia. And it's really fun kind of being on the cutting edge solving these problems before, maybe before many people are even aware that there is a problem.
And that's such a fascinating space. You're absolutely right. But what is the first step that a company should take? Such a scary leap into this new world of going from the human eye inspecting to digitizing that process, having a camera, having an algorithm. What's the first step? Like, what's the early journey that you recommend that you see these companies taking?
I published a document called the AI Transformation Playbook that's online. I taught briefly in the very course on Coursera about the long-term journey that companies should take. But the first step is actually to start small. I've seen a lot more companies fail by starting too big than by starting too small. Take even Google. Most people don't realize how hard it was and how controversial it was in the early days. So when I started Google Brain, it was controversial. People thought deep learning, neural nets, tried it, didn't work. Why would you want to do deep learning? So my first internal customer within Google was the Google Speech team, which is not the most lucrative project in Google, not the most important. It's not web search or advertising. But by starting small, my team helped the speech team build a more accurate speech recognition system. And this caused their peers, other teams, to start to have more faith in deep learning. My second internal customer was the Google Maps team, where we used computer vision to read house numbers, from basic street view images to more accurately locate houses with Google Maps, so improve the quality of geodata. And it was only after those two successes that I then started a more serious conversation with the Google Ads team.
So there's a ripple effect that you showed that it works in this case, and it just propagates to the entire company that this thing has a lot of value and use for us.
I think the early small-scale projects helps the teams gain faith, but also helps the teams learn what these technologies do. I still remember when our first GPU server, it was a server under some guy's desk, and and that taught us very important lessons about how do you have multiple users share a set of GPUs, which is really not obvious at the time. But those early lessons were important. We learned a lot from that first GPU server that later helped the teams think through how to scale it up to much larger deployments.
Are there concrete challenges that companies face that you see as important for them to solve?
I think building and deploying machine learning systems is hard. There's a huge gulf between something that works in a Jupyter notebook on your laptop versus something that runs in a production deployment setting in a factory or agriculture or plant or whatever. So I see a lot of people, get something to work on your laptop and say, "Oh, look what I've done." That's great. That's hard. That's a very important first step. A lot of teams underestimate the rest of the steps needed. So, for example, I've heard this exact same conversation between a lot of machine learning people and business people. The machine learning person says, "Look, my algorithm does well on the test set. It's a clean test set. I didn't repeat." And then the business person says, "Thank you very much, but your algorithm sucks. It doesn't work." And the machine learning person says, no, wait, I did well on the test set. And I think there's a gulf between what it takes to do well in the test set on the hard drive versus what it takes to work well in a deployment setting. Some common problems, robustness and generalization. You deploy something in the factory, maybe they chop down a tree outside the factory, so the tree no longer covers the window, the lighting is different. So the test set changes. And in machine learning, especially in academia, we don't know how to deal with test set distributions that are dramatically different than the training set distribution. There's research, there's stuff like domain adaptation, transfer learning. The people working on it, but we're really not good at this. So how do you actually get this to work? Because your test set distribution is going to change. And I think also, if you look at the number of lines of code in a software system, the machine learning model is maybe 5 times fewer relative to the entire software system to build. So how do you get all that work done in a reliable system?
So good software engineering work is fundamental here to building a successful small machine learning system.
Yes, and the software system is an interface on people's workflows. So machine learning is automation on steroids. If we take one task out of many tasks in the factory, so the factory does lots of things. One task is visual inspection. If we automate that one task, it can be really valuable, but you may need to redesign a lot of other tasks around that one task. For example, say the machine learning algorithm says this is defective. What are you supposed to do? Do you throw it away? Do you get human to double check? Do you rework it, fix it? So you need to redesign a lot of tasks around that thing you've now automated. So planning for the change management and making sure that the software you write is consistent with you. So we take the time to explain to people what's happening. So I think what landing AI has become good at, and I think we learn by making missteps and painful experiences. What we've become good at is working with our partners and think through all the things beyond just the machine learning model, which you can build to build the entire system, manage the change process, and figure out how to deploy this as an actual impact. The processes that the large software tech companies use for deploying don't work for a lot of other scenarios. For example, when I was leading large speech teams, if the speech recognition system goes down, what happens? Well, alarms goes off, and then someone like me will say, hey, you 20 engineers, please fix this. But if you have a system go down in the factory, there are not 20 machine learning engineers sitting around making page duty and fix it. So how do you deal with the maintenance or the DevOps or the MLOps or the other aspects of this? So these are concepts that I think landing AI, and then a few other teams are cutting edge, but we don't even have systematic terminology yet to describe some of the stuff we do because I think we're inventing it on the fly.
So you mentioned some people are interested in discovering mathematical beauty and truth in verse, and you're interested in having a big positive impact in the world. So let me ask.
The two are not inconsistent.
No, they're all together. I'm only half joking because you're probably interested in it both. But let me ask a romanticized question. So much of the work, your work and our discussion today has been on applied AI. Maybe you can call it narrow AI, where the goal is to create systems that automate some specific process that adds a lot of value to the world. But there's another branch of AI, starting with Alan Turing, that kind of dreams of creating human level or superhuman level intelligence. Is this something you dream of as well? Do you think we human beings will ever build a human level intelligence or superhuman level intelligence system?
I would love to get to each of it, and I think humanity will. But whether it takes 100 years or 500 or 5,000, I can't estimate.
Do you have, as some folks have, worries about the different trajectories that path would take, even existential threats of an AGI system? Do you have such concerns, whether in the short term or the long term?
I do worry about the long-term fate of humanity. I do wonder as well. I do worry about overpopulation of the planet Mars. Just not today. I think there will be a day when maybe someday in the future, Mars will be polluted or die. So I look back at this video and say, Andrew, how was Andrew so heartless? He didn't care about all these children dying on the planet Mars. And I apologize to the future viewer. I do care about the children, but I just don't know how to productively work on that today.
Your picture will be in the dictionary for people who are ignorant about the overpopulation on Mars. Yes, so it's a long-term problem. Is there something in the short term we should be thinking about in terms of aligning the values of our AI systems with the values of us humans? So something that's doing also that the folks are thinking about as this system develops more and more, we want to make sure that it represents the better angels of our nature, the ethics, the values of our society.
You know, if you take self-driving cars, the biggest problem with self-driving cars is not that there's some trolley dilemma. Like we teach this, how many times when you're driving your car, did you face a small dilemma? So who died crashing? So I think the self-driving cars will run with that problem roughly as often as we drive our cars. The biggest problem with self-driving cars is when there's a big white truck across the road, and what you should do is brake, not crash into it, and self-driving car fails and crashes into it. So I think we need to solve that problem first. I think the problem with some of these discussions about AGI, alignments, the paperclip problem, is that is a huge distraction from the much harder problems that we actually need to address today. Some hard problems that we address today, I think bias is a huge issue. I worry about wealth inequality, where the AI and internet are causing the acceleration of concentration of power because we can now centralize data using how to process it, and so industry after industry would affect every industry. So the internet industry has a lot of winner-take-most or winner-take-all dynamics with affected all these other industries. So we're also giving these other industries winner-take-most and winner-take-all flavors. So look at what Uber and Lyft did to the taxi industry. So we're doing this type of thing for so we're creating tremendous wealth, but how do we make sure that the wealth is fairly shared? I think that and then how do we help people whose jobs are displaced? I think education is part of it, and maybe even more that we need to do in education. I think bias is a serious issue. They're at risk using the AI like deepfakes being used for various nefarious purposes. So I worry about some teams, maybe accidentally, and I hope not deliberately, making a lot of noise about things that problems in the distant future rather than focusing on some much harm problems.
Yeah, they overshadow the problems that we have already today. They're shadowing, as you said, and even the silly ones, but the ones that have a huge impact, which is the lighting variation outside of your factory window. That ultimately is what makes the difference between, like you said, the Jupyter notebook and something that actually transforms an entire industry potentially.
And I think, and just to some companies, a regulator comes to you and says, look, your product is messing things up. Fixing it, you have a revenue impact. Well, it's much more fun to talk to them about how you promise not to wipe out humanity against to face the actually really hard problems we face.
So your life has been a great journey from teaching to research to entrepreneurship. 2 questions. 1, are there regrets, moments that if you went back, you would do differently? And 2, are there moments you're especially proud of, moments that made you truly happy?
I made so many mistakes. It feels like every time I discover something, I go, why didn't I think of this, 5 years earlier or 10 years earlier? And us recently, and sometimes I read a book and I go, I wish I read this book 10 years ago, my life would be so different. Although that happened recently, I was thinking, if only I read this book when we started Coursera, it could have been so much better. But I discovered the book had not yet been written when starting Coursera, so that but I find that the process of discovery, we keep on finding out things that seem so obvious in hindsight. It always takes us so much longer than I wish to figure out.
So on the second question, are there moments in your life that if you look back that you're especially proud of, or you're especially happy, that fills you with happiness?
Well, two answers. One, just like to know that.
Yes, of course.
Because I know that how much time I spend trying to just can't spend my time.
Congratulations, by the way.
And then second is helping other people. I think to me, I think life is helping others achieve one of their dreams. And then also to try to move the world forward by making humanity more powerful as a whole. So the times that I felt most happy, most proud, was when I felt someone else allowed me the good fortune of helping them a little bit on the path to their dreams.
I think there's no better way to end it than talking about happiness and the meaning of life. So it's a huge honor. Me and millions of people thank you for all the work you've done. Thank you for talking today.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Andrew Eng. And thank you to our presenting sponsor, Cash App. Download it, use code LEXPODCAST. You'll get $10. $10 will go to First, an organization that inspires and educates young minds to become science and technology innovators for tomorrow. If you enjoy this podcast, subscribe on YouTube, give 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support me on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter at Lex Friedman. And now, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from Andrew Eng. Ask yourself, if what you're working on succeeds beyond your wildest dreams, you have significantly helped other people. If not, then keep searching for something else to work on. Otherwise, you're not living up to your full potential. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you. The following is a conversation with Michael I. Jordan, professor at Berkeley, and one of the most influential people in the history of machine learning, statistics, and artificial intelligence. He has been cited over 170,000 times, and he has mentored many of the world-class researchers defining the field of AI today, including Andrew Eng, Zubin Garmani, Ben Taskar, and Yoshua Bengio. All this, to me, is as impressive as the over 32,000 points in the 6 NBA championships of the Michael J. Jordan of basketball fame. There's a non-zero probability that I talk to the other Michael Jordan, given my connection to and love with the Chicago Bulls in the 90s. But if I had to pick one, I'm going with the Michael Jordan of statistics and computer science, or as Alan LeCun calls him, the Miles Davis of machine learning. In his blog post titled Artificial Intelligence, the Revolution Hasn't Happened Yet, Michael argues for broadening the scope of the artificial intelligence field. In many ways, the underlying spirit of this podcast is the same. To see artificial intelligence as a deeply human endeavor. To not only engineer algorithms and robots, but to understand and empower human beings at all levels of abstraction, from the individual to our civilization as a whole. This is the Artificial Intelligence Podcast. If you enjoy it, subscribe on YouTube, give us 5 stars on Apple Podcasts, support it on Patreon, or simply connect with me on Twitter as Lex Friedman, spelled Fridman. As usual, I'll do 1 or 2 minutes of ads now, and never any ads in the middle, to break the flow of the conversation. I hope that works for you and doesn't hurt for listening. This show is presented by Cash App, the #1 finance app in the App Store. If you get it, use code LEX Podcast. Cash App lets us send money to friends, buy Bitcoin, and invest in the stock market with as little as $1. As Cash App does fractional share trading, we mentioned that the order execution algorithm that worked behind the scenes to create the abstraction of fractional orders is to me an algorithmic marvel. The big props to the Cash App engineers for solving a hard problem that in the end provides an easy interface that takes a step up to the next layer of abstraction of the stock market, making trading more accessible for new investors and diversification much easier. So once again, if you get Cash App from the App Store or Google Play and use the code LEX Podcast, you'll get $10, and Cash App will also donate $10 to the first, one of my favorite organizations that is helping to advance robotics and STEM education for young people around the world. And now, here's my conversation with Michael I. Jordan. Given that you're one of the greats in the field of AI, machine learning, computer science, and so on, you're trivially called the Michael Jordan of machine learning. Although, as you know, you were born first, so technically MJ is the Michael I. Jordan of basketball. But anyway, my favorite is Jan LeCun calling you the Miles Davis of machine learning. Because as he says, you reinvent yourself periodically and sometimes leave fans scratching their heads after you change direction. So can you put first your historian hat on and give a history of computer science and AI as you saw it, as you experienced it, including the 4 generations of AI successes that I've seen you talk about?
Sure. Yeah, first of all, I much prefer Jan's metaphor. Miles Davis was a real explorer in jazz, and he had a coherent story. So I think I have one, but it's not just the one you live; it's the one you think about later. What a good historian does is they look back and they revisit. I think what's happening right now is not AI. That was an intellectual aspiration that's still alive today as an aspiration. But I think this is akin to the development of chemical engineering or chemistry or electrical engineering from electromagnetism. So if you go back to the 30s or 40s, there wasn't yet chemical engineering. There was chemistry, there was fluid flow, there was mechanics, and so on. But people pretty clearly viewed interesting goals, try to build factories that make chemicals products and do it viably, safely, make good ones, do it at scale. So people started to try to do that, of course, and some factories worked, some didn't, some were not viable, some exploded. But in parallel, developed a whole field called chemical engineering. Chemical engineering is a field. It's no bones about it. It has theoretical aspects to it. It has practical aspects. It's not just engineering, quote unquote. It's a real thing, a real concept. And the same thing with electrical engineering. There was Maxwell's equations, which in some sense were everything you know about electromagnetism. But you needed to figure out how to build circuits, how to build modules, how to put them together, how to break electricity from one point safely, and so on and so forth. So the whole field is all called electrical engineering. I think that's what's happening right now. Is that we have a proto field, which is statistics, more the theoretical side of the algorithm side of computer science. That was enough to start to build things, but what things? Systems that bring value to human beings and use human data and mix in human decisions. The engineering side of that is all ad hoc. That's what's emerging. If you want to call machine learning a field, I think that's what it's a proto form of engineering based on statistical computation like these previous generations.
But do you think there's something deeper about AI in its dreams and aspirations as compared to chemical engineering and electrical engineering?
Well, the dreams and aspirations maybe, but those are 500 years from now. I think that's like the Greeks sitting there and saying, "Oh, we need to get to the moon someday." I think we have no clue how the brain does computation. We just are clueless. We're even worse than the Greeks on most anything interesting scientifically or harder.
Can you linger on that just for a moment, because you stand not completely unique, but a little bit unique in the clarity of that. Can you elaborate your intuition of why we have, where we stand in our understanding of the human brain? And a lot of people say, their scientists say, we're now very far in understanding the human brain.
Yeah.
But you're saying we're in the dark.
Well, I know I'm not unique. I don't even think in the clarity, but if you talk to real neuroscientists who really study real synapses of real neurons, they agree. It's hundreds of year task, They're building it up slowly and surely. What the signal is there is not clear. We think we have all of our metaphors. We think it's electrical, and it's chemical, it's a whole soup. It's ions, and proteins, and a cell. And that's even around like a single synapse. If you look at a electron micrograph of a single synapse, it's a city of its own. And that's one little thing on a dendritic tree, which is a complicated electrochemical thing. And it's doing these spikes and voltages are flying around, and proteins are taking it down into the DNA, and who knows what. So it is the problem of the next few centuries. It is fantastic. But we have our metaphors about it. Is it an economic device? Is it like the immune system? Or is it like a layered, set of, arithmetic computations? We have all these metaphors, and they're fun. But that's not real science. Yeah, per se. There is neuroscience. That's not neuroscience. That's like the Greeks speculating about how it can fun, right? And I think that I like to say this fairly strongly because I think a lot of young people think it's on the verge. There's a lot of people who don't talk about it. Right? Let it be understood that yes, this is brain inspired. We're kind of close. Breakthroughs are on the horizon. And unscrupulous people sometimes who need money for their labs. As I say, unscrupulous, but people will oversell. I need money from them. I'm studying, computational neuroscience. I'm going to oversell it, and so there's been too much of that.
So we step into the gray area between metaphor and engineering. With I'm not sure if you're familiar with brain-computer interfaces. So a company like Elon Musk is Neuralink that's working on putting electrodes into the brain and trying to be able to read and send electrical signals. Just as you said, even the basic mechanism of communication in the brain is not something we understand. But do you hope, without understanding the fundamental principles of how the brain works, we'll be able to do something interesting at that gray area of metaphor?
It's not my area, so I hope in the sense like anybody else hopes for some interesting things to happen from research. I would expect more something like Alzheimer's to get taken out of modern neuroscience. That there's a lot of human suffering based on disease, and we throw things like lithium at the brain, it kind of works. No one has a clue why. That's not quite true, but mostly we don't know. And that's even just about the biochemistry of the brain and how it leads to mood swings and so on. How thought emerges from that. We were really, really completely dim. So that you might want to hook up electrodes and try to do some signal processing on that and try to find patterns. Fine, by all means go for it. It's just not scientific at this point. So it's like kind of sitting in a satellite and watching the emissions from a city and trying to affirm things about the microeconomy, even though we don't have microeconomic concepts. It's really that kind of thing. And so, yes, can you find some signals that do something interesting or useful? Can you control a cursor or mouse with your brain? Yeah, absolutely. I can imagine physical models based on that, and even medical applications of that. But from there to understand the algorithms that allow us to really tie in deeply from the brain to the computer, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's not for our generation's time.
So, just hopes of getting you the dream. You've mentioned Kolmogorov and Turing might pop up. Do you think that there might be breakthroughs that will get you to sit back in 5 to 10 years and say, wow?
Oh, I'm sure there will be, but I don't think that there'll be demos that impress me. I don't think that having a computer call a restaurant and pretend to be human is a breakthrough. And people, some people present it as such. It's imitating human intelligence. It's even putting costs in the thing to make a bit of a PR stunt. And so, fine, that the world runs on those things too. And I don't want to diminish all the hard work and engineering that goes behind things like that, and the ultimate value to embrace. But that's not scientific understanding. And I know the people who work on these things, they are after scientific understanding. In the meantime, they've got to kind of, the train stuck around. They've got mouths to feed. They've got things to do. And there's nothing wrong with all that. I would call that, though, just engineering. And I want to distinguish that in an engineering field like electrical engineering that originally emerged, that had real principles, that really know what you're doing, and other scientific understanding, maybe not even complete. So it became more predictable, and it was really gave value to human life because it was understood. And so we don't want to muddle too much these waters of what we're able to do versus what we really can't do. a way that's going to impress the next. So I don't need to be wowed, but I think if someone comes along in 20 years, a younger person who's absorbed all the technology, and for them to be wowed, I think they have to be more deeply impressed. A young Cola will not be wowed by some of the stuff that you see right now.
The demos, but do you think the breakthroughs from Homograph would be, and give this question a chance, do you think they'll be in the scientific fundamental principles arena, or do you think it's possible to have fundamental breakthroughs in engineering? Meaning, I would say some things that Elon Musk is working with SpaceX and others, sort of trying to revolutionize the fundamentals of engineering, the manufacturing of saying, here's a problem we know how to do a demo of, and actually taking it to scale.
Yeah, so there's going to be all kinds of breakthroughs. I just don't like that terminology. I'm a scientist and I work on things day in and day out, and things move along, and eventually say, wow, something didn't happen. But I don't like that language very much. Also, I don't like to prize theoretical breakthroughs over practical ones. I tend to be more of a theoretician. I think there's lots to do in that arena right now. And so I wouldn't point to the Coleman Murrahs. I might point to the Edisons of the era. Maybe Musk did more like that. But, Musk, God bless him, also will say things about AI that he knows very little about. And he doesn't know he is, leads people astray when he talks about things he doesn't know anything about. Trying to program a computer to understand natural language, be involved in a dialogue we're having right now, that can happen in our lifetime. You can fake it, you can mimic, sort of take old sentences that humans use and retread them. With a deep understanding of language, no, it's not going to happen. And so from that, I hope you can perceive that yet deeper kind of aspects of intelligence are not going to happen. Now, will there be breakthroughs? I think that Google was a breakthrough. I think Amazon's a breakthrough. I think Uber is a breakthrough. That bring value to human beings at scale in brand new ways based on data flows and so on. A lot of these things are slightly, because there's not a kind of an engineering field that takes economic value in context of data and planetary scale and worries about all the externalities, price. We don't have that field, so we don't think these things through very well. But I see that as emerging, and that will looking back from 100 years, that will be a constant breakthrough in this era. Just like electrical engineering was a breakthrough in the early part of the last century, and chemical engineering was a breakthrough.
So the scale, the markets that you talked about, and we'll get to, that will be seen as sort of breakthrough. We're in the very early days of really doing interesting stuff there, and we'll get to that. But it's just taking a quick step back. Can you give, kind of throw off the historian hat? You briefly said that in the history of AI kind of mimics the history of chemical engineering, but
I keep saying machine learning. You keep wanting to say AI, just to let you know. I resist that. I don't think this is about AI. Really, John McCarthy, as almost a philosopher, saying, wouldn't it be cool if we could put thought in a computer? If we could mimic the human, or we could put intelligence in some sense into a computer. That's an interesting philosophical question, and he wanted to make it more than philosophy. He wanted to actually write down logical formula and algorithms for the people. And that is a perfectly valid, reasonable thing to do. That's not what's happening in this era. Right?
So the reason I keep saying AI, actually, and I'd love to hear what you think about it, machine learning has a very particular set of methods and tools.
Maybe your version of it is that mine doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
It's very, very open. It does optimization. It does sampling. It does
systems that learn.
Systems that learn and make decisions. So not just pattern recognition and finding patterns. It's all about making decisions in real worlds and having close feedback loops.
So something like symbolic AI, expert systems, reasoning systems, knowledge-based representation, all of those kinds of things. Search. Does that neighbor fit into what you do with machine learning?
So I don't even like the word machine learning. I think that what the field you're talking about is all about making large decisions that are made by large collections of entities.
Yes.
Right? And there are principles for that at that scale. You don't have to say the principles are for a single entity making decisions, a single agent or a single human. It really immediately goes to the network of decisions.
Is there a good word for that?
No, there's no good words for anything. That's kind of part of the problem. So we can continue the conversation with AI for all that. I just want to raise our flag here that this is not about, we don't know what intelligence is, real intelligence. We don't know much about abstraction, reasoning at the level of humans. We don't have it. We're not trying to build that. Eventually it may emerge. So I don't know if there'll be breakthroughs, but eventually we'll start to glimmers of that. That's not what's happening right now. Okay? We're taking data, we're trying to make good decisions based on that. We're trying to scale, we're trying to do it economically viably, we're trying to build markets, we're trying to keep value at that scale. And aspect of this will look intelligent. It will look, computers were so dumb before, it will seem more intelligent. We will use that buzzword, so we can use it at that step. You know? So machine learning, you can scope it narrowly. It's just learning from data and pattern recognition. But when I talk about these topics, maybe data science is another word you could throw in the mix. It really is important that the decisions are as part of it. It's consequential decisions in the real world. Am I at a medical operation? Am I going to drive down the street? You know, things where there's scarcity, things that impact other human beings or other environments and so on. How do I do that based on data? How do I do that in that way? How do I use computers to help those kinds of things go forward? Whatever you want to call that. So let's call it AI. Let's agree to call it AI, but it's let's not say that what the goal of that is intelligence. The goal of that is really good working systems.
So reclaim the word AI from the Dartmouth conference many decades ago of the dream of human.
I don't want to reclaim it. I want a new word. I think it was a bad choice. I mean, if you read one of my little things, the history was basically that McCarthy needed a new name because cybernetics already existed, and he didn't like, no one really liked Norbert Wiener. Norbert Wiener was kind of an island to himself, and he felt that he had encompassed all this, and in some sense he did. If you look at the language of cybernetics, it was everything we're talking about. It was control theory, signal processing, and some notions of intelligence, and closed feedback loops, and data. It's all there. It's just not a word that lived on, partly because of maybe the personalities. But McCarthy needed a new word to say, I'm different. I'm not part of your ship. I got my own. I invented this word, and again, as kind of a thinking forward about the movies that would be made about it, it was a great choice. But thinking forward about creating a sober academic and real-world discipline, it was a terrible choice. It led to promises that are not true. We understand artificial, perhaps, but we don't understand it.
It's a small tangent because you're one of the great personalities of machine learning, whatever the heck you call the field. Do you think science progresses by personalities or by the fundamental principles and theories and research that's outside of personality,
or both? And I would say there should be one kind of personality. I have mine, and I have my preferences, and I have a kind of network around me that feeds me, and some of them agree with me, some disagree, but all kinds of personalities. Right now, I think the personality that's a little too exuberant, a little bit too ready to promise the moon is a little bit too much of ascendance.